To begin this timeline, we need to start back in age 732, before Goku was even born. At this point in time, King Cold was landing on planet Vegeta, which Paragus currently is shaking in fear as the Emperor's ship flies past the throne room. He is fearful at this moment because his wife is currently in the process of going through labor. Now, we have never seen Broly's mom, so we don't have a name for her, but for the sake of this timeline, I will name her Salah, which is a pun on the French word for lettuce, since one translation of lettuce in French is salad. Regardless, a major change in this timeline is she is pregnant with twins instead of just one child. Anyway, King Cold lands and disembarks his ship, with King Vegeta approaching the two tyrants to greet them. As usual, King Vegeta introduces the other Saiyans to Frieza, then kneels and welcomes him to their planet. As per usual, King Cold announces his retirement and says that Frieza will be the Emperor instead, so Frieza goes on to introduce himself. Frieza will then give them scouters and demonstrate how they work, which is when he notices the snipers and swiftly kills them. The two tyrants then depart, leaving 500 scouters behind for the Saiyans. After they leave, King Vegeta goes and checks on his son who is currently in a nursing capsule, though he eventually spots another child in the pod nearby and is angered by this and asks who this child is. So, some of the medics explain that he is a child of Paragus, and his battle power is abnormally high. At this point in time, Salah is still in labor with Kale, but Broly was already born and put into a capsule during the meeting with Frieza. Regardless, King Vegeta decides to measure Broly's power for himself, which is when the scouter breaks in his hand. Nyan then goes on to speculate he might be the legendary Super Saiyan. King Vegeta decides on his course of action. Soon after, Paragus rushes into the throne room, begging to have an audience with the king. He begs to know why King Vegeta is sending his son away like a low-class warrior, and he claims it's to train Broly to unlock his potential. As per usual, Paragus points out that Wampa is a harsh world of no value to him, which is when King Vegeta reveals he fears Broly's power could be dangerous to planet Vegeta. He just tells Paragus to be grateful his son was spared, and when Paragus says he was jealous about Broly being stronger than Prince Vegeta, he tells him Broly was already sent off the planet. So in a panic, Paragus flies out through a window of the throne room, going to chase after Broly. However, he realizes that if Broly had a great potential like this, his other child could as well, which would mean she could meet a similar fate. When he arrives at where Salah was giving birth, Kale was already born but her power wasn't tested yet. Salah wasn't allowed to leave, as she was recovering at this time, but Paragus will quickly fill her in on him saving their children. Though, when he reveals the part about wanting to raise her children to get revenge on King Vegeta, to his surprise Salah protests this. She's much more of a peaceful Saiyan than he is, so she says they shouldn't raise their children to be used for revenge like that. They should be able to become whatever they want to. So, before Kale's power is even measured, he snatched her up before she was taken to be put into a nursing capsule. Paragus, however, ignores Salah's protests about this, and in his anger he goes to leave with Kale. He then flies off to the spaceport and puts Kale into a capsule, so that if for some reason he is caught escaping, she isn't taken down with him. Also, he sends her to a nothing planet King Vegeta would never be interested in, planet Namek. After he sends her off, he sets his sight on a spaceship to steal for himself, with Beats still protesting and following him as he enters the ship, which Paragus ignores him and quickly takes off to head towards planet Wampa. Though as they are leaving the atmosphere, Paragus fills him in on his plight and what he was doing, telling him that the king was jealous of his son's power and sent him to a desolate world. So, he sent off his other child, Kale, as well, so that she wouldn't be exiled or worse, killed, which he plans to go and rescue Broly from Wampa first and then rescue Kale from Namek, which after retrieving the two and they go to a more habitable planet, Beats is free to return home. He'll also reveal his plan of training them both to unlock their incredible power so that he can get his revenge against the king. Everything then goes the same as per usual, with Paragus ignoring Beats' words of warning, causing them to crash land on the planet Wampa. Though they eventually find Broly, Beats still tells Paragus that they only have enough food and water for 10 days, they can't call for help, and their ship was damaged to the point that they can't leave. Unfortunately for Beats, this would anger Paragus, as he can't leave to go get his other child, so he shoots and kills Beats with the ray gun so that they can better preserve their rations. Now, back with Kale, her pod would have generally not been messed with on this trip to Namek, as no one knew where it was going or anything to intercept it, so after a little bit of time passes, it lands onto Namek, creating a crater when it landed. However, when the pod opens, she would be greeted with the sight of some warrior Namekians standing around the pod. However, when seeing it as just a baby, they would relax as they wouldn't be worried about a child. So, the warrior Namekians take the child back to their village, so they can ask the village elder what they should do with her. For the simplicity of things, the village these warriors are from is the village where Mori is the village elder. Anyway, Mori wouldn't know what to do with his child either, so their only option would be to take her to the Grand Elder and ask what to do with her. Mori would be the one to take her there, but he is stopped by Nail before he can go and enter the house of the Grand Elder. Nail would ask what they are there for, then Mori would show him the strange child, explain that they landed here in a strange pod, and they were going to ask the Grand Elder what they should do with her. So, Nail goes and reports this information to Guru, which he allows Mori to enter. When he does, Mori would explain what he knows, but Guru would have to resort to reading the mind of Kale to see why she was there. which he would see the parts of Paragus explaining to Sala that they were exiled since the king was jealous, so he sent them off planet to try and save their life. He'd still see the part of Paragus planning to come back to rescue her, so Guru would say they could take care of the child until then. From reading her mind, he would also learn that her name is Kale, so they would no longer just refer to her as the child. Anyway, Guru would say they should take care of her, at least until her father comes to rescue her. So, while they wait for Paragus to arrive, they would start to care for Kale. Though, after enough time passes, Moira would take her back to see the Grand Elder, as it doesn't seem like her father is going to be coming for whatever reason. So, this time, they start discussing what they should do with her. They have the options of sending her back, or potentially killing her after Guru reveals that the Saiyans are a warrior race. However, Moira would have grown attached to the child in the months he has cared for her, so to him, killing her would be out of the question. Then when Guru reveals her family was exiled and she could be killed for being sent back, he wouldn't want to do that either. So Moira will offer that they keep her here on Namek, and then he along with the other Namekians in his village will watch over her, which the Grand Elder allows him to do this. In this time of being raised here, they would never learn about the Great Ape transformation, as Namek has 3 sons, so it is never night there. She also never had the time for Saiyan nature to be imprinted in her or for her to be told about the Saiyan mission and taking over a planet, so she would never try to take over Namek. Also, she seems to take after her mother with her more peaceful nature. Though, this natural peaceful nature, in combination with the training by the peaceful Namekians, has a major effect on her personality. She would grow to be a shy and timid Saiyan, with her having an aversion to combat. The Namekians would try to have taught her that it isn't bad to fight when defending herself, but with her much more peaceful nature than the average Saiyan, she doesn't grow an interest in fighting. She would still learn the basic fighting techniques and maybe some basic ki attacks, but it isn't likely she would learn much more than those. This isn't because they weren't trying, however, because she had no interest in continuing to learn. She took much more of an interest in other parts of the Namekian society, such as learning how to garden. Eventually, however, as her power no longer grew from these basic training techniques, Mori might suggest she go learn some more techniques from Nail. Even though she doesn't like to fight, Mori might convince her to take this opportunity by saying she could learn more about the culture than the Namekians from Guru. She might even learn more about the Saiyan race, as Guru does have some knowledge about some species from other worlds. So, when she arrives at the Grand Elder's house, she would explain to Nail why she is there, and he would let her in. Which, she would talk to Guru and explain that Mori had sent her there to further expand her knowledge about the Namekians, and maybe even her home planet. So, Guru would explain to her the history of the Namekians, which what better source is there than Guru himself, since he lived through a lot of it. Regardless, he would eventually show her the Namekian Book of Legends too, as he would know it contained some information about the Saiyans. Mainly, he talked about the legend of the Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan God, which, since she is old enough to hear about it at this point, Guru might reveal to her why her parents sent her to planet Namek, that being that her father sent her here to try and save her from being exiled by the Saiyan King. Though, this would be around age 737, so back on planet Vegeta, big things would be happening. Bardock and Lake are currently leaving to return to planet Vegeta, after Frieza called all the Saiyans back to their home planet, which just strikes Bardock as a little odd, especially when he sees Frieza's ship floating above the planet. Regardless, Bardock learns from Taro that Frieza's men have been going around asking about the legend of the Super Saiyan. The rest goes the same too, with Bardock returning to Guinea to ask her about their kids. Since Raditz is off planet, and Bardock is suspicious about Frieza, they still steal a pod and send Kakarot off the planet. Planet Vegeta is then destroyed by Frieza, though Bardock tried to stop the supernova with a final spirit cannon, but it was in vain, and he is killed along with the rest of the Saiyans on planet Vegeta. Back on Namek, Guru would have noticed that thousands of life forces on planet Vegeta disappeared in an instant, so he would realize that planet Vegeta was destroyed, and after debating on how to break this news to the child, he would eventually tell her. He would tell her that her home planet was destroyed by a tyrant named Frieza, and unfortunately her mother Sala was on the planet too when it was destroyed. However, he would try to soften the blow by saying that her father and brother are likely still alive somewhere out there in the universe, but he wouldn't know that for sure, though he doesn't reveal that part to the child. She would be bummed out a little by this part, but not too terribly much as she didn't know her mother or remember anything of her home planet. It would just sadden her that she'd never get a chance to meet her mother or see her home planet. Now, I don't see Guru using the Dragon Ball to revive Planet Vegeta, as he would figure the Tyrant would go back to destroy Planet Vegeta again, so it wouldn't change anything. Anyway, even if he did want to, the Namekian Dragon Balls can't revive multiple people at once. However, Guru could have them use the Dragon Balls to revive her mother and bring her back to planet Namek. But Guru wouldn't likely let them wish Broly and Paragus there, since when he read Kale's mind, he would have heard Paragus tell Cella his plan to raise Broly to get revenge against Vegeta, and he doesn't want someone violent like that on planet Namek. He would only have been willing to revive Cella, as he would have seen that she protested her children being raised for the purpose of revenge. Regardless, when Guru sees that Kale is visibly upset, he would tell her he has something to show her. He would reach for the Dragon Ball behind himself and hand it to her. She would be confused about what this is, as she thought it was just a decoration. So, he would explain to her that there are 6 more balls just like that one, and when all 7 are gathered, they can grant someone 3 wishes, which he would tell her that she can use the wishes to wish her mother back to life and to wish her to planet Namek. To give her something to do to keep her mind off what happened, he would send her to go and get the Dragon Balls by herself, though he would speak telepathically to all the village elders about what is happening so that they know to give her the Dragon Balls. So, she goes and collects the other 6 orbs, with the last one she obtains being at Mori's village. She would know Namekian at this point, since she was raised here, almost likely having been taught the common language of the universe, so she would be able to communicate with her mother when she arrives. Anyway, Guru would have taught her the phrase she needs to summon the dragon, so she uses it to summon Purunga. Now, there's 2 potential options for how the wishes would have to work. She would either need to wish for Sala's body to be reformed, then use a second wish to bring it to Namek, and then wish her back to life. Or she would have to wish for her body to be reformed, wish her back to life, and then wish her to Namek. It would likely have to be the first option, since otherwise she would be revived in the void of space. Anyway, the Dragon Balls would then scatter, and the Namekians would likely search the planet for them so they can put them back in the protection of their villages. Regardless, Sala would appear on Namek confused about where she is, which Kale would have been taught to sense energy, so she flies off towards where she senses a new energy on the planet. Once there, she would quickly explain to Sala that she is her daughter, Kale, which, of course, this would lead to a heartfelt reunion with her mother likely crying and hugging her. After hugging for a while, Kale would show her mother around Namek, eventually ending the tour by introducing her to the Grand Elder Guru, and saying he is the one that allowed her to be revived and brought here. Sala would thank him for this, and even though it saddens her to hear why Guru wouldn't bring Paragus and Broly to Namek, the explanation does make sense to her, since they are a peaceful people. Either way, she's just happy to be reunited with one of her children, as her and her daughter leave his building to settle down for their new life on planet Namek. This part is going up on Christmas Day, so Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everyone. Also, before I get into this part, I wanted to go more into what I think Universe 7 Kale would be like. I did go into that she still had her shy and timid nature, to the point that she didn't want to fight. In the anime, we've seen some differences between both Broly and Kale, such as Broly having fits of anger and having access to different forms, such as the Wrathful and the regular Super Saiyan form, while Kale went straight to the legendary Super Saiyan form and then had controlled versions of it. So, for this timeline, I'm going to make Kale a combination of the two, where she could still control the legendary Super Saiyan form eventually, but she'd also have access to the Wrathful and regular Super Saiyan forms. She would also have some fits of anger at first like Broly did, but not nearly as often as he did. Anyway, now we can get into this part, since that was everything that I forgot to go over in the last part. After Sala was revived, she'd likely have Kale fill her in on how life here on Namek works, but since she's still just a child, she would have trouble explaining it. So when Kale takes her to Mori's village, so that's where she's been staying, she would have Mori help explain everything to Sala. With the Namekian's peaceful nature and lifestyle, this would be a good fit for Sala's desired way of life as well, since she wasn't battle hungry like most Saiyans. But she sees it as a good place to settle down. She would talk to Mori about getting a house built for her and her daughter. After their house is built and Kale settles into it, she'd learn more about the Namekian way of life as time goes on. As mentioned last time, they would try to teach her some fighting techniques, but she didn't show any interest in it at all. She basically had an aversion to fighting, and even though they tried to teach her the lesson about it being okay to fight when it's for the right cause, such as protecting someone, this lesson doesn't stick with her. Instead, she took interest in the other sides of the Namekian culture, such as being a farmer. Even though farming there could get repetitive, since we've only seen about one type of plant that is grown there, she still finds it relaxing and enjoyable. Over time, she'd grow even more of a peaceful nature, which would just strengthen her aversion to fighting even more. While Sala could see the Namekian's point about it not being wrong to fight in some circumstances, she wouldn't try to change her daughter's mind, as she wouldn't like to force anything on her like that. Also, something to point out is that Kale wouldn't just be learning the Namekian way of life. Since her mother is on the planet with her, she learned about some aspects of Saiyan culture as well. Of course, she wouldn't really be interested in their fighting, but she would be interested in the other aspects of Saiyan life. For example, the parts about space travel would be interesting to the young child. While we never really see this part of Planet Vegeta, it's highly likely they had farmers of their own, which, unlike Namek, these farmers likely raised animals as well, instead of just growing plants. Kale would find that interesting. It would be something that she'd like to try, though unfortunately for her, there aren't many animals we know about on Namek that could be useful to raise. The only animals we really know about on Namek are the frogs and the fish, which I don't see a benefit from raising them. She wouldn't raise animals for the purpose of butchering them. She was raise animals that would be more of like raising a cow to get milk, a chicken to get eggs, or a sheep to get wool, though as far as we know, we haven't seen any animals like that on Namek. So, unfortunately, she wouldn't get to try raising animals on Namek, but doesn't mean she wouldn't interact with them. Since she still had an interest in animals, she'd likely try to catch some of the frogs or fish and keep them as pets. She could even take to studying the animals with the help of the Namekians. She might also study the different plants of Namek too, along with potentially keeping a sketchbook to write and draw her findings in. Essentially, she might get more interest in the science of biology, though she'd be more interested in the zoology and botany aspects of biology. So, because of this, we could get a more intelligent Kale, so she would spend her free time continuing to learn more about the life on Namek. so she'd likely eventually get help building some kind of fish tank in her house, so when she caught fish, she could put them in there to study them. Though, after she finishes studying them, she would likely release them back into the rivers, ponds, lakes, or oceans, depending on where she got them. There'll likely be very few she keeps as a pet, mainly just ones she finds extremely interesting. She might also have some kind of enclosure built so she can do studies of land animals as well, instead of just fish. Assuming there are birds on Namek as well, she might request an aviary to be built so she could study them. But these enclosures can vary widely depending on the type of animals. Since they have frogs on Namek, they likely have insects that the frogs eat too. Which, if there are insects on Namek, she could have terrariums made for studying things like insects, amphibians, and reptiles. Larger enclosures could be needed as well, since there's likely larger animals that eat the frogs and so on. Regardless, she'd release the animals into the wild as well once she finished her studies on them. If she was also interested in botany, she could also ask for a greenhouse-like building too, so that she could study plants as well. After she finishes studying a plant, she would likely go and replant it where she found it, though she might start a personal garden of her own with plants she found interesting. Which, that's probably the most she would get involved in the Namekian culture, so she wouldn't get into training and fighting techniques. Something else to mention that since she's from Universe 7, she would have a tail. Though, since Namek has 3 suns and doesn't have a moon, they would never see Kale turn into a great ape. They might learn that she can from Sala, but Mori wouldn't have her tail removed, since he would have no reason to worry about that happening. However, when they realized her tail's weakness of hers when grabbed, they would work on helping her overcome that weakness, which took Goku 3 years to get over that weakness, and since Kale would be on Namek far longer than 3 years, Mori would be able to help her overcome this weakness. Anyway, even if Mori doesn't have to worry about her going into her grade 8 form, he might need to worry about Kale's brief fits of anger, since she is more like Broly in this timeline. Her power continues to rise when she gets into these fits of rage, especially when they do get to the little bits of training that they wanted her to do. This would cause her power to raise as well. So, as time goes on, it would become harder to get her back under control in these moments of anger. Unlike Paragus and Broly, they wouldn't make a device to control her, since they see that type of thing as cruel. Instead, they would work on teaching her to meditate to calm down when she starts to get angry, which she'd be more than happy to do this, as she doesn't like the feeling of losing control when she goes into a fit of rage. Her not liking that feeling of losing control would just strengthen her resolve to not fight. It would only strengthen this resolve since she'd worry if she got in a fight, she could fully lose control of herself. While this meditation would help her, as it would lessen the number of outbursts she has, and in times it didn't help calm her, it still becomes more difficult to control her. So, Mori might eventually suggest to her that they go see the other village elders. He would only suggest this since he thinks that it's possible that they might know some ways to help her. Since she wanted to get this under control as well, she would take Mori's advice and go meet with the village elders. While they might know some different meditation techniques than what Mori did, they don't completely work. Since she does have some different techniques at her disposal now, it does lessen the amount of her outbursts even more, but they don't go away completely. She would thank them for their help though, as she'd then return to Mori's village. Once she returned, she would tell him how the training with them went. He would be glad to hear that her outbursts have lessened, though he has one more suggestion that she can try, so she still has some outbursts. Mori would suggest that she go and see the Grand Elder next, since Guru is very knowledgeable and could likely help her. This would also be somewhat beneficial since the regular warrior Namekians were having trouble stopping her when she has these outbursts, but Nail shouldn't have trouble with this. So, she again takes Mori's advice and goes off to see Guru and Nail. Once she is allowed to see Guru, she would fill him in on the predicament they were facing with her outbursts of anger. She would tell him they tried everything that Mori and the other village elders thought of. Guru would likely have knowledge of meditation techniques that the village elders didn't, and some of them would likely be even more helpful to her than the village elders' techniques were. He might try to suggest her to train with Nail, since fighting a little might be able to help her blow off some steam every now and then. She wouldn't do this often though, as she doesn't enjoy fighting, but she at least tries it a couple times, so she wants to get better control of herself. Over time, the techniques Guru taught her in the brief sessions of blowing off steam would work. The time she has these outbursts would essentially become slim to none. Then as for the time she still does have these outbursts, Nail would easily be able to get her under control. However, her power would continue to grow over time, though it would be growing slowly. Also, while she was staying with Guru and Nail, she would continue her studies of plants and animals, which, since Guru might have knowledge about different plants, animals, insects, and fish the village elders didn't know about, he could help her with these studies as well. So, there's times she'd travel around the planet in search of these plants, animals, insects, and fish Guru mentioned. After finding them, she'd take them to her home in Mori's village and study them there, before releasing them back to the wild or replanting them. So she would have to balance these studies with her learning from Guru and training from Nail. She wouldn't get to do these expeditions for plants and animals too often. While she is learning from Guru, he would likely be able to teach her more about the culture of the Namekians as well. Mainly, he could teach her about Namekian history since he lived through major parts of it, though he'd also have access to the books that detail their history before his time, and he'd allow her to read those books as well. So, by the time she returns to Mori's village, she would have a far better level of control over herself than she did when she left. Since she was able to continue her interest in studying animals and plants too, she returned more knowledgeable than when she left as well. Since her outbursts were few and far between now, the Namekians didn't have to worry about her that much anymore. If it did happen, the warrior Namekians in Mori's village were at least able to hold her off until Nail arrived. Also, every now and again, at the grandelder's request, she'd go back and visit him and Nail. During these visits, she'd meditate with Guru, and he would tell her more about Namekian history along with different plants and animals she could study. Also on these visits, she would have some of her training sessions with Nail, but she still doesn't go farther than learning some of their basic fighting and ki techniques. Guru might even offer to unlock her potential at some point, but she'd turn it down. She tries to avoid fighting, so why would she want her latent power unlocked? Anyway, since Guru and Nail were helping her like this, she'd always thank them before leaving to return to her home in Mori's village. At their home, even though Sala wasn't much into fighting either, there might be some brief times she spars with Kale to help her blow off some steam too. The warrior Namekians of the village will likely help Kale with this as well, so this could help both Sala and the warrior Namekians grow in power too. As per usual, since she has no desire to fight, these sparring sessions won't be at her request. They'll be when the warrior Namekians or her mother suggests it, which it is rare for Sala to suggest one of these sessions to her daughter, as she doesn't enjoy fighting either, so they don't spar often at all. Over time, with the meditating Kale has done, she becomes calmer and more peaceful as well, and she finds these times of meditating relaxing, like what we've seen Piccolo do. There's times she'll go off alone to meditate, and these times she goes off alone, she'll likely go into a place that is full of nature, as she finds it the most relaxing when she's surrounded by the wildlife of Namek. She'll still learn more about the Saiyan culture as well from Sala, and she might even be taught the Saiyan language. Though, Sala likely wouldn't speak a lot about her father, so she was still angry with him after what he was trying to do on planet Vegeta. Kale would likely learn she has a brother named Broly though, but she wouldn't really ask about him. The few times she asked about it, she would have picked up on how the topic saddened her mother, so she decided to stop bringing it up. So, if she ever did hear more about her father or brother, it was because her mother brought it up, not because she asked about it. During Sala's life on Namek, while she wouldn't become as invested in plants and animals like her daughter did, she might start gardening as a hobby as well. This way, she could at least have something to do to spend time with her daughter and bond with her over, and it would be a shared interest of theirs. She'll also likely learn about Namekian culture from the Namekians, and eventually learn their language as well. So, over the years of living on Namek, Kale and Sala would basically become incorporated into the Namekian culture. As Kale grows up, their life on Namek would also be an enjoyable and peaceful one. That is, until one day while Kale was at Guru's, the Grand Elder noticed something on its way to Namek. After further inspecting what was coming to Namek, he would sense a lot of key signatures, almost like an army, though he'd also notice one giant key signature within them, and he would then tell Kale and Nail what he noticed. Then he would speak telepathically to the other Namekians and warn them about the potential upcoming threat. So, the Namekians would then start getting ready for this potential threat, as the unknown spaceship arrives and lands on Namek. This part is going up on New Year's Day, so Happy New Year everyone! Anyway, as Frieza is now on planet Namek, the early parts of his invasion would roughly go the same. Kale was with Nail and Guru at the time, and as far as we know, Nail never left Guru's side until Frieza showed up at where Guru and Nail were. So, Kale would likely stay with Nail and Guru as well, even though she could sense the Namekians being killed. She has a high aversion to fighting, and she essentially convinced herself that she would be weak and worthless in a fight against anyone. So, she basically freaks herself out more in this situation and scares herself into thinking she'll be the next one to be attacked. Anyway, even if she has no desire to fight, she's like another bodyguard for Guru, so she doesn't intervene in the early parts of the Namek saga. By the time Bulma, Gohan, and Krillin arrive on Namek, the Frieza force has already attacked 3 villages and stole their Dragon Balls. Though, as Krillin and Gohan discuss with Bulma the evil energies they sensed, they see Vegeta's space pod coming, so they suppress their energy. Then once Vegeta lands, he realizes Frieza learned about his rebellion, so he resorts to using his scouter again so he can find out where the Frieza force currently is. Shortly after, Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma notice a pod like the one Vegeta came in landing as well. Meanwhile, Frieza, Zarbon, and Dodoria were in one of the Namekian villages, as a soldier brings Frieza the 3-star Dragon Ball. Zarbon also gives Frieza the report that Qui has just landed in pursuit of Vegeta, and then he should be able to take the Saiyan Prince down. Regardless, Qui then takes off towards where he sends Vegeta on the scouter. In the meantime, 2 Frieza Force soldiers approach Gohan and Krillin, and after they destroy the heroes' ship, they are easily defeated by Gohan and Krillin. Then as Qui lands in front of Vegeta, the Saiyan reveals his hidden power, which causes Qui to offer to join Vegeta. Then once that doesn't work, he tries to trick him by saying Frieza is there. Vegeta still dodges his assault, and when Qui tries to flee, Vegeta uses the dirty fireworks to cause Qui to explode. The Frieza Force notices this right away, but Frieza doesn't think much of it, and has him go off to find the next Dragon Ball. Back with the heroes, they found a cave to take cover in just in time, so they aren't seen by Frieza and his army flying by. Since they realized that army was heading towards the next group of Namekians, Gohan and Krillin start island hopping to try and reach there as well. In the meantime, back on Earth, Goku gets a senzu bean from Yajirobe. After he recovers, he then goes and gets a spaceship from Dr. Brief as he heads off towards Namek, along with starting his training under increased gravity. Back on Namek, Frieza's forces arrive at Mori's village, with Krillin and Gohan arriving not long after. However, they would be shocked to see someone there with the Namekians that looks like another Saiyan. They still don't intervene right away, as Mori refuses to give them the Dragon Ball, so Frieza has Zarbon kill some of the Namekians. Which, shortly afterwards, some of the warrior Namekians arrive at Mori's village too. When Frieza has the soldiers try to attack the warrior Namekians, they are all easily defeated, and Mori then destroys the scouters, which angers Dodoria. Frieza then orders him not to kill Mori and tells Dodoria to kill the warriors first, which he does. Mori then relents and gives him the Dragon Ball, but he also tells Salla to take Cargo and Dende and run. When they try to flee, Cargo is killed by Frieza and Dodoria kills Mori. When Dodoria goes to try and kill Salla and Dende, this is when Gohan intervenes. He still knocks Dodoria out of the way while Krillin comes in and helps Dende get away, with Salla following him. Then, as Gohan flies away too, Frieza orders Dodoria to chase after them. While fleeing, Krillin gives Dende to Gohan and tells Salla to shield her eyes, as he then uses the solar flare against Dodoria, which, since he is blinded, they then hide from him and suppress their power. So Dodoria then blasts down to try and kill them, but they manage to fly out of the way without him noticing. Dodoria then leaves, but he is knocked out of the sky and into the water, which when he gets out, he sees that it is Vegeta who attacked him. Vegeta then crushes his scouter and reveals to Dodoria he learned how to sense energy, and when he tells Dodoria about his power being higher than his, this enrages Dodoria, so he tries to blast Vegeta, to no avail. Before he can kill Dodoria, he says if he's spared, he'll tell Vegeta a secret, which when he is let go, he tells Vegeta that planet Vegeta wasn't destroyed by a meteor, but by Frieza instead. Then when Dodoria tries to flee, Vegeta blasts him and kills him. Vegeta then tries to chase after the Earthlings, so Dodoria briefly mentioned them, but they quickly fly down and suppress their ki. After Vegeta can't find them and flies off to get a Dragon Ball, they return to the cave Bulma is in, which is when she tells him that Goku is on his way. Meanwhile, Vegeta goes to the Namekian village and demands a Dragon Ball, and after they refuse, the heroes start to notice the ki and the Namekians disappearing again. While Vegeta finishes destroying the village and he steals the Dragon Ball, Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma explain to Dende and Salla who they are and why they are there, which, this is when Salla and Dende offer to take them to see the Grand Elder. Since Dodoria hasn't returned, Frieza then sends Zarbon to look for the last two Dragon Balls, while he returns to his ship. Anyway, back with the heroes, Krillin, Dende, and Salla leave towards the Grand Elder, while Gohan stays with Bulma. While they are flying towards the Grand Elder, Vegeta starts heading in their direction, so they quickly hide again. However, to their surprise, he passes them by as he was flying towards Zarbon. While he and Zarbon begin fighting, Vegeta was gaining the advantage, but he was also distracted, so Krillin, Dende, and Salla take off again towards the Grand Elder. So, Zarbon then transforms, and he tells Vegeta that Frieza can transform as well. Anyway, he starts to beat Vegeta down, with him throwing the Saiyan Prince into a lake. He then goes back to his normal form and leaves, as Vegeta seemingly is either unconscious or dead. Though, once he leaves, Vegeta crawls out of the lake as he swears to get stronger. Meanwhile, back with Frieza, Zarbon reports that he killed Vegeta, though Apul then arrives and says he found a village that was destroyed but not by them. So, Frieza orders Zarbon to find Vegeta and hope he is alive, while he then orders Apul to call for the Ginyu Force to come to Namek, and to bring scouters with them. When Zarbon takes off, he does find Vegeta, so he takes him back to a healing pod on Frieza's ship. Meanwhile, Krillin, Dende, and Salla arrive at the Grand Elders, where Nail and Kale greet them. They already knew what was happening, so they let them in right away. Though, Krillin was shocked to see yet another Saiyan, which when Salla explains this is her daughter, Kale, and that she doesn't enjoy fighting like the evil Saiyans Krillin has met before. Regardless, they then go in and see Guru, which is when he thanks Krillin for helping save Dende and Salla from Dodoria. When Krillin tries to explain everything to Guru, he instead reads his mind to learn it, and then he gives Krillin the Dragon Ball, but he also reveals that his life will end in a couple of days. He then unlocks Krillin's potential, and he mentions bringing Gohan the next time to get his potential unlocked, which he would explain to Kale that Gohan is also a Saiyan that doesn't like to fight, which makes her curious. Anyway, he then flies back towards Bulma and Gohan, while in the meantime, Gohan heads off towards the Dragon Ball Vegeta left behind. Speaking of Vegeta, he wakes up and blasts his way out of the pod, as he kills Apul in the process. He then causes a diversion to make Frieza and Zarbon think he left, while he goes after the Dragon Balls. As Gohan takes Vegeta's Dragon Ball, Vegeta takes Frieza's and throws them, before flying out into chaos. He then notices Krillin flying by as he retrieves the Dragon Balls, so he chases after them. The Zarbon finds and chases Vegeta, so as Vegeta lands in front of Krillin, Zarbon lands behind Vegeta. Even when Zarbon transforms this time, Vegeta has the advantage, and when he punches Zarbon through the chest, he tries to beg for mercy. Vegeta doesn't take this offer and blasts him through the chest, finally killing Zarbon. He then steals the Dragon Ball from Krillin and Bulma, as he then takes off. Vegeta then almost runs into Gohan, and even though he tries to hide, Vegeta eventually finds him. He then knees Gohan in the stomach and tells him to tell Goku that he will come back and kill them, before taking off. As Gohan returns to the others and they move to hide somewhere else, Vegeta discovers he was tricked by Gohan, and flies back towards where he's seen them earlier. Though since he can't find them, he just decides to wait them out, since he has the rest of the Dragon Balls. During these 4 days of waiting, Krillin starts taking Gohan to the Grand Elder to get his potential unlocked, though while they are heading there, Vegeta flies after them and catches up to them, though Krillin holds him off so Gohan can get the Guru. Though Vegeta gets past Krillin, and he flies to the Grand Elder's house as well, while Gohan gets his potential unlocked. Though when Nail tries to get Vegeta to leave, he sees Kale, which he is shocked to see another Saiyan alive. He doesn't have time to think about that though, as Dende walks out warning them of someone coming. Vegeta then realizes it is the Ginyu Force, as he explains to the heroes who the Ginyu Force is. The heroes briefly team up with Vegeta and they head off as the Ginyu Force lands, but before Krillin leaves, he asks Kale, "Don't you want to avenge the Namekians? They'll have died in vain if you don't help us." Kale at this time has convinced herself she is useless. She also doesn't want to fight, and she doesn't want revenge. She just wants to be woken up from this nightmare she was thrust into. Guru would see the logic behind Krillin's words though, so he tries to get Kale and Nail to go with them. Regardless, after getting their orders from Frieza, the Ginyu Force chases after Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin as he lands in front of them. When Vegeta tries to throw a Dragon Ball, Burter catches it, and when Krillin tries to destroy one, Goldo stops time and takes it. Ginyu then takes the Dragon Balls to Frieza while the rest play rock, paper, scissors to see who gets to fight the heroes, which Recoome gets to fight Vegeta, while Goldo gets to fight Gohan and Krillin. As Goldo starts to fight them, his time stopping wasn't too effective, so he must resort to using his telekinesis to hold them in place. He tries to impale them with a tree, but before he can, Vegeta slices his head off and blasts his head since Goldo was still alive even when headless. Afterwards, Vegeta starts fighting with Recoome, and he seems to have the advantage at first, though after Vegeta blasts him and Recoome comes out with his armor destroyed, he decides to get serious. This time, Recoome starts beating down Vegeta, and even when he tries to blast Recoome again, it doesn't do much to him. Meanwhile, back with Guru, he would have been paying attention to the fight and noticed the heroes were losing. He would also realize that Gohan and Krillin wouldn't be able to fight Recoome, and Nail isn't going to leave his side. So, he suggests to Kale that she goes and helps them out. Of course, she was reluctant to go. She still has no desire to fight. Sala might be able to help convince her here though, since she knows Kale has an immense power deep down. If she doesn't try to use it, more Namekians might die, potentially even Nail and Guru eventually, and maybe even Sala, along with the nature of Namek she loves potentially being destroyed too. Guru also helps encourage her to go in a much more gentle and paternal way, by unlocking her potential to try and help her not feel as useless, since, by unlocking the power deep within her, it would help show her she isn't as weak and useless as she thinks she is. So, even though she doesn't completely want to leave, Kale then flies off to help the Earthlings and Vegeta. I figured this would be a good time to mention how strong I have Kale's power written as. Since she didn't train much, I had her base power of 4,000, but when angry it fluctuates to 44,000. Since Broly's was multiplied by almost 11 times when angry, since as a child his power went from 920 to 10,000. Then for the potential unlock, Krillin's power went from 1,870 to 13,000, which is roughly a 7 times multiplier. So, if given Kale 7 times multiplier, her power goes from 4,000 to 28,000 initially, and it would fluctuate to 308,000 when angry. Back with the heroes, Recoome was going to finish Vegeta off with the Recoome Eraser Gun, but this is when Kale arrives. Before Krillin and Gohan can jump in to save Vegeta like they normally did, Kale briefly panics when she sees that Vegeta is about to die. Even if he is evil, the thought of any of her allies dying worries her, so she jumps in between Vegeta and Recoome's blast. It seems futile at first, but her power slowly begins to rise from 28,000 as she gets angrier. Eventually, her power surpasses Recoome's, so her beam sends his back too, with both hitting into Recoome. They explode when they hit him, causing his face and body to be badly burnt, and it causes him to feel actual pain. Her power then drops back to 28,000, so Jace, Burter, and Recoome just think it's a fluke that a mere Saiyan was able to damage Recoome that much. This even shocks Vegeta that this weakling of a Saiyan has managed to harm Recoome in a way he couldn't. Meanwhile, back with Captain Ginyu, he gives Frieza all the Dragon Balls, but when they can't summon the dragon, Frieza leaves Ginyu to guard the balls while he heads off towards the Grand Elder and Nail. Recoome, now angered, starts to beat down on Kale, but she doesn't stand a chance at her current level of power. Gohan and Krillin would realize she needs help, so they jump in too, but even then, they don't stand much of a chance. Vegeta's shock would have worn off by now, as he drops back into the hopeless pessimism that they're all doomed once he noticed Kale's power dropped. They were getting beaten down, as her timid nature was getting the best of her, since she was also thinking she was worthless. When she tried to fight back, her punches ended up being meek, so Nail would eventually speak telepathically to her, telling her to remember her training. He has seen some of the potential she has, she just must try and harness it. If she doesn't, they could all die, and he would ask her if she could be able to live with the guilt of essentially doing nothing. He would also tell her to look at the damage she just caused to Recoome. None of the others there have been able to harm him that much. This speech would motivate her somewhat, as the thought of all her friends and family dying would start to anger her a little. Also, she would see the reasoning behind his words of looking at what her power can do, as she managed to damage Recoome more than the others. Regardless, she isn't fully enraged though, so her power wouldn't be anywhere near its max. Her power would probably be around 84,000 from the little bits of anger she has currently. During this time, Goku would arrive on Namek, as he is confused to see who the Saiyan fighting with Gohan and Krillin is. Vegeta would then have to fill him in on who the Saiyan is, even though he doesn't know much about her. He would also fill him in on who the people they are fighting are, as Kale and the others start to gain the advantage. Eventually, she would take Raccoon out in one hit, much like what Goku did to him, since Raccoon was now knocked unconscious, and Jason and Berta were in a brief state of shock. Goku gives sensu beans to Gohan, Krillin, and Vegeta. Kale wasn't really that damaged, so she didn't need one right now. Anyway, after they snap out of their state of shock, Jason and Berta would try to team up on Kale, so this is when Goku would step in to fight too. Goku would be beating down Berta, while Kale would be beating down Jace. Since it is a 2-on-2 this time, when Berta is knocked unconscious by Goku, Jace can't escape, so when they fight Jace together, he's swiftly knocked unconscious as well. Vegeta then flies in and kills Berta, then he kills Jace, and lastly, he blasts Raccoon, killing him as well. Goku tries to berate him for this, which his softness angers Vegeta, but Kale is more up on Goku's side in this, as she wouldn't want to take the life of anyone, no matter how evil. Even without Jace being able to warn Captain Ginyu, he would likely check his scouter and notice that the Ginyu force is dead. So, Ginyu heads towards the battlefield and lands in front of them, while Goku sends Gohan and Krillin away to find the Dragon Balls. However, as Ginyu prepares to fight the Saiyans, Vegeta takes off as per usual, leaving Goku and Kale behind to fight Ginyu. With Kale being even more enraged now about Vegeta killing the defenseless and leaving, her power would have risen to about 140,000. So, as they fight Ginyu together, Goku likely wouldn't have to resort to using the Kaioken against him. Together they would be beating the captain down, as Ginyu mentions he was waiting for someone stronger than him to appear. Meanwhile, with Guru, he and Nail would sense Frieza getting closer, so he would unlock the potential of both Dende and Sala, which, since Sala would have grown up on planet Vegeta, but she was likely forced to train there, and she would have also trained with Kale a little on Namek. I put her power at about 6,000, so her power level goes up to roughly 42,000, which is equal to Nail's power level. Regardless, she and Dende take off, as Frieza arrives and tries to confront Guru, though Nail gets in the way. As Nail leads Frieza away from Guru, they begin to fight, with it going basically the exact same, as Frieza rips off one of his arms. Back with Captain Ginyu, Goku, and Kale. The captain purposely injures himself as he then switches bodies with Kale, so she seemingly had the higher power level. He can't tap into her anger or hidden power though, for in her body he would only have a power of about 7,200, though it would rise slightly as he gets more used to fighting in her body. As Kale is shocked about what happened, Ginyu starts fighting with Goku, but he would easily be losing here, so he would start to think if what the scouter said about Kale's power was a malfunction, as he was getting decimated. Eventually, since Ginyu was getting to the point where he could no longer fight, Goku landed on the ground and started to talk with Ginyu. He would likely try to spare the captain, but he also let his guard down in the moment, so Ginyu manages to switch bodies with him. So, Ginyu is now in Goku's body, Goku is in Kale's body, and Kale is in Ginyu's body. In the meantime, Gohan and Krillin go and get the Dragon Radar from Bulma, while Vegeta arrives at Frieza's empty ship. Gohan and Krillin then arrive while Vegeta is inside and they try to summon the dragon, to no avail. However, Ginyu then arrives in Goku's body, which they believe it is Goku at first, though, as Gohan and Krillin fight with Captain Ginyu, both Kale and Goku arrive, and as Ginyu gets desperate, he sets his sights on Kale's body again. When Ginyu tries to switch this time, Goku would allow it, since this gets him his body back. Vegeta then joins the fight and starts to beat down Ginyu in Kale's body, since he was disappointed they haven't killed him yet. When he goes to finish off Ginyu, he tries to switch bodies with Vegeta, but Kale jumps in the way, so she gets her body back. Then, as Ginyu once again tries to switch bodies with Vegeta, the injured Goku throws a frog in the way, so Ginyu switches bodies with it. Afterwards, Goku stops him from killing the frog, as Vegeta has him take Goku inside and they put him in a healing pod. Kale was pretty beaten up too, but not as bad as Goku. Also, she wasn't trusting of Vegeta since he killed the Namekians too, so she didn't allow him to place her in a healing pod. She was mainly just putting up with Vegeta at the time since he was an ally of hers, at least for now. Which, as Goku begins to heal, Vegeta goes to find battle armor for Gohan, Krillin, and Kale. While Goku is in the healing pod, Vegeta goes and finds armor that would fit Gohan, Krillin, and Kale. However, Kale is reluctant to wear it, as it is essentially the same as the armor of the people who killed her friends and what was essentially her family. She's eventually convinced to wear it, as the armor could be useful in protecting against Frieza's attacks, and they need all the help they can get to face Frieza. Shortly afterwards, Krillin takes off to the Grand Elders since they needed the password for the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Frieza was still fighting with Nail, but he was just using one arm to fight him. The Nail was beaten into the ground. He still told Frieza he was too late, as Dende and Sala would have reached the Earthlings by now and gave them the incantation. Instead of finishing off Nail, Frieza takes off in his rage to stop the Earthlings from wishing on the Dragon Balls. Anyway, while Krillin is flying towards the Grand Elder, he meets up with Dende and Sala, and then heads back with them. By the time they return, Vegeta has fallen asleep, so Gohan, Krillin, Kale, Sala, and Dende quietly get the Dragon Balls and head far away from Vegeta. As Dende summons Purunga, Krillin notices that Frieza is on his way, so Dende tells him to hurry up and make his wishes before Frieza or Vegeta arrives. Before they state their wish, Piccolo speaks to them telepathically through King Kai, telling them to use their first wish to revive Piccolo, so that colony is revived too. He then tells him to use her second wish to bring him to Namek, since he wants to fight Frieza and avenge his people. After Dende made the first wish, Vegeta woke up and noticed the dragon, and after the second wish was made, Vegeta arrived at where Dende and the heroes were. Vegeta then demands him to wish him to be immortal, so that they could stand a chance against Frieza. When Krillin tells Dende to do it, he goes to, but the dragon disappears, and the Dragon Balls turn to stone before he could. This saddens Dende, Sola, and Kale, as they realize it means that Guru has passed away. Since Vegeta couldn't get his wish, he turned on Krillin to attack him, which is when he notices Frieza behind them. Of course, Frieza was angry that he can't get his wish, so he charges up his power to get ready to fight them. Meanwhile, while Piccolo is on the way to them, he notices a faint key and lands by it, which turns out to be Nail. The Nail convinces Piccolo to allow him to assimilate with Piccolo, which increases his power drastically, as he then took off towards the heroes. Back with the heroes, Vegeta starts to fight with Frieza, and as Frieza tries to use his scouter to read his power, it shatters. Though, after fighting for a little bit, Vegeta goads Frieza into transforming, as he reveals Zarbon told him that Frieza can transform. During the time they were sparring, since Kale was still damaged, he healed her since Frieza was distracted and couldn't stop him. After she was healed, because of her Saiyan nature, her power would increase from this. As soon as she gets a similar Zenkai to Vegeta after the fight with Ginyu, which is roughly an 8 times multiplier, her power goes from 28,000 to 200,000, or about 2,200,000 when enraged. Anyway, back with Frieza, he complies as he gets ready to transform, as he blows off his battle jacket, and as he begins to charge up his ki, he gets far larger and his horns grow as well, as he turns into his second form. As Frieza then sends a shockwave to blow them away, it's Kale who catches Dende this time instead of Krillin, since she was nearby him, and Frieza decides to attack Krillin first, as he flies at him and stabs him through the stomach with one of his horns. Frieza then throws him off his horn and into the water. Gohan goes to try and save him, but Frieza gets in his way. However, Gohan gets enraged and starts to beat Frieza down, eventually knocking him away, while Dende and Kale save Krillin from the water. Then as Frieza gets back up, he starts to charge up again, which raises his power even higher. He then easily knocks Gohan to the ground, and while he is facing away from Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince tries to blast him, though he comes out unscathed, and he then lands in front of Gohan. Gohan tries to attack him, but all his punches miss, as Frieza then starts to knock him around. And as he starts to stomp Gohan's head into the ground, he just barely notices the destructive disc coming at him, so when he jumps out of the way, part of his tail is cut off. Krillin then sends many of these energy discs at Frieza, though he manages to dodge them all. Then when Frieza approaches him, Krillin blinds the tyrant with a solar flare so that Vegeta could attack Frieza, though Vegeta was distracted with wondering how Kale and Krillin were healed, as he then spots Dende healing Gohan, so Vegeta tries to accuse Krillin of hiding this from him. Since Vegeta wasn't attacking, Krillin would have tried to get Kale to attack Frieza, but with her having seen the others get beat down by Frieza, she would be thinking she is worthless again, so she would be too scared to try and attack Frieza, which would leave only Sola to attack. Sola would try to blast Frieza for Krillin, but she isn't that strong, so this doesn't do much for the Galactic Emperor. When the effect of the solar flare wears off, Frieza would turn on Sola and easily start to pummel her. This might start to enrage Kale, but she doesn't step in, as Sola is knocked to the ground. She can no longer fight. Anyway, with Gohan now healed, his power has raised, but as he tries to confront Frieza, Piccolo arrives on the battlefield. As he goes to take on Frieza, he has Dende and the other heroes take cover. As they take cover, Dende heals Sola, which would have raised her power from 42,000 to 420,000. I wanted to give her a similar boost to Vegeta's after being beaten by the Ginyu Force, but since it was Frieza that beat her down, I made it a 10 times boost instead of 8 times. Anyway, Piccolo then starts pummeling Frieza, and even though Frieza manages to get some hits in, Piccolo is unscathed and manages to send Frieza's blast back at him. This managed to damage Frieza a little, so he decides to get serious and starts to pummel Piccolo, though he decides to get serious as well, as he then takes off his weighted clothing. Frieza then reveals he has 2 more transformations, as he starts to transform again, with spikes growing from his back, him gaining shoulder pads, and his head changing shape as he turns into his 3rd form. In this form, he would be relentlessly blasting Piccolo with his death beams, so Gohan then rushes in, and Krillin tries to follow him, but Vegeta stops him. When Gohan gets close, he knocks Frieza away and uses his Masenko against him, though Frieza eventually can knock it back, but Piccolo knocks it away too, so it doesn't hit Gohan. Then as Frieza begins to turn into his final form, Vegeta pressures Krillin to beat him to near death, so Krillin blasts him through the chest. As Gohan escapes with Piccolo, Dende refuses to heal Vegeta, and he goes over and heals Piccolo instead. The Frieza notices this, but he then finishes his transformation into his 4th form, as Gohan has Dende go over and heal Vegeta, and after he is healed, he kicks Dende out of the way, while the smoke clears to reveal a smaller and less terrifying looking Frieza. Though, Frieza then uses a death beam to take out Dende, so that they can no longer be healed. This, of course, would sadden Sola, but would further start to enrage Kale, though she is still staying on the sidelines as she was doubting her own abilities. As Frieza then appears in front of them, Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Sola all try to attack him, though it is to no avail. He eventually eventually appears behind them, and Vegeta warns them that as he goes to blast Gohan, Vegeta kicks him out of the way. Though as they realize Vegeta's power has raised, he tries to fight Frieza, but none of his attacks land. When he tries to blast Frieza, he easily sends it back at him, which just sends Vegeta into a state of despair as he felt terror for the first time, which led to him beginning to cry. However, Frieza then easily pummels the Saiyan Prince, but before he can finish him off, Goku arrives. As Frieza tries to attack him, Goku easily lands some hits on him and deflects Frieza's blasts. However, as Vegeta tries to tell Frieza that this is the person he feared, and that Goku is a Super Saiyan of legend, Frieza blasts Vegeta through the chest. Before he dies, he tells Goku about Frieza destroying Planet Vegeta out of the fear that the Super Saiyan would defeat him, so he begs Goku to kill Frieza, and he passes away. Goku then buries Vegeta as Piccolo tells the others to leave with him, so they don't get in the way, so they all take off. As Goku and Frieza start the battle, Goku is eventually kicked underwater, which is when he realizes Frieza can't sense Ki, so he tricks him with some blasts, and eventually attacks Frieza from behind. As they then go back to fighting on land, Frieza sends boulders flying at Goku, and even though he dodges them, Frieza manages to blast him into the ground. However, he then appears behind Piccolo and the others before flying back into the battlefield, as they then return to the ground to fight. Before they fight, Goku rips off his overshirt, as Frieza says he won't use his hands in their fight, so he and Goku begin to go blow for blow. But when he bites Frieza's tail, this enrages Frieza enough to resort to punching Goku away from him, and since the tyrant was getting bored, he offers Goku to join him, but, of course, he refuses. So, Frieza then powers up more and starts to knock Goku around, which leads to Goku eventually using the Kaioken. This doesn't help much, so he must push it to using the Kaioken times 10. Then when Frieza uses half of his power, Goku resorts to using the Kaioken times 20. This allows Goku to at least be even with a tyrant at half power, as he tries to use the Kamehameha. Frieza sends his own blast back, and since they were around evenly powered at this point, they cancel each other out. Which, as the smoke clears, Goku was shocked to see that Frieza wasn't affected by his assault at all. As Goku stops using the Kaioken, Frieza begins his own assault against Goku. However, when Goku gets a chance to catch his breath, he starts to gather energy from Namek and the other nearby planets for the Spirit Bomb. Frieza then starts beating down Goku again, while Piccolo has Krillin, Gohan, and Sola given some of their remaining ki. Frieza eventually notices the Spirit Bomb, as Piccolo has them stop and keep some energy for themselves. And before Frieza can finish off Goku, Piccolo charges in and knocks Frieza away, so that Goku will have time to finish the Spirit Bomb. Krillin, Gohan, and Sola also fire blasts at Frieza with the little ki they have left, though Kale is still shaking in fear on the sidelines. And as Frieza tried to charge a Death Ball, Goku finishes the Spirit Bomb and sends it at Frieza, which the Tyrant tries to push it back. It collides into the planet and causes some damage to it, and Frieza was seemingly defeated, so Krillin and Gohan climb out of the water. The next ones to climb out are Kale and Sola. They were briefly worried that Piccolo and Goku were caught in the crossfire of the blast, but shortly after, Piccolo was seen pulling Goku out of the water too. They then begin to talk and plan to go home, as they briefly celebrate defeating Frieza. But while celebrating, Piccolo mentions something about hoping the Grand Elder can rest in peace, which Kale by this time would have picked up on Nail's ki disappearing, and with Piccolo knowing stuff he shouldn't, she would question him about Nail, which is when Piccolo reveals to the rest of them what happened with Nail and how they assimilated. Nail being gone would somewhat sadden Kale, but she's at least happy he's still partially alive within Piccolo. However, while they are discussing this, Krillin goes oddly silent as he spots a wet and damaged Frieza standing up on a ledge, which he then quickly blasts Piccolo through the chest with a death beam, seemingly killing him. Goku then tries to tell the others to run, but this is when Kale's anger would finally get the best of her. Not only did the people she was closest to like Mori, the Grand Elder Guru, and Dende die, but Nail had basically just died as well. Shortly after, she found out he was still around somewhat, so it was like getting a little bit of brief hope to have it torn all away. Though, Sola would have been angered and saddened by this too, but not to the extent of anger as Kale. Regardless, since she snapped into a fit of anger, Kale would rush at Frieza, Sola following suit as well. Something to point out is that Kale's power would have finished rising from the potential unlocked from Guru earlier, as Gohan and Krillin's power continued to rise more from it as time went on. When Krillin's power finished rising from Guru unlocking his potential, it went from 13,000 to 75,000, which is about a 6 times increase. I gave her a slightly smaller multiplier than this though, so when Kale's power finished rising, with a 5 times multiplier it would go from 200,000 up to 1 million, or 11 million when enraged. Since Kale is enraged, she would be using her full power level of 11 million. So with Sola's power of 420,000 there too, they have a combined power of 11,420,000. Though, since Frieza at half power has a power level of 60 million, they wouldn't be doing much to the Tyrant. This would have caught him off guard though, as he didn't expect this fearful little weakling to have this much power hidden deep within her. So, while he is caught off guard, the mother-daughter duo would be knocking the Emperor around. Eventually, he would be able to gain his bearings though, as he then starts to easily dodge their attacks. Which, of course, he would get bored of this after a while and would start to pummel them in return. Frieza being who he is, after seeing that Kale gets stronger with anger and her friends or family being harmed fuel their anger, he would want to target Sola first. Though, to do that, It would knock Kale around the most to the point she couldn't get back up. Afterwards, the tyrant would start to knock Sala around like he was with Vegeta earlier, when it ends with him going to finish her off by stabbing her through the chest with his arm. He isn't interrupted this time, so Sala falls to the ground, with her final words to Kale being to let her anger go. That in cases like this, it is fine to fight, as it would be avenging her friends and family, along with protecting the planet and nature she loves from being destroyed, which, after Sala finishes saying this, she passes away. Since Kale is just shaking and yelling in anger currently, Frieza figures nothing is going to happen, so he walks over to her and begins to charge a blast above her, which this blast sends her down into the dark depths of the ocean on Namek. However, a green energy begins to surround Kale, as she yells even more in anger. The ocean waters start to get choppy and rough, before swirling like a whirlpool, with her standing in the center of it. As she lets out another yell of rage and rises into the sky, she charges at Frieza and punches him in the jaw. She has unlocked her raffle state, which her power level will now be 10 million, or 110 million while enraged, which she is. So this brings her above Frieza's 50% power of 60 million, so she is pummeling the tyrant into the ground. She eventually punches Frieza through an island and follows him through it, and she continues to knock him around. Even when the tyrant tries to use his speed to appear behind Kale and catch her by surprise, this doesn't last long, as she knocks him into yet another island. Meanwhile, for the heroes watching this, they would have no idea what kind of state Kale transformed into. However, Goku might realize it is similar in power to the Great Ape form, so he might theorize that she somehow harnessed the power of it in her base form. Anyway, when she tries to use a massive punch, Frieza just barely manages to grab her wrist and throw her into the ground, though she eventually gets back up and knocks Frieza into the ground, before trying to stomp him into it, but he manages to roll out of the way. Then when the tyrant tries to use a blast against her, she easily crushes it in her hand. She then grabs his ankle and throws him around into the ground, before grabbing him by the face. This is when she drags his face through an island wall, which grounds the tyrant to the point he can't move at first, though she then screams in rage again, she's getting impatient with Frieza not getting back up. However, as Frieza has a brief break, he finally taps into his full power of 120 million, which puts him above Kale, though they are still close in power. Since Frieza would have the advantage now, he starts to slam Kale around and toy with her like she was with him, though in the back of his mind, he was also worried about her being the Super Saiyan legend Vegeta spoke about. Since he also seen her power continuously grow, he doesn't waste time toying with her. After pummeling her around and throwing her into the ground, he walks over, which is when she throws a desperate punch at him. He catches her fist though, and with his other hand he charges a death beam and aims it at her. Since the other heroes don't have the power to intervene, he shoots her through the head with it, killing her like he was going to do to Goku earlier before Piccolo intervened. Frieza, with his cockiness of seemingly defeating the Super Saiyan, then decides to take out the next fighter, as he believes he just took out the strongest of them. Though, since he also believes he took out their strongest fighter just now, he drops out of his full power form to conserve energy. Regardless, the tyrant lifts Krillin into the air and uses a Death Psycho Bomb to cause Krillin to explode, thus killing him. This, of course, angers Goku to the point the ground starts shaking around him. As lightning flashes around him too, his hair goes between black and yellow, though it eventually turns to solid yellow, with him becoming a Super Saiyan for the first time. He then tells Gohan to take the barely alive Piccolo and leave while he still has control over himself. As Gohan leaves, Frieza tries to blast him, but Goku gets in the way and almost crushes his hand. He then starts knocking Frieza around, and he manages to survive the Emperor's barrage of blasts unscathed. Goku then continues his assault on Frieza, but when he tries to use the barrage of death beams, Goku dodges them all. He then takes one of the death beams head on to show Frieza he is powerless, and Frieza asks what he is. He says he is the Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Gohan returns to the ship and puts Piccolo inside, before leaving to go get Bulma. Back with Goku, he tries to use a Kamehameha, but Frieza then charges a Death Ball and throws it at the planet, which starts to ravage Namek, but it hasn't destroyed the planet instantly like Frieza planned it to. Meanwhile, Kami then talks to King Kai, telling him that he is having Mr. Popo gather the Dragon Balls. Regardless, Frieza then blasts Goku away, which destroys more of Goku's shirt, as Frieza taps into his 100% power again. In the meantime, Gohan manages to find Bulma on the crumbling island, and tells her that he'll explain everything later. Back with Kami again, he talks with King Kai to tell him that Mr. Popo has collected all the Dragon Balls. So, King Kai tells Kami to use the Dragon Balls to change the wish to restore life to those who were killed by Frieza and his men, so that they can then use the Namekian Dragon Balls to bring everyone except Frieza to Earth. Back on Namek, Frieza and Goku continue to go blow for blow with each other, though Frieza eventually charges at Goku while he charges the Kamehameha. Frieza manages to charge through his Kamehameha and hit Goku down into the water, while on Earth, Mr. Popo makes a wish to Shenron. So, the sky darkens on Namek as everyone is revived, which brought back the Grand Elder and Purunga along with him. As Frieza was getting ready to leave the planet, as he thought it was about to blow, he sees Goku rise out of the water, though his shirt is now fully destroyed. Anyway, King Kai talks to Guru telepathically and tells him the plan with the wish. So Goku butts in and convinces them to change the wish to leave just him and Frieza on Namek. So Guru speaks to Dende telepathically and tells him to go make the wish, which Frieza then notices the dragon and heads there as well, but he is too late, as Dende finished making the wish when he arrived. So, with everyone on Earth besides Goku and Frieza, they begin to go blow for blow with each other again. After a bit of fighting, Goku notices Frieza's ki is dropping fast, so he quits fighting. He then drops to his base form and flies off after warning Frieza to never show himself again. However, Frieza fires a death saucer at him, so Goku turns Super Saiyan again as he dodges it. So Frieza eventually sends 2 more after Goku, but Goku sends up dust to the point he can't see him, so Goku knocks him into the ground. This is when Frieza is then cut in half, as he ignored Goku's warning to stay down. Goku then goes to leave, but Frieza begs for help, so Goku gives in and gives him a little energy. Back on Earth, Kale is revived in there too. She ends up having a heartfelt reunion with Mori, Guru, and Sala, but they can't waste much time, as Guru's remaining lifespan is short, so he makes Mori the next Grand Elder. Back on Namek, Goku once again flies off, and Frieza still didn't take Goku's warning to leave. Instead, he fired a blast at Goku, but Goku fires a Kamehameha back, which easily overtook the Emperor's blast and overtook the Tyrant himself, seemingly killing him. So, Goku then took off, looking for a ship to leave the crumbling planet with. However, Namek then explodes with Goku seemingly being caught in the explosion. Yamcha then talks to Bulma through King Kai, informing her and everyone else that Frieza was defeated but Goku was killed. Afterwards, the Namekians and Vegeta end up staying with Bulma, and 130 days later they summon Pranga. With the first wish, they try to summon the souls of Krillin and Goku, but it only summons Krillin's soul, since Goku is still alive. They then wish for Krillin to be brought back to life. Then when they try to wish for Goku to come there, he refused to and told Pranga that he will return on his own. So, since Tien and Shotzi wanted to be revived together, Yamcha is the one revived with the third wish. 130 days have passed again, so they summon Pranga, and Shotzi is revived with the first wish. Tien is then revived with the second wish. Finally, they use the third wish to wish the Namekians to a new planet. Before that happens, however, Mori talks with Kale about whether she should go with them or stay on Earth. Mori would likely suggest that she should stay on Earth, as she has finally formed bonds with someone that isn't a Namekian. Even if it isn't a deep bond, they would see how she improved and started to believe in herself a little more after spending time with them. So, as of right now, Kale and Sala decided to settle on Earth, as it was the best option for Kale to continue to grow and develop. After all, if she ever gets homesick or anything, she would be able to go back and visit New Namek eventually. Another year has passed after the Earthlings used the Namekian Dragon Balls to revive everyone that died in the Saiyan Saga, and they transported the remaining Namekians to a new planet. Goku still hasn't come back, and in the meantime, Gohan noticed the powerful ki on its way to the Earth. Though, Krillin also noticed it, so he called Gohan about it, since they felt this ki before. Which, Kale and Sala were also at Calming House at the time, so they chose not to stay at Capsule Corporation as Vegeta was there. They didn't want anything to do with him for killing the Namekians, but regardless, they sensed his ki at the same time Krillin did. Even out in the wasteland, Piccolo had noticed his ki too. Then at Capsule Corporation, Vegeta had also noticed his ki as well, so he informed Yamcha about it. Then Tien and Shotzi had noticed it too, but they also realized there was a second ki approaching too, which it turns out to be Mecha Frieza and his father, King Cold, as they were coming to Earth for revenge. So, Gohan then takes off after he gets dressed in the Saiyan armor again. While Gohan was flying off, Krillin, Sala, and Kale approach as well, so they discuss his ki. Then with all the heroes, Bulma arrives, though Yamcha tries to get her to leave. Afterwards, Tien and Shotzi arrive, and shortly afterwards, Vegeta tells them to suppress their ki since the Frieza Force has scouters. Vegeta then points out that Piccolo has already suppressed his ki, while Gohan, Krillin, Sala, and Kale then arrive. Then as Frieza's ship lands, Vegeta tells them to keep their ki suppressed. Regardless, Yamcha starts freaking out, so Piccolo asks if they should give up. Kale is also worried and afraid to fight, since the memory of Frieza killing her would be holding her back, while Vegeta says this is not just the end of them, but also the end of the Earth, which only makes her feel worse. Mecha Frieza and King Cold then exit their ship, and Frieza then ordered his soldiers to kill the Earthlings. However, a mysterious warrior then appeared and landed in front of Frieza, Cold, and his army. I haven't thought much about what the future warrior would look like, since they likely would have sustained some type of injury in the future like how Gohan did, but it isn't future Trunks as it usually is. Instead, in front of Frieza and King Cold is a future version of Kale. Instead of Frieza not recognizing her like how he didn't recognize Trunks, he would recognize her as the girl he thought was the Super Saiyan at first on Namek. Anyway, when Frieza sends his army at her, she easily takes them out. When she then goes on to claim that Goku isn't the only Super Saiyan, she turns into a Super Saiyan. Frieza then tries to blast her, but she dodges this and then fires a blast of her own to distract them. As Frieza jumps out of the way, future Kale then slices him in half and into pieces with her sword, before blasting him away. During this time, Vegeta flies off towards the battlefield to see who this other Super Saiyan is. Anyway, King Cold and future Kale both return to the ground, as he then requests to see her sword. Afterwards, he still tries to claim Frieza was only killed because of this sword. Then when he tries to attack Kale with it, she stops it and then blasts King Cold through the chest. She then blasts and kills Cold, before then blasting his ship afterwards, destroying it. As she drops to her base form, she then yells out that she's going to greet Goku and tells him to follow her. As she lands, the heroes land behind her, and she throws a fridge out of a capsule so they can get a drink. Regardless, the conversation between them and future Kale is different than when they talk with future Trunks, as she doesn't have to hide her identity. Kale would likely think this was weird, as it is weird to meet another version of herself, though she would likely talk with her, mainly out of curiosity to learn the differences between the two of them. Sala would also find it weird to see another version of her daughter, and future Kale would likely rush at her and hug her when she sees her. As she was crying and hugging her, Sala would be confused but try to comfort her until she regains her composure. Afterwards, Vegeta would still be staring and watching future Kale, as he would be confused how someone like her became a Super Saiyan before him. Anyway, Goku then lands in his pod, and as he exits it, he is confused to see everyone waiting there for him. He is also especially confused to see that there are two versions of Kale there. When future Kale requests to talk to Goku, it doesn't have to be in private this time, since in this timeline she doesn't have to hide her identity. To start, she wants to spar with Goku, so she requests him to go Super Saiyan. After he does, she transforms as well, as Goku then blocks all her attacks with her sword, which they then drop back to their base forms, as future Kale starts to explain who she is. Though when explaining everything, she does leave out the parts about Trunks, since he was still in her timeline, and she doesn't want to risk stopping him from being born. Anyway, she gives a warning that 3 years from now, an android duo will appear on May 12th at 10 AM 9 kilometers southwest of South City. She then goes on to reveal she couldn't beat the androids and that she was the only fighter left. Goku then asks what happened to him, which is when she reveals that he died of a heart virus before the androids even attacked. After she gives him the heart virus medicine, she says she'll come back in 3 years to help them. Then as the heroes vow to begin training, future Kale's time machine rises up and disappears, as she waves goodbye first. Regardless, Goku then talks with him about the techniques he learned while he was gone, as he demonstrates the instant transmission. Then they all take off, as they begin training for the next 3 years. 3 years later, Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo start flying off towards the island future Kale told them about. While flying, they meet up with Krillin, Sala, and Kale, as they discuss the upcoming threat. And as they land, Tien and Yamcha are already there, as Bulma then greets them. She was holding a baby at the time, which since future Kale never said anything about Trunks, it's a surprise to Goku and everyone else that Vegeta is the baby's father. Then while they are waiting, Yajirobe arrives and gives them the sensu beans before leaving. Though as he was leaving, his ship is shot down, as they then see two figures fly down into the city, which they realize that they were the androids that future Kale prophesied to them. Everyone then splits up and flies into the city, as they search around for the androids. Though, Gohan goes and rescues Yajirobe from the water instead of searching for the androids too. After Android 19 attacks a random civilian and Android 20 kills someone in a car, an onlooker screams, so Yamcha takes off towards them. 19 and 20 then land down behind them, which is when he asks if they saw the androids. He realizes they are the androids, so 20 grabs him by the mouth so he can't yell, and then stabs him through the chest with his arm. The other heroes then notice his ki is dropping fast, so they all fly to his location. As they land, 20 throws him to the side, so Krillin takes him to get a sensu bean. Regardless, Piccolo then mentions that they know they are androids, which surprises them. Then when Goku then mentions wanting to go to a deserted area, 20 then destroys the city. Goku then punches him out of rage and tells him to follow him, as he then flies off to a different area to fight. Meanwhile, Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha head off towards him too, leaving Yajirobe with Bulma, since he can't fly. Anyway, after the heroes and the androids land, Goku has them explain how they knew about them. Before they start explaining, Tien notices that Goku is already out of breath just from flying there. Anyway, Android 20 then explains on how Dr. Gero spied on them, which, this is when Piccolo realizes that 20 talks like he is Dr. Gero. Regardless, they reveal that they missed one thing in their research, which is when Goku shows off the Super Saiyan form. So, he then flies to 19 and begins fighting with the Mechanical Menace, which, at first, Goku seemed to have the advantage, as he was pummeling 19. Yamcha then arrives at this time, as he tells the other heroes that the androids can absorb energy through their hands. However, Goku then fires the Kamehameha at 19, which is when the android absorbs it. By this point, Goku is looking even more wore out, as 19 then charges at him, since his power has increased. This time, he starts to beat Goku down instead, with Goku eventually starting to clutch his chest. So, Gohan realizes that he is starting to experience the effects of the heart virus, which is making him weak. Krillin then tosses a sensu bean to Goku, but it didn't help him at all. Gohan then goes on to reveal that Goku never took the medicine since he never got sick. Anyway, 19 kept beating down Goku, to the point that he falls back to his base form. He then pins him to the ground and starts to absorb his energy. So, the heroes then try to fly in, but 20 gets in the way. When Piccolo tries to fight him, 20 shoots him through the chest with his eye beams, causing him to fall to the ground. And as 19 keeps absorbing Goku's energy, Vegeta flies in and kicks the android away, as he says that he'll be the one to defeat Kakarot. Piccolo gets up at this time, as he had a plan to attack while the androids were distracted, but Vegeta's entrance ruined that. Vegeta then kicks Goku over to Piccolo, as Yamcha then takes him home to get the heart medicine. 20 then stops 19 from shooting him down, as he wants to save the best for last. So 19 then prepares to take on Vegeta, which is when the Saiyan Prince goes Super Saiyan. This shocks the heroes, but regardless, Vegeta's fight with 19 goes the same as usual. He beats the android down into a crater, and when Vegeta approaches, 19 grabs him to try and drain his energy. But Vegeta still pushes his feet against his face, tearing off 19's hands in the process. Afterwards, 19 tries to flee, so Vegeta blasts and destroys him with a Big Bang attack. Vegeta then drops to his base form and tells 20 this would be his chance to defeat him. Instead of attacking, 20 decides to flee instead, so Vegeta gets a sensu bean from Krillin, turns into a Super Saiyan again, and chases after 20. The rest of the heroes then chase him too, as 20 hides himself in the mountains. Eventually he ends up grabbing Piccolo, so he speaks telepathically to Gohan, who then rushes in and knocks 20 away. The rest of the heroes then arrive, and Krillin gives Piccolo a sensu bean, so he then removes his weighted clothing. He then starts beating 20 down, which is a shock to the android, and Piccolo then slices off one of his hands. Meanwhile, Future Kale also arrives, and as she heads towards the battlefield, she sees Android 19's head, which is when she is confused about what androids they are fighting. Also, during this time, Bulma and Yajirobe start to head towards the battlefield too. Future Kale then takes off and arrives at the battlefield, which is when she tells the heroes this isn't the android she knew about. This is when Bulma's ship comes by, so 20 shoots it down as a distraction to escape. Future Kale then saves Bulma and Trunks before taking off after Vegeta. She confronts him about why he didn't save his wife and son, but he just says he has no use for them before leaving. Future Kale, much like the Kale we know, didn't like Vegeta, so this further goes to justify her dislike for him. Also, Bulma then asks Krillin if that was the android, which is when she says that 20 seems to be Dr. Gero. The heroes then regroup as Bulma explains who Dr. Gero is, while Future Kale explains what the android she knows looks like. Vegeta then asks where Dr. Gero's lab is, and after Bulma tells him, he flies off towards it. As the heroes follow Vegeta, Gohan takes Bulma, Trunks, and Yajirobe towards his house to update Goku on what is happening. They feature Kale, Piccolo, Tien, Sala, and Krillin arrive, as they split up and take one sensu bean each. Vegeta then arrives as well, while Gero approaches his lab. Krillin spots him as he enters his lab, so he raises his ki to alert the others. Once inside, he awakens 17, who immediately notices the remote that will shut them down. He acts loyal though, so Gero awakens 18 too, so she acts loyal as well. However, the heroes then land outside of the lab, so 17 takes the remote when Gero is distracted and crushes it. Anyway, as the heroes are now outside, Piccolo gets ready to blast the door open, while Krillin realizes that Gero activated the androids. Since Piccolo was hesitating, Vegeta gets impatient and blasts open the lab himself, as he ignores Future Kale's protest to wait for Goku to get better before fighting them. As Gero orders them to attack the heroes, they ignore him, as 18 goes over to 16's pod. Gero still tries to stop them, so 17 stabs him through the chest, decapitates him, and crushes his head. Future Kale then goes Super Saiyan and blasts the lab, destroying it, while the androids grab 16's pod and leave, while the heroes get out of the way as well. Since the androids got out unscathed, 18 puts 16's pod down and opens it, awakening him. After only getting a word out of 16 when they mention killing Goku, they take off together. Vegeta then goes Super Saiyan and tries to follow them, but Future Kale tries to stop him, so he then punches her and flies off. When the androids land on the mountain road, 17 decides they should get a vehicle, but Vegeta lands shortly afterwards. 18 then begins to face off with him, but their fight goes the same way, though the other heroes eventually arrive. Vegeta then continues fighting 18, with them both seemingly getting damaged, as she removes her jacket. Though, since 18 can't get worn down, she eventually breaks his arm. Unlike Future Trunks, Future Kale wouldn't get angry and rush in at first, though the other heroes would try to rush in, which is when she would turn Super Saiyan and follow suit. The only ones not to rush in is the present version of Kale and Krillin, as they stay on the sidelines. Kale stays on the sidelines out of fear, as she is seeing Vegeta and the others getting beaten, but she can't go Super Saiyan yet, so she believes she has no chance against them. Krillin stays on the sidelines too, as he fearfully watches the heroes being beaten. Regardless, 17 starts to fight with the other heroes, taking them all out in one hit. As he beats down Future Kale, she drops to her base form, and as 18 beats down Vegeta, he returns to his base form as well. Something interesting that might have happened on the side is Kale observing the nature, such as the nearby birds, to calm herself down, as she enjoys nature, which 16 would be observing them as well. So even if they were enemies, they might briefly discuss the nature together, as they both enjoy it. Though I'm not sure if that would happen, as neither seem like the one to start conversations, but they would both likely notice each other observing nature. Regardless, the androids would plan to find the nearest town, but Krillin flies in saying to hold on. He was mainly asking what they want, which is when they say it was to kill Goku. Before they leave, 18 still kisses his cheek and says to give sensu beans to the heroes before they die. Something to mention is that Krillin likely isn't as interested in 18 at this point, since he would probably have an interest in Kale in this timeline. It doesn't mean his interest in Android 18 isn't there, it's just less than it normally is. Anyway, for my interpretation of Kale's relationship with Caulifla in Dragon Ball Super, I don't see her feelings regarding Krillin being romantic. Her feelings towards Krillin are platonic instead. To me, Kale seems to be interested in women instead, since Caulifla said, "Kale, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not so cheap that I'd fall for someone like this," about Kaba, and to me that line seemed to have romantic connotations. Anyway, since Kale seemed to be interested in a stronger personality type like what Caulifla's personality is, she might show a bit of an interest in 18, even if 18 is an enemy. So, you might see Krillin being interested in Kale, Kale being interested in 18, and 18 being somewhat intrigued by Krillin. Anyway, that's besides the point, as after the androids leave, Krillin and Kale give senzu beans to the heroes. Vegeta, in his anger, then takes off, though Piccolo stops Krillin from following him. Afterwards, Krillin says something about being Piccolo's friend and he can share what's on his mind, though Piccolo pretends to still want revenge, so he takes off. But Krillin realizes he's heading towards Kami's lookout to fuse with Kami. Regardless, the remaining heroes then take off too. While at Goku's house, Chi-Chi and Yamcha finally find and give him the heart medicine. Then back with Piccolo, he arrives at Kami's lookout. Though their meeting goes the same way, Kami still agrees to fuse with him, but he says they will fuse only after he gets to wait and watch to see if they really are harmful to the Earth. Meanwhile, the androids go and steal the Lucky Foods van before driving off in it. Then as for the heroes, Tien splits off while future Kale, Krillin, and Sala go to Goku's house. They then help move Goku to the Capsule Corporation plane to take him to Kame House. On the way there, they get a call from Bulma, which she says they found future Kale's time machine and it was wrecked. Though she says she has it there with her in the capsule, so when Bulma faxes over a picture of it, future Kale is shocked to see that it is her time machine in the picture. As a brief break from the main timeline, I figured now would be a good time to look at the timeline future Kale comes from. It starts in a similar way to the timeline we have seen so far, with Goku not returning to Earth right away after the defeat of Frieza. As Gohan was in his bedroom studying, he notices a high key signature on his way towards the Earth. He then gets a phone call from Krillin, as he tells Gohan that he, Kale, and Sala all notice this key too, and asks if he realized who it was. Even up on King Kai's planet, he noticed this key as well, which when he realized who it belonged to, he was left in a state of disbelief. Then out in the wastelands, Piccolo was in a similar state of shock as he sensed this key as well. At Capsule Corporation, Vegeta noticed this key too and told Yamcha it was Frieza, which Oolong, Puar, and Bulma overheard him say this as well, so Yamcha asked if he was sure that it was Frieza. In the wastelands again, Tien and Shatsu have noticed it as well, but he also picked up on a second key signature with Frieza, which, of course, this is Mecha Frieza in King Cold. The Cold still suggests just blowing up Earth from space and being done with it, but Frieza refuses. Back with Gohan, he changes into his Saiyan armor and flies off, as he then meets up with Krillin, Sala, and Kale. After Vegeta and Yamcha arrived, Bulma's shown up since she wanted to see what her doom looks like. Tien and Shatsu then arrived, but Vegeta then tells them all to suppress their ki. He then points out that Piccolo has already done so, which is when the others realize Piccolo was there. Gohan, Krillin, Sala, and Kale then arrive, but this is when King Cold and Frieza then land on the Earth, which Vegeta tells them to keep their ki lowered so they can walk over and not get noticed on the Scouters. Then as Yamcha tries to say it's hopeless, Piccolo asks if they should just lay down and die then, since it isn't any more hopeless if they fight. Vegeta then says it's not just hopeless for them, but it's also the end of the Earth. As Frieza and Cold exit their ship, Frieza tells his army to go and kill all the Earthlings they can. Out of nowhere, Goku then appears in front of Cold, Mecha Frieza, and his army, as he swiftly takes out Frieza's soldiers. The heroes all notice Goku's arrival right away, but regardless, when he goes Super Saiyan, this angers Frieza. Then when Frieza tries to attack him, he would just send a death ball at Goku to try and end him quickly. He would fire a Kamehameha back, which this would easily overpower the Mechanical Tyrant's death ball. With a combined blast of his death ball and Goku's Kamehameha, he would be disintegrated. At this point, Vegeta would fly in towards the battlefield, so the other heroes follow him. Regardless, King Cold and Goku will land on the ground, as he then tries to offer Goku to take his place as his right-hand man. Of course, Goku would refuse this, so Cold will then go on to ask Goku about that technique he used, which, he tells Goku that without it, he would have never been able to defeat Frieza. So, he agrees not to use it in their fight, so when Cold tries to attack him, he easily stops all his attacks. He would then blast him through the chest with a regular ki blast. As Cold falls to the ground, Goku would blast him with the same blast again, killing him, before destroying Cold's ship shortly afterwards. He then drops to his base form. As the other heroes arrive, Goku then goes on to explain where he's been and how he got there so fast, as he then demonstrates the instant transmission to them. They then all catch up for a while and return home, as they don't have a reason to make plans to train intensely, since there is no known upcoming threat. However, Goku might try and train with Kale a little, since he thought he might be able to help her control her anger with some of the things he learned on Yardrat. Also, with Kale and Sala, they'd likely get their own house in this timeline, with the help of Bulma. Since Vegeta is at Capsule Corporation, they don't want to stay there, but they might stop by to see Bulma sometimes. It's also likely that they would go to Goku's house often to see Goku and Gohan. They would probably go to Kame's house often too so that they could see Krillin as well. Which, even though Kale still wasn't much of a fighter at this point, they might have some sparring sessions together. Even if they don't train together often, Kale will still develop closer friendships with them. Krillin might grow romantic feelings for her, but Caulifla still had that quote in reference to Cabba where she said, "Kale, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not so cheap that I'd fall for someone like this." So that quote seems to imply to me that Kale's romantically attracted to females instead of males, so Krillin doesn't have a chance with her. He wouldn't know this though until he tried to confess his feelings to her, which would end up with her rejecting him. After that happens, their friendship would likely become awkward and strained, as Krillin would probably be pained to see her afterwards. So she might spend more time hanging out with Goku and Gohan or Bulma after that happens. Also, something that mentions that since she still has her interest in nature, she might start a garden again and get some enclosures built with the help of Bulma so she can study the wildlife on Earth. Then with her spending more time at Goku's, there might be more training sessions with the two. However, these training sessions eventually stop, as one day Goku started to fall ill with a mysterious disease, which they couldn't do much to be able to help Goku, since everything they tried didn't work. One day, all the heroes were gathered outside of Goku's house, where Bulma was holding a crying Trunks. Oolong and Puar then noticed Gohan arriving, as he quickly enters the house. Once inside, he is told by Chi-Chi that his father, Goku, has passed away. Which, since it was by natural causes this time, he can't be wished back. This is when Krillin then informs the other heroes that Goku has passed, which shocks everyone and briefly puts Vegeta into a state of disbelief. After this happened, Kale and Solo would likely still go to Goku's house to try and spend time with Gohan, though he would be in a state of mourning for a while. Around 6 months later, on May 12th, age 767, a mysterious duo began their attack on an island 9 kilometers southwest of South City at about 10 AM. The heroes quickly arrived to try and take them on, with Piccolo being the first one to try and fight them, though he's quickly killed by Android 18, making him the first of the heroes to die. Up on Kami's lookout, since Piccolo has died, Kami disappears as well, which would cause the Dragon Balls to turn to stone. Also, during this time, Gohan and Bulma were on their way towards the battlefield in a Capsule Corporation ship. They noticed that Shenron was summoned, which is when the Pilaf gang wished to have their youth restored, so the Pilaf gang returns to being infants. Then Bulma and Gohan notice Shenron groaning in pain and disappearing, which they realize right away that Piccolo, and by extension Kami, has died. As they start crying, they then decide to make their escape, so they leave. Back with the heroes and the androids, even though he was a Super Saiyan, Vegeta is killed by Android 17. After that, Yamcha tries to fight them, but he is taken out by 17 as well. Following Yamcha's death, Tien Shinhan is attacked by 18, though he is swiftly killed too. Normally, Krillin would be the next one to fight and be killed, but Kale's anger was quickly rising, as all her friends were dying. This anger eventually takes hold of her, and she snaps into her wrathful form, as she then charges at both androids. This briefly catches them off guard, so she would be beating them down at first. However, this doesn't last long, as they would eventually regain their composure and start to beat Kale down together. Krillin would step in the way and get in between Kale and the androids. Even though she didn't have feelings for him in return, he still cared for her and wanted to protect her. So, the ruthless duo then kills Krillin as they both fire a finger beam at him, shooting him in the head with it. After he is killed, Kale's anger would start to rise even more, but she still can't do much against the androids. Finally, before they could finish Kale off, Sala would get in the way of them killing her. Of course, the androids would just remorselessly kill her instead. This would push Kale's anger over the edge once more, as she starts to scream in rage. A green beam then surrounds her and shoots into the sky, as the ground starts to get ripped up at her feet, forming a crater beneath her. As she rises from the crater, her hair is now spiky and blonde, though she is still encased in a spear of green energy. Though, the spear eventually dissipates as she fires a barrage of ki blasts at the androids, revealing she has become a Super Saiyan for the first time. Once she is in this form, she would start beating the androids down again. However, even with this form, she doesn't stand much of a chance against the mechanical menaces. So, they would eventually knock her out, which causes her to fall back into her base form. They were going to finish her off, but since her continually growing a power piqued their interest, the android duo decided to keep her around as a plaything. They then set their sights on Shatsu, since he was the only hero left, but he is easily killed by the androids. They then leave the dead heroes and the unconscious Kale there as they leave. Eventually Gohan would pick up on Kale's faint ki, so he and Bulma would return in their ship to rescue Kale. Also, it's unknown when future Gohan first went Super Saiyan, but I think it's likely it happened when he arrived at the battlefield. All his friends would be lying there, dead, and his father figure, Piccolo, would be dead as well. He would feel a horrible pain from that, which would slowly turn into a feeling of rage. As the ground starts to crumble at his feet, Bulma would be confused about what was happening at first, though when his hair starts flashing between black and yellow, he would realize what is happening. As he lets out a yell in anger, his rage overtakes him, and he becomes a Super Saiyan for the first time. Bulma would rush over to him and try to calm him down, explaining that he needs to snap out of this. If they waste any more time, Kale will likely die, and the androids might come back if they notice Gohan's spike in power. Regardless, since he was so young, he couldn't really handle the strain of the form, so he fell unconscious as he reverted to his base form. So, Bulma had to take the unconscious Gohan back into her ship. She then helped the barely alive Kale into her ship as well, which she then flew back to Capsule Corporation, and with the help of Dr. Briefs, she brought Gohan and Kale inside. Bulma would have helped Kale through the recovery process while also developing bunkers for people to hide in just in case the androids attacked there. This beating Kale received and the death of most of the heroes would be a big wake-up call to her. While she was recovering in the hospital, she would have plenty of time to reflect on her actions, which she would quickly realize that her peaceful nature of sitting on the sidelines would no longer be viable. This does seem like a drastic change in her personality, but she also just went through a drastic situation where all her family and most of her friends died in the span of a day. If she wants to protect the remaining people she cares about, she'll have to toughen up to survive in this harsh world. In this time of recovery, she would also be racked with guilt about Krillin's death, since she rejected him and essentially ignored him afterwards, but he still had some of his feelings for her and tried to protect her until the bitter end. Over the years, she would work to achieve Super Saiyan again and get a better control of her anger. She would also start training Gohan, and eventually Trunks once he reached an age that he could fight. Kale would also help Bulma in her lab when she needed it, so she's intelligent as well. 13 years later, Kale was able to eventually access Super Saiyan at will, while Gohan learned to access it at will too. Trunks, on the other hand, was on the verge of achieving this form, but he had not managed to yet. One day, the androids started to attack Super World, so Kale, Gohan, and Trunks arrive there to take them on. 18, Trunks, and Kale stay on the sidelines at first, while Gohan begins to take on 17. He receives some hits from the android, but when he turns Super Saiyan, he gains control of the fight. 18 would then join the fight, which the two androids would be overpowering Gohan. So, Kale would then turn Super Saiyan and jump into the fight, and she starts to fight 17 with Gohan, while Trunks jumps in and starts to fight 18. He is no match for her, but he fights her for a minute, though he is then defeated easily. Gohan and Kale then save him from dying, but they must hide in the debris of the amusement park. Since the androids couldn't find them, they start to bomb the park to try and draw them out of hiding. They manage to survive these blasts, but Gohan's left arm is still blown off. Kale will likely have received some type of injury as well, though I'm not sure what this injury could have been. Since they only have one sensory beam with them, they give it to Trunks. The Gohan and Kale then fall unconscious. Trunks then takes them to Capsule Corporation, which is where they take some time off to recover. Of course, future Bulma helps them through the recovery process, though after the two fully recover, they go back to training Trunks. One day, Gohan was training Trunks alone, since Kale was out looking for supplies for them. However, their training session is cut short when they notice that the androids were starting to attack Pepper Town. Trunks pleads to fight with Gohan, but he knocks him unconscious so he can't join the fight. He then heads off towards Pepper Town, where he turns Super Saiyan and ambushes Android 17. Despite him having the handicap of only having one arm, he puts up a good fight, though, as it starts to rain, the androids gang up on him and knock him to the ground. As they use their excelled dance technique, they kill the fallen warrior. As his energy vanishes, Trunks awakens, so he heads to the city to search for Gohan. Once there, he finds Gohan's dead body, so it appears that their training has failed. However, the rage within him is unleashed at this moment, as he finally becomes a Super Saiyan, though, unfortunately, his mentor is no longer there to congratulate him on becoming a Super Saiyan. When he eventually calms down somewhat and returns to Capsule Corporation, he would fill Bulma and Kale in on what happened. His relationship with Kale would become tense after this, since he would somewhat blame her for Gohan's death. Kale blamed herself for his death too though, so she thinks if she was there with Gohan, he would have stood a better chance. She would essentially fall into a state of shock and inaction after this, so if Trunks ever went to fight the androids, she couldn't bring herself to go along. She finally thought she was over the state of inaction after the other heroes died, but Gohan's death just plunged her into it again. This would only further Trunks' contempt for her, but Bulma would still talk with Kale, trying to convince her that it wasn't her fault. Things would roughly go the same way for the next 3 years, that once Bulma starts working on the time machine, Kale would be helping her. Even if she couldn't bring herself to fight, she was able to use her intelligence to help Bulma. Then when Trunks walks in and says he doesn't need a time machine to beat the androids, since he is a Super Saiyan, Bulma reminds him that Gohan was too, but that still wasn't enough. This would start an argument between Trunks, Kale, and Bulma, as he still blamed Kale for Gohan's death. He would try to say that Gohan would have won if only Kale was there, but regardless, when the news bulletin about the androids attacking Bridgetown comes over the radio, he doesn't stick around to hear Bulma's pleas for him to stay. Even Kale would try to stop him, but he wouldn't listen since he was angry at this time, so he just takes off towards Bridgetown right away. Trunks then finds the mechanical menaces in the now destroyed city, so he starts to fight with them, as he turns Super Saiyan. However, since he's consumed by rage at this point, he is fighting sloppily. He would have been completely outclassed regardless, but with his anger controlling him, he can't even land a hit on the androids. They were hoping for more of a challenge, as after that one-armed fighter died, they have been bored. The girl hasn't been showing up to fight anymore, and only this weak brat shown up, but he couldn't provide any fun for them since he wasn't a challenge. So, they would quickly get bored of this fight, as they started to pummel Trunks. 17 would take over and pummeling him, as he beats him down to the point that Trunks can no longer stay in his Super Saiyan form once he falls to his base form. This fight would be hopeless, as he couldn't provide a challenge for the mechanical menaces now. So, as 17 pummels him into the ground, 18 begins to charge a pink blast above them, which 17 gets out of the way when she goes to fire it. Since Trunks was too beaten down to move, he takes 18's Infinity Bullet head on, which this barrage of pink blast easily kills the weakened young Saiyan, as he had no chance of surviving it. Back at Capsule Corporation, Kale would have noticed Trunks' key disappearing right away. As she was fearing the worst, she would leave without even saying a word to Bulma, as she turns into a Super Saiyan in case the androids were there. When she arrives, the town is completely ruined, but the main shock to Kale is when she finds Trunks. He would be lying in a crater, lifeless, and she would realize this was all her fault. If only she tried to help Gohan back then, they never would have developed a tense relationship. Or if she tried harder to stop Trunks from leaving, or if she went with him, he wouldn't have died against the androids. As she starts to cry and her anger starts to build, she starts to yell in rage. The ground would start shaking and crumbling around her, with stones floating into the sky around her. Lightning starts striking nearby, as a green spear surrounds her. As she starts yelling louder, she becomes taller and bulkier, her hair takes on a green tint, and her eyes become solid white. In this berserker form, she wouldn't be able to control herself. She would be flying around in a rampage, searching for the androids. She would never find them, as they left the city and are far gone by now. So, eventually, the strain of this form would catch up to her, as she couldn't maintain it for long. Her body eventually gives out, as she falls unconscious, as she reverts to her base form. She would eventually wake back up and return to Capsule Corporation, where she fills Bulma in on what happened to Trunks. While this does sadden Bulma immensely, she likely wouldn't blame Kale like Trunks did, since she was more understanding than he was. The next day, since the androids seemingly no longer had an adversary, they quickly got bored and started to attack another town, which this time it is Ginger Town. Since Kale wanted to avenge both Trunks and Gohan, and she wanted to get over her state of inaction, she left for Ginger Town immediately. When she arrived and started to fight the androids, she would quickly turn Super Saiyan. She would put up a better fight than Trunks, but she still didn't stand a chance against the two, so she would try to tap into that unknown power she had unlocked the previous day, but she wasn't able to. She had no idea what it was or how to achieve it again, but since she couldn't go back into it, the androids would start beating her down. 18 would eventually knock her into the ground and use a powerful blast against her, with the androids leaving shortly afterwards. Kale would have miraculously survived this blast, but she was in bad shape, as she falls unconscious again. When she awakens, she's back in Capsule Corporation with Bulma nearby. They discuss if they'll still go through with the time machine plan, and Kale agrees to be the one to use it. Bulma and Kale eventually finish making the time machine, though in between Kale working on it, she would still try to train and achieve that mysterious form again, but she wasn't able to. Anyway, Kale then takes the heart virus medicine and returns to the past, as Bulma wishes her good luck. Which, this is where we would see Kale's fight with Mecha Frieza and King Cold, and then her sparring match with Goku, as she gives them the medicine and warns the heroes about the androids, before promising to return to help them. She would then return shortly afterwards, as she fills Bulma in on everything that had happened in the past. Over the next year, they would work on gathering fuel for the time machine again, so that Kale could go back and keep her promise about helping the heroes when the androids arrive. So, once they got enough fuel, they start to prepare the time machine for her journey into the past again. Once in the time machine, she waves goodbye to Bulma, who again wishes her good luck, as she goes back to the past once more. After future Kale receives the picture of the time machine, they ask Bulma where exactly it was located. After being told it is in West District 1050, future Kale and Gohan head there, while Bulma goes there as well. When they all reach the time machine, they still look inside to find an egg of an unknown creature. Then after looking at the time machine, future Kale realizes it arrived there 4 years ago, which was a year before she did. Up on the lookout, Kami was peering down on the Earth as he then tells Piccolo that they soon will face a being far stronger than the androids. Back with future Kale and the others, they put both time machines into capsules, while Bulma gathers the eggshells. Before they leave, Gohan spots something and goes over to investigate, which is when they see the molten shell of a giant insect. This is when they speculate it was whatever was in that egg in the time machine, then they all take off afterwards. Then with the androids, 18 was trying on new clothes, and after taking an outfit, the cops chase after them, but she easily knocks their car away. Back with Kami, he notices something down on Earth and goes silent, much to Piccolo's confusion. Then with Bulma, she hears the breaking news over the radio about all contact with Ginger Town being lost, and that all its inhabitants suddenly vanished. Which is when she realizes that Ginger Town is nearby the time machine they found. Bulma then calls Krillin and Kame House and tells them to check the TV, which is when they see the report about Ginger Town, though the TV report shows the inhabitants' clothes scattered around, like they melted away, but since they had a rifle out, they think they were fighting something. Gohan and future Kale then arrive, which is when Krillin has them watch this news story as well. Back on the TV, they hear the investigative team and police shooting at something, but it then goes silent. Then the reporter is attacked by something and screams for help, but it goes completely silent shortly afterwards. Then up on the lookout, Kami finally decides to merge with Piccolo, and after they agree that Piccolo will be the one to be the dominant mind, Kami says his goodbyes to Mr. Popo, as he then merges with Piccolo. Piccolo then goes down to the Earth, while back at Kami House, future Kale prepares to go investigate things in Ginger Town. Gohan wanted to go, but Chi-Chi stopped him, so the present version of Kale goes along with her future self. Then at Ginger Town, Piccolo arrives, while the mysterious creature comes up behind him, which he realizes right away. This freak of nature was currently holding the richest man in Ginger Town. When Piccolo tells him to let this man go, he complies, but he then uses his tail to absorb the man, thus killing him. The creature then tells Piccolo he's next, which shocks him, as he asks the creature how he knew his name. It then powers up, which is when the heroes know they feel the key of Frieza, King Cold, Goku, Vegeta, Kale, and Piccolo all from the same key signature, so future Kale decides to head off and investigate. Out in the wasteland, Vegeta notices this as well, which shocks him. Even Tien and Shatsu notice it, though it is confusing to them as well, when this creature refuses to say who he is, as he says he can kill Piccolo easily. Piccolo goes on to tell him he has the wrong man, which confuses the creature. As Piccolo starts to power up, both versions of Kale and Krillin were on their way there, which is when Krillin realizes Piccolo merged with Kami, but they notice right away when Piccolo begins his battle with the creature, as they can see the explosions from far away. Even the androids noticed, so 17 pulled the car over, and even though 16 didn't know who was fighting, he mentioned one of the Powers rivals, 17 and 18. Back with Piccolo and the mysterious creature, the fight goes the same, with it eventually revealing he sent himself in the time machine. It then uses the Kamehameha, and as Piccolo jumps out of the way, it grabs him from behind and starts draining his arm. Though he breaks out of this and, while saying he is lost, he asks the creature to explain what they are. The creature then goes on to explain that his name is Cell, and he was made by Dr. Gero after he collected cells from Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Cold, Frieza, and more. He also mentions the robots that collected the cells, which is when Piccolo blasts a nearby one. The Cell goes on to explain it is too late to stop it from being created. Regardless, he then explains how he needs Androids 17 and 18 to become perfect, so Piccolo then rips off his drained arm and regenerates it, as him giving up was just a trick for Cell to explain who he is. Though Cell then realizes Piccolo merged with Kami, but before he can do anything else, the Kales and Krillin arrive. Then after Cell finds out from Krillin that Goku is alive, he uses the solar flare and makes his escape. While Cell is fleeing, he sees Vegeta on the way to the battlefield, which shocks him to see that the Saiyan Prince is alive and stronger than he expected. Anyway, Vegeta then lands, and after Tien arrives, Piccolo fills it in on everything about who Cell is. Vegeta then swears to transcend Super Saiyan and takes off, as they wonder if he really can do what he said. Kale, future Kale, and Krillin then take off to destroy the Cell of their timeline, while Tien and Piccolo stay behind. They then go back to where Gero's lab once stood and find the basement containing Cell, and after they find the blueprints for 17, they blow up the lab. Then while Tien and Piccolo try to chase Cell, he keeps hiding his key and fleeing before they can find him. Back with Krillin, Kale, and future Kale, they go to Capsule Corporation and give the blueprints to Bulma and Dr. Brief. They then start working as fast as they can on finding the weakness of the androids. Back at Kami House, Chi-Chi and Master Roshi find that Goku is waking up. They try to talk him out of going to fight right away, but he reveals he isn't. He says he plans to try and transcend Super Saiyan instead. He then convinces Chi-Chi to let him take Gohan with him to train, so he teleports to Bulma's airplane and explains his plan to use the Room of Spirit and Time. He then gets Gohan, Kale, and future Kale, before going to get Vegeta too, which he manages to convince Vegeta after he promises that Vegeta can go in first. But so Vegeta doesn't go in alone, and since neither of the Kales like Vegeta, Goku would go into the chamber with Vegeta. Goku normally only goes into the chamber for one day, but since no one is willing to go in with Vegeta, he decided he'd go in for a day with him and then for a day with Gohan, since he never planned to use his second day in the chamber. As for Kale and future Kale, they would head towards Kami House, since Goku and Gohan are going to be the ones to go in next, so they'll just wait to go into the chamber after them. Then back with the androids, after 18 got a new outfit again, they went to Goku's house to find him, but no one was there. They then went to Kame House looking for Goku, but when Piccolo stands up to them and 17 threatens to make him talk, Piccolo has them go to the nearby island. He then takes off his weighted clothing and powers up, as he starts to knock 17 around. Their fight essentially goes the same, with Piccolo seemingly having the upper hand, while 17 says they should go elsewhere since that island is being destroyed. Cell notices them fighting, but regardless, at the new location, 17 gets serious and starts beating Piccolo around at first. When he gets serious too, they seem to be even in terms of strength, so they both trade blows with each other. Then at Kame House, Krillin gets a call from Bulma about her making the self-destruct remote for the androids. Regardless, Cell then arrives at the battlefield, so Piccolo and 17 stop fighting. As Cell then powers up, Krillin and the two Kales fly to meet Bulma halfway, since they'd be too late if they just wait for her. Tien then goes to help Piccolo, but Master Roshi tried to stop him from leaving. As Piccolo tries to get 17 to flee, he refuses, as he tries to fight Cell, but he's getting beaten down. Piccolo then would step in, but his attacks leave the bug monster unscathed. Cell then breaks Piccolo's neck, blasts him through the chest, and throws him into the water. Then as Cell approaches 17 16 decides to step in and fight, even though it isn't against Goku. Before Cell manages to absorb 17, 16 punches him away as he and Cell then start to trade blows. Their fight goes the same, with him failing to absorb 16 as he then rips off Cell's tail. However, since he has Piccolo's cells, he manages to regrow his tail. 16 then blasts Cell into the ground with his Hell's Flash. As he tells 17 and 18 to flee, they refuse to since they think Cell is dead, but 16 tells them he isn't. This is when Cell comes behind 17 and absorbs him, thus transforming into a semi-perfect form. 16 then tries to get 18 to run away with him, but Cell easily knocks him down. When 16 tries attacking him, his punches do nothing, so he blasts him away and turns his focus to 18. Cell then tries to use 17's voice to trick 18, but it doesn't work. Tien then comes in and starts using his Neo Tri-Beam continuously, which pushes Cell down into the ground. However, he eventually runs out of energy and falls to the ground, as Cell rises out of the crater. Before he can kill Tien, this is when Goku and Vegeta would be exiting the time chamber. So, Goku hurries up and teleports in front of Cell, saying that in one day he will be able to beat him. He then grabs Tien and Piccolo and teleports away, much to Cell's confusion. Meanwhile, Krillin and the Kales meet up with Bulma and get the remote, as she then heads up to the lookout to give the armor she made to Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta, though she also gives the Saiyan armor she made to the two Kales as well before she leaves. Anyway, back at the lookout, for how Vegeta and Goku's training went, it wouldn't have been much different than Vegeta and Trunks'. Goku and Vegeta aren't close at this time, so he mainly refused to work with Goku when in the time chamber, so while they would have gotten some gains in the time chamber, Vegeta's power is roughly the same as what it was in the actual timeline. Regardless, Bulma then arrives and gives the armor to Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta, as he then takes off to take on Cell. Meanwhile, Cell begins destroying island after island to draw 18 out, but before he can destroy the island she is on, Vegeta arrives as a Super Saiyan. So, the two then land on the ground, as Vegeta then starts to power up, with 18 staying hidden as she watches Vegeta and Cell. Eventually, he turns into his ascended Super Saiyan form, as they start fighting. Vegeta would be beating Cell down, as he then tells Cell not to hold back, so he begins to power up. Even with Cell not holding back, Vegeta was still beating him easily. Meanwhile, Krillin, Kale, and future Kale arrive, as they realize the androids are nearby and neither Cell or Vegeta has noticed, so they land to try to deactivate the androids. Cell eventually throws his tantrum and says he could have won if he achieved perfection, which intrigues Vegeta. Meanwhile, Krillin gets close enough to the androids to use the remote, which, since he was interested in Kale in this timeline more than 18, he was actually going to use the remote. However, Kale was more interested in 18 too, so, like Krillin in the original timeline, she would be reluctant to deactivate them. Kale will then steal the remote from Krillin and crush it, which shocks both him and her future counterpart. 18 would notice this as well and be shocked that she went against her teammates to save her in 16. Then when Vegeta allows Cell to absorb 18, he flies up and notices 18. However, future Kale hurries up and gets in his way, as she wasn't going to let Cell get his perfect form. As she turns Super Saiyan, Vegeta then flies in and kicks her out of the way, though she then blasts him in return. She then rushes towards Cell, but he uses a solar flare to blind future Kale and the others, which, this is when he then absorbs 18 and starts to transform. Future Kale then tries attacking Cell to stop him, but her attacks have no effect, so he does achieve his perfect form. Meanwhile, in the time chamber, Gohan manages to become a Super Saiyan for the first time. Regardless, Krillin then tries to attack Cell, but he is easily knocked away. Future Kale then goes against him the Senzu Bean, which is when Krillin says Cell was holding back. Cell gets ready to go in space against Vegeta, but none of Vegeta's attacks do any damage to Cell. When he's eventually knocked away, he starts to charge his final flash, while 16 tries to attack Cell from behind, though Cell tells him it's futile. Regardless, Vegeta goads Cell into taking this blast head-on, which future Kale realizes this blast could destroy the Earth. His final flash blasted off one of Cell's arms, but he regenerates it shortly afterwards. Vegeta then desperately tries to attack and blast Cell at this point, but the two of them get distracted by future Kale on the sidelines. She was getting angrier as time went on, mainly getting angry at both Cell and Vegeta, but mostly Vegeta. Not only did he ignore their warnings about toying with Cell, but he also essentially doomed them all by letting Cell absorb 18. He also carelessly let Cell attack and almost kill some of the other heroes, such as Krillin. Also, he almost destroyed the Earth with his final flash just to try and show off that he could defeat Cell, even though his attack did nothing. So, this anger would build up, and as she starts yelling in rage, she slowly rises into the sky. As lightning strikes around her, she gets bigger in size as her hair takes on a green tint. She finally managed to achieve her legendary Super Saiyan form again, after Vegeta pushed her anger over the edge. Which, when she starts attacking Vegeta, even though he trained in the hyperbolic time chamber and she didn't, he doesn't stand a chance against his form. So, he would be getting pummeled easily by future Kale, especially since he already used up a lot of his energy by using the final flash. She eventually hits him hard enough to throw him into the ground, which is when he reverts to his base form. His power shocks Cell, as he was curious what it was, but he goes to try and take on future Kale. In the meantime, Krillin takes the Senzu Bean to Vegeta. Anyway, even with future Kale's massive power, her being bulky and fighting uncontrollably would make it hard for her to land a hit on Cell. However, he would likely have to use more of his power against her than what he did against future Trunks, as he starts to pummel her. Krillin then escapes with the unconscious Vegeta, while in the meantime, Goku was in the process of surpassing Super Saiyan himself. He would first go into his ascended Super Saiyan form, which is a surprise to Gohan. Though he manages to push it even further into the Ultra Super Saiyan form, but he quickly explains the drawback of losing speed in that form to Gohan. So, Goku returns to his base form and tells Gohan that they must focus on making Super Saiyan their natural form. Back with future Kale and Cell, he eventually gets bored of not having a good fight with her, but he was interested to see how strong Vegeta and her became. He would then knock her unconscious and throw her to the present Kale, who was watching on in fear. As he goes to kill them both, he starts to think and asks if they had more time, could they improve even further? Kale says they can, since Goku is training to defeat him now, and her and her future self are supposed to train next. So, Cell tells Kale that he is going to announce a tournament that will take place in 10 days, and to watch the TV on the news for further information. He then leaves as Krillin and Vegeta return, and they all discuss the tournament. Even the Damage 16 says he'd join if they took him to Capsule Corporation to get repaired, so they all leave the battlefield as they wait to hear Cell's announcement. After Cell had told the heroes about his upcoming tournament, he went to go and make an arena for this event. He then goes to the ZTV station and makes his announcement, which the heroes at Kame House see right away. He says that the tournament will be in 9 days. Anyone can fight him, and if he wins, he will kill everyone. Afterwards, he blasts his way out of the TV station and leaves. While at Capsule Corporation, Vegeta gets ready to go back to the lookout to go into the time chamber again, which, at the lookout, Gohan and Goku exit the chamber a couple hours early, as they were in their Super Saiyan form. Goku then changes back to his normal clothes while Gohan asks Piccolo to make an outfit for him that is like his own. Vegeta then asks Goku if he can beat Cell, so he teleports to Cell to check out his new form. While there, he tells Cell he will only fight if he doesn't kill anyone else until then. When he returns, he doesn't think he could beat Cell, but they can't suggest him to go in the time chamber again since he already went in twice now. Since Vegeta was demanding to be the one to go in next, he would go inside with Piccolo, as Piccolo was thinking about going next anyway. Normally, Gohan doesn't go in for a second day. Since Goku went in for a second day, Gohan would probably go in for his second day with Piccolo. After them, the two Kales would go into the time chamber together for a day. They could go in together for a second time as well, but I think Kale might want to use her second day with Sala, and future Kale would want to use her second day with Sala as well, so that she isn't left out of the training. Anyway, after they finish planning and discussing that, Goku takes Gohan down to see Korin. He has Korin compare his power to that of Cell's, which Korin confirms his suspicions that he isn't as strong as Cell. Regardless, he then goes to Kame House and gets Chi-Chi, so they can then return home and spend time together. In the time before the Cell games, the Royal Defense Force tries to attack Cell, but he easily kills them all. Goku then goes back to the lookout, which is where they make the plan for him to go to New Namek and get another Namekian to become Earth's guardian. Meanwhile, King Furry makes a broadcast saying the Royal Defense Force going there was his fault, and that he hopes the hero will step forward. So, Goku goes to King Kai's planet to find New Namek, and after he fills King Kai in on everything, he does help him locate the planet. When Goku arrives on New Namek, he talks with Mori and tells him everything, so Mori suggests that Dende can become their next guardian. He then returns to the lookout with Dende, which is when Piccolo was surprised to see him. Also at this time, Hercule went on the TV and made a statement saying that he will bring down Cell. Anyway, Goku then goes and gets Gohan and Krillin, and brings them to the lookout. Dende then uses the model of the dragon to remake the Dragon Balls. Goku then lets Gohan stop his training after his second day in the time chamber so he could spend time with Dende. After Kale finished her days in the time chamber, Goku would have an idea to potentially help her with her anger eventually. So he would take her to planet Yardrat to introduce her to Paibara and the others. He knows about her boost of anger and her trying to control them, so he thinks that training with the Yardratians could help her. He would have introduced her earlier, but they were busy training for the androids, so he didn't think about it at that time. After getting introduced, she would take note of the planet's location, so that she could find her way back. Goku then took her back to the Earth, as he then went to go get the Dragon Radar from Bulma. He then went and collected the Dragon Balls, and then finally, the day of the Cell Games arrived. Goku then teleports to the lookout, as he talks with everyone briefly, which is when they inform him that Dende forgot to tell him they still can't revive someone who died once already. Regardless, they then leave, and at the Cell Games arena, Cell was waiting for them. Jimmy Firecracker was already there reporting the event, when Hercule then arrived early. Hercule then steps onto the stage and waves Jimmy Firecracker to come down to him. Once he comes down, Hercule speaks to him for a minute and tries to taunt Cell, but he's ignored as Vegeta flies in. When the reporter tries to talk to him, Vegeta just tells him to get lost. A now repaired 16 with the Capsule Corporation logo on his chest is the next one to show up. After that, Goku, Gohan, Sala, Kale, Future Kale, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha show up together. 16 then goes on to thank Krillin and the two Kales for helping get him repaired, as when Kale and Future Kale had free time, they helped Bulma and Dr. Brief with repairing him. Goku then tries to talk with 16, but he tells Goku to never forget that he was created to kill him. Goku was going to go first, but Hercule was insisting on going, so Krillin told Goku just to let him go. Anyway, Hercule then took off his cape and champion's belt as he prepared to take Cell on. He then did his demonstration of smashing 14 tiles and got into his battle stance shortly afterwards. Though as he runs at Cell, none of his punches or kicks do anything to him. So, Cell gets tired of this and easily swats him away, much to the shock of Jimmy Firecracker. Goku then stepped into the ring, as he decided to take his turn of fighting Cell first. As seeing Cell prepare to fight, Hercule makes comments about him not lasting 5 seconds against Cell. However, Hercule is soon proven wrong as Goku goes blow for blow with him and uses the Kamehameha. The Cell swipes it away, but Goku then teleports behind him and punches him. They then go blow for blow a little more before landing and deciding to end their warm-up. The two of them power up, and Cell allows Goku to strike first, so he starts beating him down. Cell then started to use a Kamehameha, but so it didn't damage the earth. Goku jumped up into the air, so Cell would aim it at him. Then once he fired it, Goku teleported out of the way and then attacked Cell from behind once again. Until when Goku tells Cell he can teleport, and asks if he would have destroyed the earth, which Cell says he would have in a heartbeat. Cell then starts pummeling Goku, and points out that even if he can't teleport, he's still fast enough to appear behind Goku. As their fight continued, Cell was worried about them going out of bounds, so he decided to get rid of that rule. He started charging a blast, so Goku told everyone to get away from the ring, as Cell then fired it and destroyed the arena. 16 ended up saving Hercule, Jimmy Firecracker, and the cameraman, then told them to leave, but they still refused to since Hercule was supposed to fight Cell again after Goku. They then start to fight again, as Goku rises into the air and charges his Kamehameha, but Cell tells him not to fire it, as it would damage the earth. He was shocked to see Goku didn't listen, but he was even more shocked as Goku appeared in front of him and fired the Kamehameha at point-blank range. This blasted off Cell's head and arms, but they were shocked to see he was still alive. As his body got up and regenerated itself, they soon start fighting again, and Goku forced him into using a force field. Meanwhile, at Kame House, Roshi and Bulma were watching the broadcast of the fight, but Roshi points out that Goku knows he can't win, but he doesn't know what his plan is. When future Kale was trying to get Goku a senzu bean, Vegeta told her to shut up and ask where her Saiyan pride is, as Goku wouldn't want to win that way, as Goku is no longer fighting just to save the Earth. Then, to the shock of all the heroes in Cell, Goku says he gives up, as he knows he can't win. However, he didn't ask Cell if he can choose who the next fighter would be, since there's only one that can beat him. Then, to everyone's shock, Goku tells Gohan that it's his turn to fight. As Goku flies up there, Piccolo, Krillin, and Kale try to talk him out of this, but Goku asks Gohan if their battle was too tough for him. Though, Gohan thought neither him nor Cell were using their full power, but Goku reveals he was doing his best, so Goku convinces him to give it a try. He then removes his weighted clothing and flies over to face Cell. However, Goku still does his usual thing of getting a senzu bean and giving it to Cell so it would be a fair fight. Regardless, Gohan then powers up after Cell eats the senzu bean, as he prepares to fight him. As Cell lands and charges at Gohan, the young boy manages to dodge all his attacks at first, though Cell eventually grabs him by his shirt and punches him before blasting him away. Gohan then comes out relatively unscathed, as he then tells Cell they should stop fighting, that this is pointless, that he doesn't like to fight, and he doesn't want to kill anyone. When Gohan mentioned he thought Goku's plan was to see his anger come out, so he got stronger, this just motivated Cell to make Gohan angry. They then start going blow for blow with each other, but Cell then grabs Gohan and starts to crush him. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Kale's anger would start rising a little when seeing Gohan being beaten around like this. Even Piccolo would be getting angry, so he tries to finally get the point across to Goku that Gohan doesn't want to fight. He would tell Goku that his son isn't feeling rage right now, he's confused why his father isn't helping him. Piccolo then takes off his weighted clothing since he was going to help Gohan, but Goku then asks Krillin for a senzu bean. Cell then charges at the heroes and steals the bag of senzu beans from Krillin before Goku could get one. Gohan then tries charging at Cell, but he is easily knocked away, with Cell telling him if he's going to get mad, he should do it for real. However, 16 then rushes in and grabs Cell, as he plans to blow himself up, which would take Cell and everyone else there out with him. When it doesn't work, this confused 16, but Krillin tells him when he was being repaired, Dr. Brief took the bomb out of him. So, Cell then blasts 16 to pieces and kicks his head away. This would anger both Gohan and Kale a little, which it only angers Kale if she would have bonded with 16 over things like nature after he finished being repaired and she got to talk with him. Afterwards, Cell then counts how many heroes there were, and goes on to make 9 Cell Juniors, which they all then charge at the heroes, as Vegeta and future Kale would go Super Saiyan. Cell likely would have achieved Super Saiyan training with future Kale in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, so she would transform as well. However, with Kale, she was on the verge of achieving Super Saiyan, but she didn't tap into it quite yet. Though, with her future self's help, she did manage to achieve her wrathful form again. However, she's still reluctant to fight, even though her future self tried to help her get over that. Regardless, the Cell Juniors would start beating down the heroes, which starts to anger Gohan, so his power raises a little. As this happens, Goku would apologize to them, as he didn't expect it to go this way. Since 16 was still able to talk, he then asks Hercule to take him over to Gohan. Hercule then refuses, but 16 asks if he wants to help, since he is the world champion. So, Hercule relents and starts carrying 16's disembodied head over to the battlefield. Meanwhile, as the heroes keep being beaten down, Gohan was still getting angrier. So, Cell gives the Cell Juniors permission to kill the heroes. This is when Hercule then throws 16's head towards them, as it lands between Gohan and Cell. He then starts to tell Gohan that it isn't a crime to fight for good, and that he knows how he feels, but he should set his anger free. He would also see Kale on the sidelines refusing to fight, but he would speak louder so she could hear him as well. So she would tell her the same advice he gave Gohan, but he would also ask her to protect the wild animals and forests they both loved, so that they aren't destroyed. However, Cell then crushes 16's head, which finally causes Gohan to snap. This does anger Kale as well, but in the back of her mind, she still has a doubt of her being able to do anything, since she isn't a Super Saiyan. She might slip into her wrathful form though, if she starts to fight with the Cell Juniors. Regardless, Gohan then starts to scream in rage and power up, which distracts everyone from their fights. Gohan then goes into his Super Saiyan 2 form, as Cell realizes he changed. Though he walks towards Cell and takes the bag of senzu beans before going on to face the Cell Juniors. He easily kills the first one, much to Cell's shock. When the others charge at him, he easily kills the other 8 Cell Juniors as well. Gohan then tosses the bag of senzu beans to future Kale, telling her to give them to everyone. He then turns his attention back to Cell, while Vegeta watches on in shock that Gohan has achieved this level of power. After future Kale gives the senzu bean to Krillin, he gets distracted with the ongoing fight. Since he was shocked Gohan managed to get them back from Cell, the future Kale just tells him to run. After future Kale gives senzu beans to everyone else, Cell powers up to his full power, which starts to cause the planet to tremble. Regardless, as they start to fight, Gohan manages to dodge all his attacks and lands hard hits of his own. After getting pummeled, Cell flies into the air and charges a full power Kamehameha, telling Gohan to take it head on, but Gohan easily counters it with a Kamehameha of his own, which extremely injures Cell. Goku then tries to tell Gohan to hurry and finish Cell off, but he refuses, saying Cell deserves to suffer more. So, Cell powers up into his buff form, but since it slowed him down a lot, he can't land a hit on Gohan. This was the same mistake he'd mocked future Kale for earlier, so this just goes to show he is currently blinded by rage. Gohan then hits him hard enough that he regurgitates Android 18, thus reverting to his semi-perfect form. So, in his desperation, he begins charging up as he goes into his fat form. The heroes were confused what he was doing, so he tells them to say goodbye, as he was going to self-destruct in 60 seconds. Gohan was going to attack Cell to kill him right away, but he told them he'd explode the second he was hit. As it gets down to 10 more seconds, Goku tells him that he's been thinking, and he only has one way he knows that he can save the Earth. He then tells them bye, guys, as he teleports away and appears in between Gohan and Cell. Goku then tells Gohan that he did well, and he is proud of him, as well as telling Gohan to tell his mom that he's sorry. Goku then teleports himself and Cell to King Kai's planet, which is when Cell explodes, killing both Goku and King Kai. Gohan then starts to cry as Krillin and Kale come over to comfort him, while Kale picks up Android 18. Meanwhile, another world, after King Kai berated Goku for killing him and destroying his planet, Goku mentions not seeing Cell's soul, which King Kai mentions he's right, and then explains that means that Cell isn't dead, back on Earth. Vegeta was in the process of telling Kale to destroy 18, but she refused and she's still a person. This is when a wind kicked up, as a blast comes out of the dust, hitting future Kale in the chest. The dust then cleared to reveal Cell in his super perfect form, as he explained that his core remained intact, so he was able to regenerate, which he then teleported back to Earth by copying Goku's instant transmission technique. Gohan then powers up to take on Cell, while Kale looks over at her dead future self in shock. As she screams in rage, she turns into her wrathful form once more. It doesn't stop there, though, as her anger has reached its breaking point. Not only did 16's death and final message get to her, but she was also blaming herself for Goku and her future self's death. If only she listened and acted, and might not have been in this mess. Cell might have been killed if she had helped Gohan earlier, but she let her fear of being useless get control of her. So, lightning would start striking around her with the ground crumbling at her feet, while she started to scream in rage. Though, she would also be crying during this, out of the sadness of 16, Goku, and her future self dying. So, her hair would flash between black and yellow, and she then lets out one final scream of rage and agony, as her hair turns solid yellow, which, unlike Vegeta trying to fight Cell alone, she would fight him together with Gohan, as they fire a barrage of blasts at Cell. He would be getting pushed back by this a little, but he eventually teleports behind Kale and slams her to the ground. He then went to blast her, but Gohan got in the way, taking the blast for her, but this injured his left arm. Since both he and Kale were down, Vegeta turns Super Saiyan and rushes in, trying to attack Cell. Even with his own barrage of Ki Blast not doing anything to Cell, he still tries punching him, but he is easily knocked to the ground as well. So, Cell decides to stop fooling around, as he begins to charge his solar Kamehameha. Vegeta tried to sit up, as he realized he was only a liability in the end, so he apologized to Gohan, which is when Gohan realized that Vegeta knows there's no hope. Goku then talked to Gohan through King Kai, telling him not to give up until fire a Kamehameha of his own, as he knows he can win. Gohan still doubted he could, so he apologized to Goku for killing him, but he said to forget it, as he's having fun there, and he should have fun too. So, Gohan agrees to give it his all and begins charging a Kamehameha as well. Both Cell and Gohan then fire their blasts, as they meet in the middle. At this point, Kale gets up and stands alongside Gohan. She then fired her gigantic blast, which it would combine with Gohan's Kamehameha to form a blue blast with a green swirl around it, which would be called the Gigantic Kamehameha. This starts to push Cell's blast back at first, but since Gohan still wasn't using his full power, their blasts go back into a deadlock again. As Gohan starts to lose hope, Vegeta fires a blast at Cell, distracting him. The spirit of Goku then appears behind Gohan, telling him to unleash his power now. So, Gohan does as Goku told him, and the Gigantic Kamehameha overtakes Cell's Solar Kamehameha. It eventually overtakes Cell as well, disintegrating him, as Gohan and Kale then fall to their base forms and the spirit of Goku goes back to Otherworld. Yamcha then picks up Gohan, while Tien picked up future Kale, Piccolo helped up Kale, and Sala picked up 18. He was going to help Vegeta, but he refused Piccolo's help. As he refused his help, Piccolo takes off with all the others, leaving only Vegeta behind. Since Goku was now dead, Vegeta swears to never fight again, as he then flies off as well. As Herschel gets up and Jimmy Firecracker regains consciousness, he asks what happened to Cell, which is when Herschel claims that he was the one to defeat Cell. Back on the lookout, 18 woke up after Dende healed her, as Kale explained to her what happened with Cell. Piccolo then told 18 she should thank Kale for being the one to care for her after Cell vomited her out. Gohan would probably blurt out that Kale loves 18 when he realizes it, but this just embarrasses her. 18 then tells her not to kid herself and asks if she really thinks she has a chance, before taking off. Gohan then would then try to comfort Kale by saying that he is still her friend. Piccolo then tells him they need to use the Dragon Balls, so they summon Shenron. Yamcha makes the first wish, where he wishes for everyone killed by Cell to be brought back to life. 18 notices the dragon right away, so she flies back to the lookout and hides behind a pillar. She arrives right when future Kale was brought back, and she watches on in confusion. Yamcha then tries to use second wish to bring back Goku, but he already died once. The Goku then talks to him through King Kai. He tells him not to bring him back, as he realized that Bulma was right about all the villains seemingly come to Earth because he attracts them there. So, he then tells him he's sorry and tells Gohan to tell Chi-Chi that he's sorry, as he then says he'll see them later. Regardless, Kale then tried to use the second wish to make both 17 and 18 into humans again. That wish doesn't work, so she instead asks for the bombs to be taken out of their bodies. He can grant this wish, so Shenron does so, and disappears as the Dragon Balls scatter. When asked about why she wished for that and why she wished for the one from 17 to be removed as well, she says she felt bad for them since they have a bomb in their chest, and she thought 17 was the perfect guy for 18, though she then jumps out and calls her a moron, as she says she and 17 are twins. She then goes to take off, but she turns towards Kale and says later, as she then flies off. Yamcha then tells Kale maybe there's hope for her after all, as Krillin watches on, feeling hopeless in the case of his feelings for Kale, as well as feeling hopeless since Goku is now gone, with him then taking off from the lookout. Tien then says his goodbyes too, as he wishes Kale luck with defeating the future androids, with him then taking off from the lookout. The others get ready to leave, so Gohan asks Piccolo what he'll do, which is when he says he'll live there. Gohan then promises to visit him, and then says goodbye to Dende and Mr. Popo. Afterwards, Kale, future Kale, Sala, Yamcha, Krillin, and Gohan take off. On the way down, they wave bye to Korin and Yajirobe, before all going their separate ways. When Gohan arrived home, he broke the news about Goku to Chi-Chi, which is when she broke down crying. The next day, everyone got together at Castle Corporation so future Kale could say her goodbyes to everyone. She then got into her time machine and waved bye, and she then disappeared out of sight. Back at Castle Corporation in the future, she hopped out of the time machine and told Bulma about everything that went on in the past. While talking, a radio broadcast comes up about the androids attacking Parsley City, so she turns Super Saiyan and heads off, after promising Bulma that she'll be careful. At that time, 18 was blasting the city in a tantrum because she couldn't beat a video game. 17 has been shot by an old man, but when he goes to kill him, he's interrupted by Kale arriving. 18 tried to blast and kill her, but Kale easily deflected this as she flew up close to 18 and blasted her, which killed her. 17 watched on in shock, but Kale then kicked him away and blasted him too, which killed him as well. She then returned to her base form, as she realized there was still one more thing she had to take care of. 3 years later, they finally had enough fuel for her to return to the past and tell the hero she defeated the androids. However, Cell was watching on as Kale calls out to him, revealing she knows his plan about killing her and stealing the time machine to go into the past and absorb both 17 and 18. When Cell tries to say she can't even defeat the androids, and asks how she'll stop him, she asks Cell where the androids are then. She then knocks Cell away and flies after him, so that they weren't fighting in the city. After turning Super Saiyan, she starts pummeling Cell and swings him around by his tail, and throws him into the air. He then tries charging a Kamehameha, but she easily overpowers his blast with her gigantic blast, which the blast then overtakes and kills Cell. She then drops her base form and goes back to Castle Corporation, where she tells Bulma that she had finally managed to save the future. As of the time that this video is posted, it is 2 days before Valentine's Day, so happy Valentine's Day. What better time to talk about Kale's life and her relationships between the Cell and Buu saga than right before Valentine's Day? So, this will pertain to this part. Now would be the best time for me to go over the results of the poll I posted 3 weeks ago. To refresh people's memory, the question on the poll was, who should Android 18 choose to get with? Which, 3 people voted for 18 getting with Krillin, and 4 people voted for 18 getting with Kale. So, at some point in this timeline, Kale and 18 will get in a relationship together. That's far in the future, though, since as of right now, Kale and Sala don't even have a house of their own. At the time, they were staying at Kame House, which is a little small for them since Krillin and Roshi also live there. Over time, they likely would have got tired of dealing with Roshi's perverted antics as well, so they would decide to leave. As much as Kale doesn't like Vegeta, she still gets along with Bulma, so she might go to Capsule Corporation to ask Bulma for help with getting them a house built. They hate to ask for something big like that, but they don't have a way to afford a house on their own. Though, there is a way it could be a win for both sides. Regardless, Bulma would likely help them, which they would have to decide where they want their house to be. Since they were originally from Namek in this timeline, they would try to find a location reminiscent of Namek, which, the perfect spot would be that lake area that Piccolo's house is at in the superhero movie. When talking to Bulma about getting a house made, she might also talk to her about how she used to study life on Namek, and that she had enclosures and greenhouses made so she could do so. This is where the win for both sides could come in, as Bulma might be able to find ways to use Kale's research to help things at Capsule Corporation. For example, Capsule Corporation could start a wildlife conservation program with the help of Kale and her research, since through her studies, Kale would likely learn which environments need help. It likely wouldn't take too long for Bulma to get their house, the enclosures, and the greenhouses set up for Kale and Solo. But since they have the funding of Capsule Corporation behind them, they would likely be far more advanced than what she had on Namek, so they would be better suited to doing her research. Also because of Capsule Corporation funding them, there would likely be different types of enclosures there for different types of animals, such as ones for birds, ones for fish, ones for insects, etc. After it was finished, Kale would likely travel the Earth to find many diverse plant species and animals that catch her interest, or that Bulma or others from Capsule Corporation asked her to research. So, she might end up working a lot with Bulma and other scientists from Capsule Corporation, like she did on Namek. She might also keep some animals she likes as pets. She would likely also start a personal garden of her own with the plants she likes. Sala might help her daughter in this research as well, not only because it would give her something to do, but it could also help her get closer to Kale. She likes nature somewhat as well, so it would work as a shared interest between the two. So, they would both end up working on this research together often, at least until Kale decided to go train at Planet Yardrat like Goku suggested her to. But that wouldn't happen for a bit, as she didn't want to jump into training right away. Besides the research she was doing in plants and animals, the major thing on her mind was 18. After 18 had told her, later, on the lookout, she had been looking forward to seeing her again, which 18 wouldn't know about Kale and Sola's new house right away, as that wouldn't have been in her knowledge, as it obviously wouldn't have been in Jiro's data. So, when 18 would show up at Kame House looking for Kale, since that's where she stayed before, she wouldn't find her. So, either Krillin or Roshi would tell 18 where her house is, but I think it would likely be Roshi to tell her. On a brief tangent, Roshi would likely be the one to tell her, since with Krillin and Kale, their friendship might have become a little awkward after the Cell games ended. At first it would have been fine, with Krillin coming to visit her at her new house, or her going to Kame House to hang out with them when they weren't busy. Though, eventually, Krillin would likely get up the nerve to confess his feelings to Kale. This wouldn't end well for him, though, as she would let him know that she doesn't have a romantic interest in males. Which, this is when their relationship would become awkward, as Kale would then leave shortly after rejecting him, with Krillin potentially being left in tears. When they would see each other afterwards or try to hang out with each other as friends again afterwards, they likely wouldn't know how to act or what to say to each other. This would lead to their relationship deteriorating a lot, so at some point they would likely begin avoiding each other. Regardless, back with 18. After Roshi directed her to Kale's new house, she would make her way there. Of course, Kale would be surprised to see that 18 shown up there, but she would let her in and show her around. She would also show her the enclosures and greenhouses for plants and animals she had. We don't know when 17 did, but if he got into the park ranger stuff by this point, 18 might bring him eventually to see these animals and plants. Kale might also go and visit the park he's a ranger at, since they both have the shared interest of nature. Either way, 18 and Kale would get closer over time and slowly become friends. Since she has romantic feelings for 18 that would slowly become stronger over time, she might go to Sala for relationship advice. She might even go to Capsule Corporation to visit Bulma and get advice for it as well. While there, she could potentially even ask Dr. Brief and Bikini for advice as well, since they've presumably been married for a while. Eventually she might go and ask Chi-Chi for advice on it too, since Kale thinks she would have good insight as well. She usually goes and visits Bulma and Chi-Chi anyway, so she could just ask them for advice on one of her normal visits. So, with this advice in mind, she would eventually build up the courage to ask 18 out. The romantic feelings slowly would have become mutual by this point, so 18 would accept, so they begin their relationship. After some time passes and they were in a relationship together for a while, to the point that they were going to move in together, Kale would likely request Bulma's help in getting another house built for her and 18. This house would be close to the one she and Sala already have together, as the lake area still reminds Kale of her original home, Planet Namek. So, after this house is built and their relationship continued to grow stronger, they would eventually get married to each other. Assuming their relationship progressed as fast as Krillin and 18's relationship did in the original story, they would get married at age 770, which is 3 years after they got together. Also, Kale might get more enclosures for animals and other greenhouses made behind her new house, along with planting a new garden there. So, both Kale and Sala would now have a garden of their own, though they would probably both share the duty of studying the animals in their enclosures and the plants in their greenhouses. Then after getting married, she might finally prepare to go and train on yard rat like Goku had suggested before he sacrificed himself. Even though fighting isn't an enjoyment for Kale, after the Cell game she is no longer reluctant to fight, as she's seen the problems being reluctant can cause. Anyway, since she took note of Planet Yardrat's location after going there with Goku all those years ago, she would get Bulma's help in preparing a spaceship for her to return there. She might be able to convince 18 to go along with her, so the two of them would go to Yardrat together and train there. Kale likely would have offered Sala to come as well, but she would turn down this offer, since Paragus was at least in his early 80s in age 780, and assuming Sala is around the same age, she'd at least be in her late 60s or early 70s at most by this time, so she would want to relax and would officially retire from fighting. Anyway, someone needs to take care of the animals in Kale's garden while they were gone, so Sala would offer to do that for her daughter. So, at most, they would be on Yardrat up until age 774, with the newlywed couple being trained in spirit control by Paibara together. Since they are on Yardrat for longer than Goku was, and they are stronger than Goku was when he was there, the two of them will learn more than just an instant transmission technique. They will learn cloning, gigantification, healing, and force spirit fission while they are there. Paibara also would be able to help Kale get better control of her anger and help her access her Super Saiyan form at will. He would likely even be able to help her ascend to the Super Saiyan 2 form during their time of training. So, her burst of anger would be reduced to none, since after her spirit training, she has great control over her emotions. It would probably take something drastic, or someone she doesn't like, to cause her anger to snap at this point. Anyway, after Kale and 18 finished their training in spirit control together, they would both return to their home on Earth, which they would then catch Sala up on how their training went, as well as Kale going back to doing research on animals and plants as well. She would likely catch up her other friends on Earth on everything too when she went to visit them next. Speaking of her friends, as mentioned earlier, Krillin and Kale's friendship would have been awkward at first after she rejected him, though after he got over those feelings over time, the awkwardness between the two would start to vanish, so they would slowly rebuild their friendship from the ground up, with it eventually going back to what it used to be before. Regardless, now that Kale and 18 were back on Earth and they caught everyone up on their training, they would return home and do whatever they wanted to, since they got to relax in this time of peace. 7 years have now passed after the defeat of Cell, and the Earth has been in a time of peace. Currently, Gohan was on his way to school in what used to be Orange City, that is now named Satan City. When he arrives, a robbery was going on, so he quickly turns Super Saiyan and stops the robbers, as he then goes back to his base form. Afterwards, Videl arrives and questions Gohan about who done this, but he says he doesn't know. Someone else then tells her it was the Golden Warrior, but regardless, Gohan then heads to school. When he arrives, he meets Arisa, who then goes on to introduce him to Videl and then tells him that Videl is Hercule's daughter. Regardless, the school day goes relatively the same, with them being shocked he lives hundreds of miles away. He also tried, and failed, to make himself look bad when they were playing baseball. After the end of the school day, Videl was following him, so he jumped on top of a building to hide from her, before getting on the flying Nimbus. He thought about heading to Capsule Corporation for Bulma's help in making a disguise for him. Once he arrives there, she says that she can have a costume ready for him in 2 hours. In the meantime, he went and talked with Trunks and Vegeta. The Vegeta gave him the advice never to get soft in times of peace. After trying on the outfit, he thanks Bulma for it and then heads home on the flying Nimbus. He then challenges Nimbus to a race and goes into his costume, but he stops the race when he sees people speeding. He then goes on to call himself the Great Saiyan Man, but after being mocked for the name, he stomps and destroys part of the road, which scares him enough to drive away safely. The next day, Gohan flew to school as the Great Saiyan Man and transformed back to his usual clothes when he arrived. While in class, he seen Videl running out, so he had Arisa explain what she was doing. After finding out that Videl helps fight crime, he uses the excuse of having to use the bathroom and follows her. With Videl, she was beating the robbers down at first, but when she almost got shot, the Great Saiyan Man intervened. When he uses Videl's name, she figures out that he must be Gohan, but regardless, he easily catches the robbers. Afterwards, Videl tricks him into revealing his identity by asking how he managed to sneak out of class, which he answered honestly before realizing he was tricked. On the way back to school in their plane, Videl blackmails Gohan into joining the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, where she'd reveal his identity. She also gets Gohan to agree to teach her to fly, as they then returned to class separately. After school, Gohan went back to Capsule Corporation and explained to Bulma that he was joining the upcoming tournament and needed his outfit updated. After getting a new outfit, Vegeta tells Gohan that he'll join the tournament as well. Goku then talks to them both through King Kai, as he says he'll use his one day back on Earth to come and compete in the tournament, which Bulma then suggests that he should go and tell the others about the tournament. He goes and sees Krillin at Kame House first, which he agrees to join the tournament too. Gohan then would go to Kale and 18's house, where he invites him to come and join the tournament. Even though Kale would be getting money from doing research for Capsule Corporation, 18 decides to join, so Kale says she'll join as well. Then Wasala, she isn't joining the tournament, but she decides to go along and watch it. Gohan then goes up to the lookout and gets Piccolo to join, while Dende refuses to since he isn't a fighter. Once he returns home, Chi-Chi lets him join the tournament since they needed the money. The next day, Gohan and Goten would train together, with him starting by dodging rocks Goten threw at him. Goten then turns into a Super Saiyan, which is when he explained to Gohan that he has already achieved this form once before. The two then spar together as Super Saiyans, but Videl then arrives, so they go back to their base forms. When he tries to train Videl, she didn't know what ki was, so he starts teaching her how to access her ki first. Eventually, she manages to access her ki and then manages to levitate. He then gives her the advice of cutting her hair short, which makes her mad at first, but she shows up with it short the next day. Meanwhile, at Capsule Corporation, Vegeta was training in the gravity chamber there with Trunks, which is when he finds out Trunks can go Super Saiyan. This is when he promises to take him to the amusement park if he can hit Vegeta, and after he does land a hit on him, he has Trunks explain if he or Goten is stronger. Anyway, back with Gohan and Videl. They continue their training, and in 10 days, Videl was flying freely. After everyone finished their training, they went to the tournament grounds together on Bulma's airplane. They still make the agreement to not go Super Saiyan, so that they aren't recognized by people who watch the Cell games on TV. Once they arrive, they see Hercule boasting about being able to win this tournament easily. Gohan then went over to Piccolo and asked him if he has seen Goku. This is when fortune teller Baba brings Goku back, and after he has a group hug with his family, Baba reminds him that he only has 24 hours to be on Earth. They then all go and sign up for the tournament, with Goten and Trunks having to sign up for the Junior Division. While heading to the preliminaries, Goku was still shocked to see 18 in to find out that she got married to Kale. Piccolo then destroys the TV crew's cameras after they question Goku before the announcer then comes up to Goku. He was happy to see them there since he said the tournaments without them were nothing. Before Hercule got to use the punching machine, Piccolo destroyed the rest of the cameras so that Gohan's identity wasn't revealed. They then went on to use the machine, up until Vegeta destroyed it. After they finished using it, they then go on to watch the Junior Division of the tournament. When Gohan then talked to Videl after she met Goku, she was shocked to find out that he was serious when he said Goku was dead. Before the tournament starts, Hercule tries to make an entrance, but he falls and plays it off as him falling on purpose. Regardless, the Junior Division goes the same way, with Trunks and Goten easily winning their matches. Gohan and Kale eventually come to watch the fights after the punch machine was repaired and they got to use it, so the adult preliminaries were now over. Regardless, Trunks and Goten will then face off against each other, with them fighting evenly. Then when Trunks grabs Goten, he goes Super Saiyan to escape his grasp, but quickly reverts to his base form after he was called out for going against their self-imposed rule of not transforming. Then when Trunks is almost eliminated, he goes Super Saiyan and eliminates Goten. Since the winner of the Junior Division gets to face a champion, Hercule then enters the ring. After he removes his cape, he allows Trunks to get the first hit in, which usually causes him to be knocked out of the ring, which the audience thinks this was all an act, as Hercule then goes inside and lays down. Since the Junior Division has ended, they announce a break before the Adult Division. In the meantime, Trunks still sees Mighty Mask, so he tricks him to follow him and knocks him out. He and Goten then take his disguise and wear it together, so that they could fight in the main tournament. Regardless, after the heroes finish eating, they all go towards the contestant area, which is when they notice two mysterious people. The one knew Goku right away and mentioned that he just heard about Goku. After shaking his hand and saying that Goku has a good soul, he said goodbye and walked off. They discussed who this was briefly, but they had no idea, so they just went on their way, since the lottery was starting soon. Since Kale is participating in this timeline, I had to choose a fighter to take off the bracket, which I used a random number generator to decide, and it said to take Kale off of the bracket. So, this would mean she draws number 14, and would be in the 7th match against Mighty Mask. Regardless, the other lots that are drawn remain the same, so Vegeta and Goku would still go against each other in the 6th match. The first match is between Krillin and Pintar, so they both enter the ring. After Pintar tries showing off his speed, he lets Krillin attack first, so he easily knocks him around and kicks him out of the ring. The next match is Shin vs Ma Jr., which is the name Piccolo used to try and hide his identity. Once they enter the ring, Piccolo was wondering who this was, but Shin read his mind and told him not to worry, that he'd find out shortly. Piccolo then forfeits, which is when Shin realized he must have sensed who he was. since he used to be Kami. The third match is between Videl and Spopovich, so they enter the ring as the audience cheers for Videl. Meanwhile, Piccolo approaches Shin and asks if he is the Grand Kai, which is when Kibito tells him that Shin is the Supreme Kai, but Shin tells Piccolo to keep this a secret. Back with Videl and Spopovich, their fight would go the same way, with her seemingly winning at first, though she soon starts getting beaten down. Gohan was going to intervene, but Yamu told Spopovich to end this, so he kicks her out of the ring. While Gohan helps carry Videl to get medical attention, Goku teleports to Korin to get some sensor beams. This is when Korin tells Goku to stay on his toes, as he has a bad feeling. After Goku returns, Gohan takes one of the beams and gives it to Videl, as he then returns to the ring. So the fourth match is between Kibito and the Great Saiyaman, but in the stands. Some of his classmates realize it's him despite his disguise, so he finally ditches the sunglasses. Kibito then tells Gohan to go Super Saiyan, though he wasn't going to, until Piccolo nodded to Gohan to listen. He reveals that Yamu and Spopovich will take Gohan's energy, but they won't kill him, so they shouldn't intervene. At first, Gohan goes Super Saiyan, but he then decides to push it further, so he goes Super Saiyan 2. Yamu and Spopovich then try attacking Gohan, so Shin uses his telekinesis to hold Gohan still, after he drops to his base form. The two then leave, with Shin telling the others to follow him if they want to help. After promising that Kibito will help Gohan, Shin takes off, with Goku saying he will follow him. However, Vegeta then tries to stop him, saying not to run out on their duel. He wants to have his duel with Goku then have one with Kale, since they would likely face in the third match. But they both tell him this isn't the time for that. Regardless, Piccolo then takes off, so Goku, Kale, and Krillin follow him. Vegeta then follows him too, as Kibito stays behind and heals Gohan. Kibito then leaves, and Videl wanted to go with Gohan, which he says she can, so they both fly after Kibito. Then with Goku and Shin, he explains to Goku who Bibidi and Boo are, and that they are trying to stop Bibidi's son, Babidi, from resurrecting Boo. Back with Kibito, Gohan, and Videl, he explains the same thing to them as well, while they were flying after the others. Gohan eventually advises Videl to go back, but before she does, she asks if he was the Golden Warrior and the kid that fought Cell. After being told the truth, she lets Gohan go on ahead, and she tells herself that she'll ask Gohan out once he comes back. Regardless, as Spopovich and Yamu land outside Babidi's ship, the heroes hide behind the mountain and suppress their energy. They then enter the ship, but shortly afterwards, two different people exit the ship. This turns out to be Babidi and Dabura, with Shin and Kibito tell them not to let Babidi's appearance fool them, as he can control the evil in someone's heart and make them his minion, like he did with Dabura. After they give the energy to Babidi, he says he doesn't need them anymore, so he uses his magic to cause Spopovich to explode. Yamu then tries to flee, but Pui Pui easily kills him with a blast. Babidi then notices the heroes, so he and Pui Pui go inside, as he orders Dabura to take out the heroes except Shin. Dabura then flies at them and blasts Kibito, easily killing him. He then spits on Piccolo and Krillin, which causes the two to turn into stone. Dabura then flees and goes into the ship, and even though Shin tells him not to, Goku, Gohan, Kale, and Vegeta take off, so Shin follows them. They then enter the ship, as they are then locked in, so they have no choice but to defeat Babidi. Regardless, the Lorlock then puts the gathered energy into the sealed ball, while he tells Pui Pui to go and gather more from the heroes. Back with the heroes, they were playing rock, paper, scissors to see who would go first, which Vegeta won, so he gets to fight Pui Pui. When the two start to fight, Vegeta easily blocks all of his attacks and knocks him away. So, Babidi transported them to planet Zune, but since the gravity there is only 10 times the Earth's gravity, it does nothing to Vegeta. He then easily blasts and kills Pui Pui, so they descend to the second stage of Babidi's ship. It was Goku's turn to fight now, as Babidi sends out Yakon to take him on. Goku is easily able to dodge his attacks, so Babidi transports them to the planet of darkness. Though, Goku is still able to dodge his attacks and land some of his own, which shocks Yakon. He then transforms into a Super Saiyan, which illuminates the area around them. Yakon then demonstrates his ability of being able to eat light, which causes Goku to revert to his base form. Instead of heeding the warnings of the others not to go Super Saiyan, he turns into the form again, so Yakon starts to eat the light again. However, Goku then powers up to Super Saiyan 2, which, as Yakon keeps eating the light, this causes him to swell and to explode from how much he ate. So, the heroes then go to the third stage, as Zabora steps out to take them on. Gohan and Kale were the two left that haven't fought yet, but Gohan decided to step up and take on Dabura. Back at the tournament, since in this time when Kale took Keela's place, there were only 4 fighters left: 18, Hercule, Mighty Mask, and Jewel. So, instead of a battle royale, the tournament is able to finish in a bracket. 18 was scheduled to fight Hercule, and Mighty Mask and Jewel would face each other in the second match if they both won their fights. So, the matches for the tournament will be 18 versus Hercule and Mighty Mask versus Jewel. As 18 and Hercule get into the ring, she would quickly grab him in the headlock as she normally does. However, since 18 works with Kale for Capsule Corporation, and they would be making money from that, she doesn't have much of a reason to blackmail Hercule. After all, if she wins the tournament, she'll receive 10 million zeni. So, she easily throws him out of the ring, causing him to lose the tournament. Then for the next match between Mighty Mask and Jewel, they would easily knock Jewel out of the ring in one punch. So, the final match of the tournament would be between 18 and Mighty Mask. They would go blow for blow at first, with him just narrowly dodging a blast of 18's. As they fly into the air, they decide to turn Super Saiyan, which is when 18 figures out that it's Trunks' Goten in the costume. She then just barely dodges their blast, so she decides to end it quickly by using an energy disc. The two then try flying in different directions, so the costume is split in half. Which, this gets them disqualified for being a team, so 18 is announced a new world champion. Afterwards, 18 goes after the two boys, which is when all three of them run into Videl, so she catches them up on everything that's been going on. Goten and Trunks then go Super Saiyan and take off, so they wanted to see the Warlock, so 18 follows them too. Back with Gohan and Dabura, the outer part of his outfit gets torn to shreds, as he was having trouble keeping up since he slacked on his training in the last 7 years. While watching this fight, Vegeta was starting to lose his patience with Gohan. Eventually he said he'd finished the fight for Gohan, but Goku and Kale tried to explain that Gohan still has a chance. This is when he snaps on them and says he doesn't care about that, he just wanted to fight the two of them, to prove that he is the strongest Saiyan. So, with how Vegeta had been acting, Kale's anger might have started to come to the surface after he snapped on them. As mentioned in the previous part, it would take someone she hates to draw out her anger, and Vegeta is just the one to hit that nerve. However, she would try to use a technique she was taught on Yardrat to calm herself down. After noticing Kale's anger rising and Vegeta losing his patience, Dabura would tell Babidi that he found the perfect fighters. So, Babidi then transports them back to the ship, as Dabura then goes and meets up with Babidi. He then tells the Warlock that Vegeta has a wicked enough soul to join their side, and that Kale's wrath might be able to be drawn out to bring her to their side as well. So, Babidi starts using his sorcery on the two of them, as they start to scream. While Kale wouldn't have evil in her heart while in her base form, and forms like her wrathful form where she can't control her anger, it brings out some of the evil nature of Saiyans from deep within her. Regardless, Kale would transform into her wrathful form at first, as she holds her head in agony. As Babidi's spell keeps eating away at them, they would soon turn into their Super Saiyan forms. Shin would try to tell them to resist this, but Vegeta tells him to shut up and to not order him around. Kale, on the other hand, still has a timid nature deep down, so she would have a harder time fighting out Babidi's control than Vegeta did, since he is strong-willed. So, Vegeta is controlled semi-willingly, while Kale's anger is exploited for her to be able to be controlled, as the two of them now have an M on their foreheads. Babidi then transports them to the World Tournament arena, as Vegeta prepares to take on Goku and Kale. However, even when controlled, her hatred for Vegeta is what was drawn out, so she would be preparing to fight him. Vegeta still blasts the tournament stands, killing some of the crowd, as he then demands Goku and Kale to fight him. After Vegeta blasts the crowd again, Goku then turns Super Saiyan and calls out Vegeta for letting himself get controlled willingly, as Vegeta then goes on to explain he can't stand he was surpassed, had his life saved by Goku, and that he was beaten by the both of them before. Though, Kale would have her own rebuttal to this, that his arrogance and pride just made everything worse for everyone, as they would never be in a situation like this if he just moved on from his past self. Goku then tries calling out the Babidi to teleport them away so no one else is harmed, but Shin stands in the way, saying Goku will have to beat him first. When Goku charges the blast like he was going to kill Shin, he stands down, as Babidi then teleports Kale, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Shin away. Babidi then tries to get Vegeta and Kale to attack Shin, but they both refuse, as Vegeta is focused on fighting Kakarot and Kale is focused on fighting Vegeta. Which, this is when Vegeta yells out that Babidi might be able to control his body and soul, but he can't overcome his pride. Babidi then opens up a ship for Gohan and Shin, and Goku gives Gohan a senzu bean, as the two then enter the ship. Once inside, the two prepare to take on Babidi and Dabura, with Shin saying he'll handle Babidi. Back with the three Saiyans, Goku turns into a Super Saiyan 2, so Vegeta follows suit, which causes Kale to transform as well. As Goku starts fighting with Vegeta, Kale tries attacking Vegeta as well. Normally Goku and Vegeta would be having an even fight, but Kale and Goku would be beating Vegeta down. However, when Babidi noticed Kale fighting Vegeta instead of Goku, he tried to further bring her under his control. While doing this, he noticed something hidden deep inside her, so he transported Dabura and Gohan outside along with a sealed ball, so that he could work on unlocking this hidden power from within Kale. Back with Kale, she would start screaming in agony again and holding her head, as she fell down to her knees. It would take Babidi a while to draw out this hidden power, but the more he drags out her anger, the stronger she becomes. Eventually, she would rise into the air while screaming even more, with the ground beginning to crumble at her feet. Even lightning would begin striking around her, as she grows larger, and her hair takes on a green hue. By drawing out her anger and power, Babidi had inadvertently caused her to turn into her legendary Super Saiyan form for the first time. Since she has no control of herself in this form, she would set her sights on both Goku and Vegeta. With the power of this form, she would be beating down both Goku and Vegeta, with them barely getting any hits in on her. After being pummeled for a while, since Goku seen no other option, he had to transform into his Super Saiyan 3 form. As usual, this takes him a while to turn into this form, so Vegeta would be getting pummeled as he transforms. Of course, Goku hiding something like this would anger Vegeta, but he was too worried about holding off Kale to fight with Goku. As he finishes transforming into his Super Saiyan 3, he rushes in to help Vegeta hold her off. Now that Babidi had drawn on their hidden power, he transported himself out to where Gohan, Dabura, and the sealed ball were located, which from the power of Goku, Vegeta, and Kale fighting, Babidi was pleased to see that the sealed ball was beginning to open. With the sealed ball beginning to open, Shin tries to get Gohan to flee, but he refuses and tries to blast it to stop Buu from awakening. When the ball is knocked away from this blast and then splits in half, it is seemingly empty. However, Gohan then noticed a monstrous ki growing above them, which is when they see the smoke from the sealed ball. It slowly gathers together and forms into Majin Buu, as he has now been awoken. After he finished forming, they weren't sure if it was him, but Shin confirms that this is Majin Buu. Meanwhile, back with Goku and Vegeta, they were still trying to fight off Kale. Even with Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form, they were struggling, so they were getting beaten down. However, 18 would then arrive. Since after she sensed Kale's ki becoming different than normal, she used an instant transmission to go ahead of Trunks and Goten to see what was wrong with Kale. This is when 18 would see Kale in her Berserk form, and even though she wouldn't completely know what was happening, she would likely realize that Kale was in herself right now. So, she tried to get in between Kale and the others to try and talk her out of this rampage. At first, her words would seemingly be working on Kale, which is when Goku and Vegeta use this opportunity to catch her off guard and knock her out, similar to how Vegeta knocked Goku out in the actual timeline. While then knocking Kale out might briefly bother 18 at first, after being told how she was under Babidi's control, she would understand why they did it. With Kale now knocked unconscious, Goku would be able to notice Buu's energy, so he tries to get Vegeta to stop their fight. Regardless, back with Buu and Babidi, the pink creature didn't listen to Babidi. Then when Dabura starts to insult Buu, he goes up to Dabura to fight him, which he then quickly pokes Dabura in his eyes, blinding him, as Buu then kicks him away. The level of power that Buu possesses manages to impress Babidi, as he had no clue how strong Buu was. While Vegeta and Goku were continuing to fight, 18 would have flown off towards Buu to help with their fight. Goku was still distracted by Majin Buu being awoken, and after pointing out that everyone will die and that he still loves Bulma and Trunks, Vegeta relents to take on Buu. Vegeta then asks Goku for his sensu beans, so that he can give one to Kale and take one for himself, since they would need all the power they could get. Goku would agree, and when he goes to get them, he drops his guard, so Vegeta knocks him unconscious like they did to Kale. He then takes a sensu bean for himself and gives one to Kale, and even though this heals her, she doesn't regain consciousness right away. Back with Babidi, he threatened to steal Buu away, so the genie finally starts to listen to him. He then orders Buu to kill Shin and Gohan, so they try to flee, but Buu easily catches up to them. Buu would then start beating them down, as they don't stand a chance against him. When Babidi and Buu were about to finish off Shin, Gohan kicked Buu away from him. Buu then blasts Gohan away, and Shin uses the last of his energy to make the blast explode in midair, so that Gohan isn't sent further away, as he then falls to the ground. Regardless, Babidi then ordered Buu to kill Shin, but they are interrupted by Buu being stabbed through the gut with the Bora's spear, as he managed to survive. By this time, Kale would have regained her consciousness, as she then senses the ki of Buu. Anyway, 18 then arrives at the battlefield, as she hides behind the nearby mountains to scope things out first. Goten and Trunks would then arrive shortly afterwards, so they hide behind the mountains as well. Once Kale sensed the ki of Goten and Trunks nearby, she used an instant transmission to teleport beside them, as she hid with them too. Though, Goten and Trunks still spot the statues of Krillin and Piccolo, as Trunks then accidentally knocks a statue of Piccolo over. Back with Buu, he easily pulls a spear from his stomach, much to the shock of the Bora. Then with Vegeta, he contemplates destroying Babidi's ship, as he then realizes Gohan's ki disappeared. Since he thinks Gohan died, he apologizes to himself, as it was his fault this happened. Anyway, Buu then approaches the Bora and uses magic to turn the Bora into a cookie. He then eats it, which causes Krillin to go back to normal, with Piccolo having regenerated after being turned back to normal too. When Babidi then ordered Buu to eat Shin as well, Piccolo was going to rush in there, but he is talked out of it by the others. This is when Babidi's spaceship explodes, confusing the Warlock about who done this. The smoke then clears to reveal Vegeta standing there, as he says he blew up Babidi's ship. When he then called Buu a repugnant creature, which Babidi explained meant that he called him ugly, he gets mad and goes to fight Vegeta. Since he was disobeying orders, Babidi allows this, so the genie approaches Vegeta. At first, he would be pummeling Buu, which just angers the genie, so he uses his angry explosion. This injures Vegeta and forces Babidi to use a force field to survive the blast. Regardless, Vegeta then gets back to his feet to continue fighting with Majin Buu. Buu then separates a piece from himself and wraps it around Vegeta Vegeta, as he then starts to pummel him. This angers Trunks, so he turns Super Saiyan and flies in, as Goten does the same. Trunks kicks away Boo, while Goten then unwraps Vegeta from the piece of Boo. As Babidi was watching this go on, Piccolo appeared behind them. Once Piccolo threatened to kill him, Babidi said that if he does that, he couldn't seal Boo, so he'd go on to destroy the Earth. Though he then points out that it wouldn't be any different if he kept Babidi alive, so he slices the Warlock in half with his arm. Vegeta then tells Trunks to flee and take care of his mother, but this just confuses his son. He then gives Trunks a hug, which was the first time since he was a child, as he then knocks him out with a chop to the neck. Goten then started to freak out, but Vegeta punched him in the stomach, knocking him unconscious as well. Piccolo would then approach Vegeta, as they both notice Boo approaching them. Vegeta tells Piccolo to take Goten and Trunks away from there. As Piccolo then asks if he plans to die there, he indirectly answers the question by asking if he'd see Kakarot in the afterlife, but Piccolo tells him the truth that he killed too many innocent people, so his soul won't go to the same place as Goku's. Regardless, he then has Piccolo leave with the two boys, as Boo then tries to blast them down. However, he stops Boo from doing so by yelling out to him that his fight is with him, as he then insults Boo. As Piccolo was flying away, he told Krillin, Kale, and 18 to hurry up and follow him, so they fly with him too. Back with Vegeta, he started to charge his energy. However, he goes beyond just charging the final atonement. With Vegeta now knowing about the Super Saiyan 3 form, he might try to unlock this form for himself. With his rage fueling him, and Babidi's sorcery still pulling out his inner power, he likely would be able to unlock this form. It would take a while though, with him yelling for a while. His hair would slowly get longer, as more sparks appear around him. Eventually, with one final yell, his transformation would finish, with his hair reaching down below his back. As the heroes continued flying away, Krillin would ask what Vegeta is doing, which is when Piccolo mentions he's finally fighting for someone other than himself, though he is also sacrificing himself in the process, as Vegeta then says goodbye to Bulma, Trunks, and even Kakarot. As he then uses the final atonement, he is engulfed in a giant blast, with it seemingly engulfing Boo too. After it dissipates, an ash figure of Vegeta remains, but it then falls to the ground and crumbles, with the wind blowing the remnants of it away. Piccolo then gives Goten and Trunks to Krillin and tells them to pass on the news about both Vegeta and Gohan's demise. He, 18, and Kale then return to where Vegeta sacrificed himself to see if he successfully killed Majin Buu. When he arrives, they see that Babidi was still alive, so Piccolo went to finish him off. Before he could, Buu started to reform, as even though Vegeta was a Super Saiyan 3 this time, Buu just barely managed to survive. Kale and 18 then tell Piccolo that they'll hold off Buu, as they aren't sure if Goku is still alive, so they believe that they are the Earth's best chance now. But before Piccolo leaves, he does finish off Babidi and takes off. As Buu then completely reforms, Kale and 18 would prepare to take him on together, with Kale turning into her Super Saiyan 2 form right away. Meanwhile, Shin would then find Gohan, but he collapsed before he could heal him. Then with Goku, he finally regained consciousness, as he then eats the last senzu bean he had to regain his energy. Normally, he would teleport to the lookout to meet up with the other heroes, but this time, he would notice Kale's energy near where Buu was, so he would teleport them so that he could help in the fight against Buu. As to not drain too much energy, Goku would go to his Super Saiyan 2 form, as he then helped Kale and 18 in their fight against Buu. While they would get some hits in, they wouldn't stand a chance against the genie. However, as Kale and 18 kept fighting Buu, they would notice a strange energy from deep within Buu. Since they had learned the Force Spirit Fission technique on Yardrat, they would try to use it here. With the heroes at Capsule Corporation, Bulma and Yamcha would still summon Shenron and use the First Wish to revive anyone who died that day back to life, except evil people. After telepathically speaking to Goku, Piccolo would then speak telepathically to them, saying not to use the rest of the wishes yet, as the fight with Buu is still going on, and they might need them later. He would also have them bring the Dragon Balls up to the lookout. Anyway, the wish they did make ended up reviving Kibito, so he went and healed Shin. Afterwards, he then brought Kibito to Gohan to have him healed, but first he took him to the sacred world of the Kai. Once there, he is healed, so Shin tells him his plan of training him to use his Z-Sword to kill Buu. Kibito then changes his outfit to one like the Supreme Kai's, as they take him to the Z-Sword. Once there, he can't pull it out, so he eventually turns Super Saiyan to try. Once in this form, even though it is a struggle, he still manages to pull the sword out of the ground. On the lookout, since Popo wasn't sure how the Buu situation was going to end up, he'd still throw Dende down to Earth so that he would survive. Back with Buu, 18 and Kale's Force Spirit Fission would work, as the Grand Supreme Kai was then separated from Majin Buu. This would essentially cause Buu to become paralyzed, as he starts yelling. He'd get buffer and taller as he continued to yell, with him turning into his buff Buu form. Though, Kale and 18 would notice something else still deep within him, so they would try and use the Force Spirit Fission again. This time, it would separate the South Supreme Kai from buff Buu, as he starts to hold his head and goes back to screaming. Buff Buu would now get shorter and thinner, as he reverted to his Kid Buu form. As usual, Kid Buu would try to destroy the Earth right away, with him managing to deflect his first blast. However, Buu then charges his Planet Burst, so Kale and 18 got ready to teleport away along with Goku. At the last second, Goku noticed Dende, so he had Dende grab on as well. Before they teleported away, Shin appeared and helped them escape by teleporting them to the sacred world of the Kai. Kid booed and destroyed the Earth, but he reformed himself after the explosion. He then managed to copy Shin's teleportation technique, so he teleported himself to the heroes. Just in case Goku, Kale, and 18 lost, Goku had Shin teleport himself, Kibito, Dende, and Gohan to another planet, so that Goku could finish his training. They would then prepare to fight, with Goku stepping up first, as he turned into his Super Saiyan 3 form again. Goku would seemingly be knocking Buu around, but because of his reckless fighting style, he would manage to get in some good hits as well. Even when Goku used the Kamehameha against Buu, it didn't work, as he then reformed himself again. Since Goku needed a minute to fully charge his power, Kale and 18 would step up to distract Buu. At first, Kale would charge at Buu and use a volley of blasts on him, but Buu would then teleport behind her. She would then be getting beaten down, as she wouldn't be able to land many hits on Buu because of his speed. Over time, she would drop back to her base form since she would be getting beaten down by Buu. Regardless, a minute has passed, but Goku had to drop down to his base form. If he stayed in Super Saiyan 3 for too much longer, he'd have to go back to Otherworld, which would leave Kale and 18 to deal with Buu. Kale would then speak telepathically to Dende, telling them to go to New Namek and get their Dragon Balls. So, Shin would teleport them there, as they didn't see that the Namekians were already gathered. Mori would say that they knew what was going on and had gathered the Dragon Balls, so Kale tells them their two wishes. The first is to restore the Earth, and the second one was to resurrect everyone who's died after the tournament except the bad guys. So, then they made these two wishes to Purunga, and he was able to grant them both. Since Kale didn't see any other option, and she had learned about Goku's Spear Bomb technique from back on Namek, she would tell him to charge it up. When Dende didn't ask for the third wish, she said they didn't need it. When she asked how she can talk to all the Earthlings at once, King Kai would interject to say that since Kale told Goku to use his Spirit Bomb technique, he'll help them talk to everyone. She then told them to raise their hands to the sky and share their energy, while Goku then raised his arms as well to gather their energy. However, they weren't listening to her, as they thought it could be a trick by Buu. Mostly, it would be the now revived heroes on the lookout on Earth giving their energy to Goku. They were hiding from Buu at this point, but he eventually spotted the Spirit Bomb, so he rushed towards them. Kale then got in the way to distract Buu, as she started getting pummeled by him. Goku then talked to the Earthlings, pleading for them to share their energy with him. This is when Bora and Upa shared their energy with Goku, as they recognized his voice. Even 17 decided to share his energy at this point, so that he could help out Goku and Kale. Out in Jingle Village, Sano and Android 8 recognized his voice too, so all of the village started sharing their energy as well. This made the Spirit Bomb slightly bigger, but not enough, as the Earthlings still didn't trust the voices they were hearing. However, since 18 was now the world champion, when she spoke to them asking why they won't help, they decided to listen to her. So, the Earthlings started to share their energy, since they thought they were giving it to her to fight Buu. Kale was still getting beaten down by this point, but when Goku finally got all the energy for the Spirit Bomb, he told Kale to run, but she couldn't since she was too weak at this time. So, while Goku hesitated to launch a Spirit Bomb, Kid Buu fired a blast at him, but he teleported out of the way. 18 then teleported in and took Kale, before teleporting out of the way, so Goku then launched a Spirit Bomb at Buu. However, he didn't have enough energy, so Kid Buu was able to hold it back. This is when Dende then speaks to Goku again, saying that they use the third wish to restore Goku's energy. So, as he then turns Super Saiyan, he gains enough power to send the Spirit Bomb at Kid Buu, disintegrating him. With Buu now dead, he drops back to his base form, then gives a thumbs up to Kale and 18. As Shin, Kibito, and Gohan teleport back to Goku and the others, 18 and Dende would start to heal Kale and Goku. After they are healed, Shin would then teleport them to the lookout. Goku would be shocked to see Vegeta there, but he would realize that King Yama must have decided he was a good enough person after his sacrifice to be included in the wish to revive everyone that died after the tournament. However, fortune teller Baba would then appear, telling Goku that he only has a little bit of time left, and that he should say his goodbyes now. They thought he had more time on Earth, but he would explain that him using Super Saiyan 3 drained his energy greatly. Also, since he wasn't revived by the Elder Kai giving him his life in exchange, he would be going back to Otherworld forever this time. Regardless, he would then say his goodbyes to everyone on the lookout. Before he left, he would talk to Piccolo briefly and ask him for one last favor. He still wants the younger generation to be the ones to take over, so he would want to teach a fusion dance to Goten and Trunks. He only has time to demonstrate it a couple of times, so he asks Piccolo to finish teaching the young boys the technique. He then gives Gohan, Goten, and Chi-Chi a hug, as he says goodbye to them. As he and Baba fly into the sky, he says goodbye to everyone else, and that he'll see them again when they die. Since the South Supreme Kai and Grand Supreme Kai were separated from Buu by Kale and 18, they would have their reunion with Shin on the lookout. However, the Grand Supreme Kai and South Supreme Kai would also talk to Kale and 18, as they suggest that they should train with them someday. This would be their way of thanking them for splitting them from Buu, so Kale and 18 would likely agree. Though, they wouldn't go there right away, as they want to have a moment of relaxation after their fight with Boo. The Supreme Kais understand this, so they would go back to talking with Shin and Kibito. With Goku leaving the Earth in the hands of the next generation, Gohan would return to the sacred world of the Kai with Shin to finish his training there, which, since Goku can teleport there while in the other world, he would likely go there still. Goku still wanted to test out the strength of the Z-Sword, so Shin suggests testing it against Kachin, the strongest metal in the universe. It still breaks and releases Elder Kai, which shocks Shin and Kibito, as he then says he was stolen the Z-Sword by someone known as terrible as Boo. Anyway, he might still offer to unlock Gohan's potential as part of his training. They might not have to bribe him with meeting Bulma in this timeline, since Majin Buu was already killed. Goku might not blast him to test his power. Regardless, as Gohan is finishing his training on the sacred world of the Kai, back on Earth, the heroes would be saying their goodbyes to each other as well. So, Kale and 18 will then return home together, as they go and relax like they wanted to. Now that Buu was defeated and the Earth was no longer in a time of danger, Gohan was at the sacred world of the Kai to finish his training. As mentioned in the last part, the old Kai still ended up being freed from the Z-Sword when it broke. So, as usual, he then unlocks Gohan's potential, so his ultimate form is unlocked. After that, there wasn't much else he needed to do for training, so he would return to Earth. Anyway, at this time, Kale and 18 had returned home, as they wanted to relax for a little while before they went back to training. In their time of relaxation, they would still continue gathering animals and plants and doing research for Bulma. Eventually, however, they would decide to go and do their training with the Supreme Kais, which is when Sala would take over doing the research again. So, they would then teleport to the sacred world of the Kais, which is when the Grand Supreme Kai would greet them. Which, he would figure out right away that they were there to train with him like he offered them to. Though before they start to train, the Grand Supreme Kai would explain in detail what the Supreme Kai are and what they do. They would only do this since Kale and 18 were never completely told what the Supreme Kais do, as when they met Shin, they were more worried about dealing with Babidi and Boo. Regardless, he would go over the duties of a Supreme Kai, so he would touch on them spreading life around the universe. This would likely pique Kale's interest, as she's interested in nature, though she'll hold off on asking about that until after her training. The Grand Supreme Kai would also mention that they work alongside the God of Destruction, Beerus, to keep balance in the universe. By the way he would describe Beerus' power, she would know that it is someone that is not to be messed with. Anyway, he would also explain that there used to be two other Supreme Kais, but they were killed by Boo, which Kale would get an idea, as she would be confused why the two of them were never revived. Since the Namekian Dragon Balls don't have a time limit on reviving people, she would suggest using them to revive the other two Supreme Kais. So, after the Grand Supreme Kai approved of this, she would teleport to New Namek. After explaining to Mori why she was there and briefly catching up with him, she would gather the Dragon Balls. With the first wish, she would use it to revive the North Supreme Kai, and with the second wish, she would use it to revive the West Supreme Kai. As for the third wish, they don't have one, so they would tell Porunga that they don't need the third wish. They would then catch the two revived Supreme Kais up on everything, as they then teleport with them to the sacred world of the Kai. Of course, Shin and the other Supreme Kais would all have a heartfelt reunion with the North and West Supreme Kais. Regardless, now that Kale followed through on her idea, she and 18 would begin their training under the Supreme Kais. We don't know much about the other Supreme Kais and what their abilities are, so I had some ideas on what they could teach based on the little we know about them. Since the North Supreme Kai seems to be the oldest, his teaching could be more focused on intelligence and wisdom. For example, he could teach Kale and 18 different techniques along with different strategies for battle. He was also seen to fight with a sword, so normally he would be able to teach him how to fight with swords. Though since the Z-Sword was broken, they likely would be taught how to use key swords by him. Then for the South Supreme Kai, he seems to be the one that is physically the strongest, so his teachings would likely focus on increasing their strength along with some techniques related to strength as well. Next would be Shin's teachings, which he seemed to use his powers defensively in the Buu saga, such as him protecting Gohan from getting even more damage from Buu when he was sent flying. In Dragon Ball Super, he was shown using an energy shield to help protect the heroes. Also, from what we know about future Shin training future Trunks, he taught him healing, which seems more like a defensive technique. So, this would be somewhat easy to teach them, as they know the Yardratian healing technique, though the Supreme Kai version of it would likely be a more advanced version of the healing technique. Though, not only that, but he could also help teach them magic abilities as well, such as the magic materialization technique. Since he also knows about their instant transmission, he could see it useful to teach them the Kai Kai as well, so that they can teleport without having to sense ki. Also with him teaching them magic abilities, he could touch on teaching them how to combine magic with ki. After all, he'll likely have some knowledge of this, since he likely could do this with his attacks. Even if he didn't use magic and ki combined, he would have seen Majin Buu do it, so he would know it can be done. The next Supreme Kai to teach them would be the West Supreme Kai, which from the little we've seen of her, she seemed to be the quickest and most nimble of the Supreme Kai. So, she could teach them techniques related to speed. She could also try helping them improve their speed and reflexes, so that they would be able to better dodge attacks and fights. Lastly, the Grand Supreme Kai would be the only one left to teach them. Since he is the strongest of the Supreme Kai, he likely has more advanced techniques related to everything the other Supreme Kais taught Kale in 18. However, not only would he teach these techniques, but his training would likely focus more on magic and mastering the techniques they already have. Also, as a goal of Kale's training, she would probably try to achieve the Super Saiyan 3 form, since both Goku and Vegeta have it, so she wouldn't want to fall behind. The Grand Supreme Kai would likely be able to help her in unlocking this form as well, though, after she does unlock it, they would quickly notice the stamina drain issue. So, they would make another goal of Kale's training be mastering the form, so it doesn't drain her stamina. It's also possible that he might be able to help Kale get control of her legendary Super Saiyan form. The training to do that would be long and tough though, as mastering that wouldn't be something that is easily achieved. When she tries to tap into that form again, it's easy for her to slip into an uncontrollable rage. So, trying to teach her to gain control of that form would be a long and grueling process. Eventually, however, she would likely be able to master it with the help of 18. She would be able to break through to her to snap her out of her rage, like how in the actual timeline Khalifah helped Kale snap out of it in the Tournament of Power. She might also decide to try and see if she can combine the mastered legendary Super Saiyan form with the Super Saiyan 2 or 3 forms as well. While it would take her a while to unlock it, since she's being trained by godly beings, she would learn how to combine the Super Saiyan 2 form with her mastered legendary Super Saiyan form. As for the Super Saiyan 3 form, it would take her even longer, as the stamina drain combined with the legendary Super Saiyan form would be even worse. So, she'd have to work on mastering her regular Super Saiyan 3 form first. While it would be extremely difficult for her to do, especially since she is alive, so the strain of the form is even worse for her, she would eventually be able to master the form. From there, she would work on combining it with the mastered legendary Super Saiyan form. Eventually, she would be able to do so, with the help of the Supreme Kais guiding her. Now that she achieved their goals in training, the Grand Supreme Kai would continue teaching Kale and 18 what he had to offer. Since he was also teaching them magic, he would also teach them techniques to defend against magic. Mainly, he would attempt to teach them the Kai Kai Madara technique, since it can seal the magic of others. This would likely take them years to learn, but thankfully, the Earth is in a time of peace, so Kale and 18 have the time to learn this technique. So, after they finish this training, Kale would likely have picked up on something throughout this training. She would have noticed that the Supreme Kais had some kind of other energy that she couldn't sense, which we know to be godly ki. She might try to tap into this on her own, but that would definitely take a while to do. In the meantime, she would talk to the Supreme Kais about their duties in spreading life throughout the universe. Since she is interested in studying wildlife, she might talk to them about her studies and get their help in guiding her to wildlife she might find interesting. They would likely be happy to help her with this, as they would always encourage someone studying and improving their intelligence. This is also where the Kai Kai would be useful to her, so she can now easily teleport to the planets they mentioned to her. Assuming she keeps some of the animals and plants she studies like she did on Earth, her enclosures might become more like a zoo of animals and plants from across the universe. Which, with the help of Bulma and Capital Corporation, they would easily be able to turn it into a zoo for the public to see. Regardless, while she continues her studies of wildlife, she would keep training on the sacred world of the Kai with 18. She would continue trying to tap into that weird energy she sensed, which it would take some time. Eventually, however, she would be able to channel this energy to a form she has never seen before. Her hair and eyes were now red, and she was also a little thinner in frame. This power was far beyond her legendary form in the Super Saiyan 3 form, which would shock the Supreme Kais. Though they had no idea what it was, so they'd probably just call it Super Saiyan 4. Anyway, 3 years had passed by this point, and since their training was now done, they would thank the Supreme Kais and return home. Over the next year, they would continue their research on wildlife while expanding their zoo. Unbeknownst to them, in the depths of space, alarm bombs started going off on a mysterious planet as the god of destruction was about to wake up. 4 years have passed after Majin Buu was defeated, but on the sacred world of the Kai, the Supreme Kais and Old Kai were talking to King Kai about Beerus waking up early. However, the still dead Goku was training on King Kai's planet and overheard their conversation. So, King Kai explains to him who Beerus is and what a god of destruction does. Though when he says he'd like to fight Beerus, King Kai scolds him. Back with the Supreme Kais and Old Kai, they were wondering how many planets would be destroyed this time by Beerus. On Beerus' planet, Whis was walking to Beerus' bedroom as alarm bombs exploded inside it. He wanted to continue to sleep, but when Whis threatened to sing an awakening song, he got right up. Whis then reminded him he wanted to be awoken at this time, so he asked why he did. But Beerus said it was because something in this era concerned him. He just can't remember what. Regardless, Beerus then asked if Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta, which Whis informs him he did. While that delighted Beerus, he said the next time he sees Frieza, he'd destroy him. Though, this is when Whis tells Beerus that Frieza was killed years ago by a Saiyan, as he'd then used his staff to show him the fight between Goku and Frieza on Namek. He also tells Beerus that the Saiyan that killed Frieza is now dead, but there are still a few Saiyans around, even Prince Vegeta. Whis also explains that there was another Saiyan around on Earth named Kale that helped in reviving the old Supreme Kais and then trained with them. Beerus was surprised to hear that a Saiyan defeated Frieza, so Whis explains to him that the Saiyans have unlocked a form called Super Saiyan. Beerus was also intrigued on how a Saiyan managed to separate the Supreme Kais from Majin Buu and revive the others. So, Whis explains the Force Spirit Fission they used to split the two from Buu. He also says that they used the Dragon Balls on Namek to revive the other two. Regardless, some of this sounds familiar to Beerus, mainly the Super Saiyan part, but he can't remember why, so he decides to go and do his work of destruction to see if it jogs his memory. The first planet he goes to hosted him a ravish dinner, and while he liked the drink they gave him, he thought the food was too greasy, so he destroyed half of their planet before taking his leave. Meanwhile, on Earth, since Goku has been dead for years and the Ox King's money had run dry, Chi-Chi had to start a farm in order for them to survive. Since Goten still lived with her, she would get his help with the farming. Then with Kale and 18, they were continuing their studies of animals in his time of peace. Also, even though they didn't need the extra money, 18 participated in the 26th World Martial Arts Tournament for the money. Of course, she won, so she got to keep her title of champion. Back with Goten, Gohan was now married to Videl, so he wanted to get a wedding present for her. So, with the help of Trunks, they still get the spring water and give it to Videl as her present. Meanwhile, back on the sacred world of the Kai, the old Kai and Supreme Kai sensed that another planet was destroyed. Then with Vegeta, he took Trunks and Bulma to the amusement park to fulfill his promise to Trunks from before, though he eventually gets annoyed enough to return to Capsule Corporation, as he then resumes his training to surpass Kale. Then on a planet named Majina, a group of cavemen like aliens attacked and killed a dinosaur. However, Whis appeared and asked him if he could have the dinosaur to give to Beerus. The chief refuses, so Beerus appears, which causes the alien chief to transform and attack Beerus. He easily deflects all his attacks with a finger, and even when the alien uses his fire breath, it doesn't affect Beerus. Since he decided he no longer wanted to eat the dinosaur meat, he destroyed Majina with a small attack. Then on the sacred world of the Kais, they were all having tea together, as the old Kai senses planet Majina being destroyed, and tells the others that it must be Beerus' work. Back with Beerus, he was watching the planet's destruction, which sparked his memory. He remembered his prophetic dream about the Super Saiyan God, so he desired to know more about this dream. As they were returning home, Beerus was hungry, so Whis tells him there was something special in the fridge for him. Though, Whis was also skeptical about this dream, so Beerus decided to consult the Oracle Fish when they returned. Meanwhile, the old Kai was explaining to the others how Beerus just destroys for his own will. They make a comment that Goku thankfully shouldn't be able to meet Beerus since he's dead. This is when King Kai speaks to them telepathically saying that Goku is training on his planet currently. Regardless, when Beerus got to see the Oracle Fish, she didn't remember giving the prophecy at first, but after Beerus threatened to reduce her daily meals, she remembered it being about the Super Saiyan God. So, he then asked Whis about the remaining Saiyans and which one is the closest, which is when Whis tells him that the Saiyan that defeated Frieza is currently training on King Kai's planet. Back on Earth, everyone was gathering for Bulma's birthday party, which was on a cruise ship. Krillin got stuck in traffic, so he decided to fly there instead, which he met up with Yamcha and Puar on the way there. They then all met up with Tien and Shatsu too, so they all arrived at the cruise ship together. Kale, 18, and Sullivan arrived, as they got caught up with the others. Gohan, Videl, and Chi-Chi shown up, so Gohan then went to go show Piccolo his wedding photos. Master Roshi and Oolong were lusting over people on the beach, until Chi-Chi stopped them. Lastly, even though he was no longer the world champion, Hercule still came because of Videl. Since Vegeta was late to the party, Bulma had them set sail right away. Back on Beerus' planet, Whis was packing them lunches to eat on the way to King Kai's planet, as it would take about 26 minutes to get there. Since it was going to take that long, Beerus decided to watch an anime episode on the way there. Regardless, on the sacred world of the Kais, the old Kai was fearful about Beerus potentially meeting Goku. Back on the cruise ship, Goten and Trunks snuck to go and look at the prizes, which is when Trunks shows them that the grand prize is the Dragon Balls. This is when Pilaf notices the Dragon Balls on his radar, as they were on a nearby deserted island searching for treasure. So, they go towards the cruise ship, but their boat starts to sink, though Goten and Trunks throws down the rope ladder to rescue them. They then end up eating together, as Goten and Trunks offered them food since they seemed to be starving. Back with Vegeta, Bulma called him and chewed him out for missing the party. Then at King Kai's planet, Goku overhears King Kai worrying that Beerus was on his way, though Goku mentions that he doesn't sense him, which is when he explains that the energy of a god is beyond his comprehension. He also warns Goku that Beerus destroys whatever annoys him, as he then tries to hide Goku in his house. It was too late, however, as Beerus and Whis then arrived. After King Kai greets them, Beerus complains about the planet being small, even though he made it smaller after losing a game of hide and seek. Regardless, he explains why he was there and calls for Goku to come out, which is when he asks about the Super Saiyan God. Goku, of course, mentions that he only knows of a regular Super Saiyan, not a Super Saiyan God. So, Beerus then planned to go to the Earth to ask Vegeta and Kale about the Super Saiyan God form. Before he leaves, Goku then respectfully challenged him to a fight, so Beerus accepts. In just his base form, Goku wasn't even able to land a hit on the god, as he just dodged all his attacks. He was confused how someone like him managed to beat Frieza, so Goku then showed him the Super Saiyan form. Even though Beerus would realize that with this power he could defeat Frieza, he still manages to effortlessly dodge all Goku's attacks. Even when he goes up to Super Saiyan 2, he is still able to dodge every hit from Goku, so he finally went into his Super Saiyan 3 form, which, in these past 4 years, he managed to master this form as well. Unlike Kale, since he is still dead, he had a far easier time of mastering the form so that it no longer drained his stamina. When he tries rushing at Beerus, he's easily knocked away with a flick to the head, and when Goku flies back at him, he easily dodges his punches, uses his speed to come behind Goku, and knocks him unconscious with a chop to the neck. Beerus then says he's going to Earth to talk to Vegeta and Kale, as he and Whis send the part. So, King Kai then talks telepathically to Vegeta and Kale, warning them that Beerus is on his way and that he defeated Goku in only 2 blows. Vegeta then rushed to the party to try and warn them, but since Kale was already there, she tried warning them. Before she could, however, they are interrupted by the arrival of Beerus and Whis, which they are then interrupted again by the arrival of Vegeta, who Beerus goes to talk to first. He asks him about the Super Saiyan God, which Vegeta doesn't know anything about it. Though, before he goes on to talk to Kale, Bulma comes up and introduces herself to Beerus and Whis. They do accept her invitation to join the party, but Beerus decides to question Kale before they join in the festivities. So, Beerus would go over to Kale and ask her if she knows about the Super Saiyan God. Kale doesn't know of a form called the Super Saiyan God, but she would know about the form she has been calling Super Saiyan 4. She would explain that when she trained with the Supreme Kai's Grand Supreme Kai, she picked up on some type of other energy and tapped into it, which the Supreme Kais explained to her that the energy she noticed was God Ki. After tapping into this energy, she unlocked a new form, but they weren't sure what to call it, so they just called it Super Saiyan 4, but since it used God Ki, it might be the Super Saiyan God Beerus was asking about. So, he asked her to transform into this form, so he can judge if it is the Super Saiyan God his dream prophesied. She begins to power up and rise into the sky. As she turns into a Super Saiyan, golden clouds of form and swirl around the cruise ship as the seas become violent. Though she continues powering up, a blue light starts to engulf her. Eventually, a bright blue pillar of light erupts from Kale and pierces the clouds, as it then bursts into an intense aura that quickly dissipates. She then begins to glow red, and when it fades, she descends back to the ground. She now looks younger and thinner, as she is transformed into a Super Saiyan God once more. When Gohan and the others comment on not being able to sense Kale's ki, Whis explains that only gods can sense God ki, so Kale has achieved the Super Saiyan God form. Beerus then challenges Kale to a fight, which she accepts, as they then rise far above the ship. However, since she already unlocked this form before and got to train in it, she wouldn't start off fighting sloppily like Goku did in the actual timeline. After a while of fighting, they decided to take their battle to the stars, as they then flew higher up. Meanwhile, the Peel-Off gang wasn't able to find the Dragon Balls, so they started to ball as they were starving again, but Whis just ordered food and offered to share with them. Back with Beerus and Kale, he fires a yellow spear at her, but she manages to deflect it upwards. She then unleashes a barrage of punches on him, but he manages to dodge all of them except one. After trading more blows, Beerus says that the real battle of the gods will now commence, since they both were holding back before. Beerus then charges another spear of destruction and fires it at Kale, but she manages to crush it in her arms. However, he then grabs her by the face and pushes her downwards to the point that she looks like a meteor streaking through the sky. After she crashes into an island, she flies back up and starts hitting Beerus back, but it doesn't affect him. He then sends her upward and fires another spear of destruction which had damaged the earth, but she uses her resist blast to send it back and destroy it. However, he sends hundreds of them at her, so she then used her blaster stream to obliterate them all, which impresses Beerus, but he makes it clear she is no match for him. She was now worn out, so when Beerus charged at her and stunned her, she began to fall back to the earth. As she drifted away under the sea, she found motivation to keep fighting, as her injuries healed themselves and she rose back into space. As they prepare to fight again, they both warned each other that they'd be using their full power. As their punches collided, strange shockwaves radiated outwards from them. On the sacred world of the Kai, the old Kai explained that the universe could only take 2 or 3 more of these shockwaves before it was destroyed. Shin tried talking to Kale telepathically to stop her fight there, but she just ignored him. When their fists clashed a third time, nothing happened to the universe as Kale had matched Beerus' punch perfectly to counteract it. After she then scrapes his face and draws blood, he charges up an energy ball and she uses the resist blast, so they get into a beam struggle. This struggle eventually results in an explosion which causes a blinding flash of light. As Kale was now out of breath, Beerus revealed that he had still been holding back his full power until right then so that all energy present was nullified. Regardless, the two continue the fight, but after a while she eventually drops down to her mastered legendary Super Saiyan form. He didn't recognize his green-haired form, but regardless, Kale didn't realize she dropped out of the God form, so Beerus explains to her she is fully merged with the Super Saiyan God power and made it her own. She just claims that it doesn't matter and only their fight does, so they continue their battle. Beerus soon starts overwhelming her in this fight, as he pushes her back down to the ocean. Though, she gets a second wind, so they rise back up to space once more. This exhausted her as she reverted to her base form. As he then compliments her, Beerus inflicts her head, which sends her falling as she begins burning up in the atmosphere. However, pictures of her family and friends rush through her head, since she doesn't want the Earth to be destroyed in vain. To Beerus' dismay, she shoots back up, but as a regular Super Saiyan this time. He was mad she wouldn't let the fight end there, but she told him she won't give up if she still has any energy left. She charged up one last resist blast, but he counters it with a small energy ball. When they collide, they form into a spear of destruction, as Beerus sends it at Kale. She struggled to destroy it with one last punch, but this depleted her remaining energy, so she reverted to her base form again. Since she was now truly exhausted, she plummeted through the atmosphere. Vegeta caught her when she reached the ship, but he was disappointed that even with that level of power, she still lost. Beerus returned to the ship as well, as he told Kale she was the second strongest person he's fought. This is when he reveals to them that the strongest person he fought was Whis, who is not only his attendant, but also his martial arts master. He also explains to them that they are part of the 7th universe, and that there are 12 universes in total. Regardless, Beerus says he must keep his promise of destroying the Earth, so he charges a blast and destroys a small rock on a nearby island. He then tells them that he ran out of stamina, and afterwards, Whis offers Kale to become the next god of destruction after Beerus. Since she loves wildlife, she would turn this down, but Whis might offer to train her eventually. Anyway, Beerus and Whis return to their planet, which is when Whis calls him out for lying about using his full power. Beerus said he did this to draw out Kale's full power, but regardless, when they get to Beerus' planet, Whis takes out the sushi he got for the two of them. When Beerus tries some wasabi and then starts flying around destroying the nearby worlds, Whis karate chops him. After they finish their food, Beerus was going to sleep for 3 years, but Whis reminds him he hasn't brushed his teeth yet. Back on Earth, Kale and 18, along with everyone else, were sitting down together to enjoy a well-deserved meal. After the defeat of Beerus, the Earth was in a time of peace, but on the sacred world of the Kai, the old Kai and Supreme Kais noticed planets disappearing as if by magic. Back with Kale, she had taken up Whis' offer to go and train with him. Since Kale was training with Whis, 18 decided to continue her training as well. She went back to the sacred world of the Kai. Then with Bulma, she was taking Whis to restaurants as bribery to spare them in case Beerus decided to destroy the Earth again. Back on Beerus' planet, since Kale had a better handle of the God form by the time she started to train with Whis, she might have unlocked the Super Saiyan Blue form earlier than what Goku and Vegeta did in the actual timeline. She had trained with Whis for months by the time he found out that she had enhanced versions of Super Saiyan, like Super Saiyan 2, so it got Whis thinking. He wondered if Super Saiyan God could be enhanced like her Super Saiyan form, though he also wondered if, since the two are separate forms, could Super Saiyan be combined with Super Saiyan God? While they weren't sure if it would work, she tried it out, and she managed to combine the two, with her becoming a Super Saiyan Blue for the first time. By this time, it has been over 6 months since Kale started training with Whis, as Vegeta then returned to Capsule Corporation and was shocked to see Whis there, but he tried to convince him to train him as well. He tried taking Whis to restaurants too, but all the restaurants he could think of were ones Bulma already took him to. So, he decided to cook for Whis instead, but anytime he tried to crack an egg, he ended up destroying them. Instead, he decided to make instant ramen for Whis, which after trying it, he was at a loss for words from delight. So, Whis agreed to train him, but before they left for Beerus' planet, Bulma gave Vegeta new armor to wear. When they arrive, Vegeta finds it funny to see Kale in a pink apron, but he assumed put in one as well. Before their training, they have to do house chores, such as changing Beerus' bed sheets without waking him up. They then have to scrub tree branches, clean the Oracle Fish's fish bowls, and mow the lawn that grows back in a day. From there, their training begins with them having to pick up weighted blocks and outrunning the disappearing road behind them. That night, Whis explains to the Oracle Fish that it is best for them to train without relying on the Super Saiyan transformation, which, the two Saiyans must have already realized this, as they haven't transformed once yet. The next morning, Whis has her training be to fight him, but when the two try to hit Whis, he dodges them every time. He then explains to them that they think too much and that they have to learn how to master independent bodily reactions, which even Beerus hasn't mastered yet. Regardless, deep in space, Sorbet has taken over the military operations of the Frieza Force after his death. Currently, he was dealing with a rebellion on Frieza Planet 448, but since he had too few troops, he ordered them to withdraw. While they were fleeing, they were struck by an unknown force, but they continued on their way. This unknown force turned out to be Champa and Vados, and after Champa has Vados destroy the planet, they move along since it was the wrong one. Meanwhile, in Earth's hell, Frieza was being endlessly tormented by stuffed animals, fairies, and the other angels of hell. Back with Sorbet, since they lost 60% of their soldiers, he decided to go to Earth to revive Frieza. Then back with Whis, he tells Kale and Vegeta the weaknesses he noticed about them. Vegeta is wound too tight and needs to relax, while Kale can still get brief moments of being timid and hesitate in a fight. Then on Earth, Piccolo was babysitting Pan when he noticed an evil energy but couldn't figure out what it was. When Sorbet and Tagoma arrive on Earth, they run into the Pilaf gang, who have already collected the Dragon Balls. So, they coerce Peel off into summoning Shenron, then use the first wish to revive Frieza. However, Frieza is revived in the state he died in, which is where he was cut into many pieces by future Kale. Before they can make another wish, Shu uses the second wish to wish for 1 million Zenny, and Mai uses the third wish to wish for the world's best ice cream. Even though this annoyed him, Sorbet allowed them to live. He and Togama then collected the pieces of Frieza and went back to their ship, where they then used the healing pod to completely renew Frieza. Frieza didn't remember his staff, so he had to reintroduce themselves, so Sorbet and Togama explained everything that happened after Frieza's death. Frieza then asked about King Cold, so when Sorbet said he was going to revive him later, Frieza said not to as he was too full of himself. Frieza then declared revenge on the Saiyans, but Togama advised him to ignore them, so Frieza mocked him and shot death beams at him. Sorbet then informed Frieza that they hadn't been able to track down future Kale and that Goku had died many years ago after defeating Majin Buu. Though, he would reveal that Kale and Vegeta are still on Earth and are now even stronger than what Goku was. So, since Frieza is a prodigy, he decides to train for 4 months before taking on the Saiyans. On Beerus' planet, Whis was watching as Kale and Vegeta sparred, as he then gave them the advice to keep their ki inside so that it couldn't be sensed. They clashed for a little more, which is when a blue aura sparked from within Vegeta. He would have been confused about what this was, but Kale and Whis already knew what it was, so she's shown him the Super Saiyan Blue form. Regardless, Beerus woke up and was coming towards them, which is when he accidentally destroyed a nearby planet after sneezing. Beerus was wondering why they were there, which is when they tell him that they were training with Whis. 4 months later, Jacko arrives at Capital Corporation and asks Bulma if she is friends with the person that defeated Frieza. She informs him that Goku is dead, but the others that were just as strong as Goku are on Beerus' planet, so he warns her that Frieza is coming to Earth with 1,000 soldiers. Bulma then tries contacting Whis with the bribe of a strawberry sundae, but there isn't a response. She contacts and warns the rest of the Dragon team. Krillin was on duty as a cop when he was contacted, so he went to get his gi and shave. Afterwards, he got Master Roshi, as they then met up with Tien, Gohan, Piccolo, and 18. The sky then darkened, as Frieza and his army were quickly approaching the Earth. As the heroes were gathered, Jacko and Bulma then arrived, with Bulma forcing Jacko to fight alongside the others. Sorbet orders the army to attack, but they are easily defeated by all the heroes. Back at Beerus' planet, he orders Whis to send them to that place, so that they can get stronger and he can have peace. Back on Earth, since the whole army was defeated, Frieza destroyed his entire army except Sorbet, Shisami, and Togama. So Sorbet then orders Shisami to kill them all. He grabs Gohan, but when he wasn't struggling and was about to attack Shisami, Togama fired a ki blast through the both of them. This killed Shisami and then was killed Gohan, but his heart was restored by Piccolo. Togama then reveals he was made Frieza's training partner, but Frieza then offers him to be commander if he can kill the heroes. As he starts to power up, Goten and Trunks sense this, so they go to check what it is. In Jacko's ship, Ginyu, who is still in the body of the frog from Namek, pops out. Piccolo sets up to take on Togama first, but his attacks don't faze him, so Togama rips off part of Piccolo's arm. Gohan then comes to his aid, but together they still do nothing. Gotenks then arrives and hits Togama in the crotch, and then he tries to challenge Frieza, but he then defuses, so the two boys run to Bulma and Jacko. As Togama was on the ground in pain, Ginyu came up and wrote "change" on the ground, which caused them to switch bodies after Togama read the writing. Ginyu then explains to Frieza everything that happened since he turned into a frog, but he then starts beating down the heroes. Gohan challenged Ginyu to a fight, but since he slacked on his training, he was being beaten easily. Since he was getting desperate, he turned into a Super Saiyan. This easily allowed him to defeat Ginyu, but this angered Frieza, so he fired death beams into Gohan. Before he could finish him off with a death beam, Piccolo got in the way and took it for him. Piccolo's ki was no longer able to be sensed, which saddened everyone, since he sacrificed himself again to save Gohan. This is when 18 would step up, as Piccolo's death angered her greatly, since she lived at the lake, and this area was reminiscent of Namek. Piccolo went there often, so she would have developed a close relationship with Piccolo. By extension of her hanging out more with Piccolo, she would have developed a close relationship with Gohan too, since she and Piccolo would visit Gohan together. Regardless, this would give her the chance to show off the fruits of her training with the Supreme Kais. The old Kai had unlocked her potential, so she would go into her own ultimate form as she prepared to take on Frieza. However, Ginyu came to Frieza's side and asked for permission to kill her, which Frieza granted him. With her having limitless energy in combination with the ultimate form, she would easily kill Ginyu with a ki blast. She would then turn her attention to Frieza and start fighting him, which he would be pushing the tyrant back. He would eventually be forced into his final form, which unfortunately for the heroes, he would gain the upper hand over 18 in this form. With her being beaten down, Frieza prepared to finish her off with a death beam. Back at Beerus' planet, we see some message from Bulma with the sundae, which pleases both him and Beerus. Since Kale and Vegeta have found their way out of that place by now, they prepare to go to Earth. Since Kale knows the Kai Kai, they don't have the sense energy to teleport, so they arrive on Earth right away, leaving Beerus and Whis behind. Kale then knocks Frieza's death beam away before it hits 18. She then goes on to say she'll have Piccolo resurrected within the Namekian Dragon Balls, and she teleports into the lookout. Once 18 returns, they catch Kale and Vegeta up on how Frieza was resurrected. As Frieza gets ready to take on the Saiyans, Vegeta was wanting to go first, which Kale lets him. Even though she got over her hesitance to fight, she doesn't really enjoy it that much, so she is fine with Vegeta fighting instead of her. When Vegeta steps up to fight Frieza, it is nowhere near as even as it was between Goku and Frieza. Since he had a stronger training partner, and they had unlocked Super Saiyan Blue earlier, he is far stronger than usual. So, in his base form, he would be beating Frieza down instead. Frieza would try his dirty tactics of attacking the other nearby heroes, but Vegeta would easily deflect all of these attacks. Eventually, he would notice that Frieza was holding back some kind of power, so they would both agree to show the power they were hiding. Vegeta goes first and shows off his Super Saiyan Blue power, which Frieza just wondered if he was a regular Super Saiyan. So, Vegeta explained to him that this form is a Super Saiyan combined with the power of a Super Saiyan God. Regardless, he then welcomes Frieza to show off his new power, as Vegeta then mockingly says it wouldn't stand a chance against him. In the meantime, Jacko is taking pictures to get the Earth destroyed, so Bulma snatched his camera and destroyed it. Regardless, Frieza then tries attacking Vegeta to see if transforming was worth it, but his attack is easily blocked. Frieza then powers up and transforms into a form that he calls Golden Frieza. They start with trading blows at first, and they eventually get into a beam struggle. While this was going on, Bulma was contacted telepathically by Whis, as he then told her they'd be there in 4 minutes. Beerus was mad they were left behind, but they stopped warping as they noticed Champa and Vados were there too. Beerus was suspicious about why Champa was there, but he just plays it off as visiting Universe 7. Regardless, as they each go their separate ways, Champa and Vados say they collected 5 of something and only need 2 more. Champa also mentioned he wanted to stay hidden so Beerus didn't know what he was doing. Back on Earth, with Vegeta's far greater strength in this timeline, his beam easily overpowers Frieza. So, after his blast hits the Tyrant, Vegeta starts to pummel him into the ground. If Vegeta didn't enjoy beating down Frieza, this would have been a boring fight for him, as Frieza stood no chance against him. He couldn't get any hits in at all, so even when they both go to their full power, Frieza still had a disadvantage in power. Beerus and Whis then arrive, as he then demands for Bulma to bring them the sundae, or he'd destroy the Earth. While he and Whis were eating it, Frieza noticed the God of Destruction and grew horrified at the sight of him. He was worried Beerus was going to interfere in their fight, but he assured Frieza that he had no intention of taking sides in their fight. Bulma, of course, was angered that he wouldn't help, but he said he'd protect them if good food was around. Regardless, back with the fight, Vegeta, unlike Goku, wouldn't drop to his base form and let his guard down just because he was winning the fight. Though, when Frieza and Vegeta were talking, Sorbet thought Vegeta had dropped his guard as he was facing away from him, so he tried using his bad ring laser to wound Vegeta, but it does nothing to him. In return, if he could no longer interfere, Vegeta blasts and kills Sorbet easily. Vegeta then goes back to pummeling Frieza. Since the Galactic Tyrant was running out of energy, he dropped back to his final form. But since Vegeta was getting bored of this fight, he doesn't stall in finishing off Frieza. He tells Frieza never to resurrect again, as he then blasts the Tyrant with his Big Bang attack, killing him once and for all. As the Galactic Tyrant was now dead, 18 would use the Kai Kai to go to New Namek to revive Piccolo with their Dragon Balls. After her return, everyone then goes to Capsule Corporation to celebrate Frieza's defeat. While there, Gohan was blaming himself for Piccolo's death, so he went to 18 and Piccolo, asking them if they could both help train him. Of course, they would agree to help him, as they would like to see Gohan regain the strength he once had. Kale and Vegeta then talked about training partners, but they both jokingly said that they'd rather die than do that again. Back in Earth's Hell, Frieza was screaming in rage as the Angels of Hell welcomed him home. After the defeat of Golden Frieza, Kale and Vegeta were back on Beerus' planet so that they could continue training with Whis. Back on Earth, since Gohan asked 18 and Piccolo to train him again, she took them to the Sacred World of the Kai to train with her. Regardless, back with the Saiyans, Whis had them wear gravity suits and do 50,000 push-ups. Champa and Vados were traveling through space, but they violently landed on Beerus' planet, which woke up Beerus. He thought this was the Saiyans that woke him up, so he started to attack them. In this rampage, Beerus almost attacks Champa, which leads to the two bickering with each other. While they argue, since Vados noticed the Saiyans didn't know who this was, she explains to them who Champa is. Regardless, when Beerus asked why he was there, Champa said it was because he believes his universe has more delicious food than Beerus's. After giving them an egg to try, Beerus has Whis make instant ramen, which Champa and Vados found delicious. After Beerus explained this food came from Earth, he has Vados look for the Universe 6's Earth, but she reveals it was destroyed by its inhabitants. After mocking Champa, the two gods of destruction got in a fight, but Whis and Vados stopped them so the universes weren't destroyed. So, Champa suggested a 5-on-5 tournament between the two universes, and the winner would get the Earth. Beerus says this would be impossible, but Champa reveals he has been collecting the Super Dragon Balls that would be able to make this happen. Beerus would ask the two Saiyans' opinions on this tournament, which they would agree to it, since they were curious to see fighters from the other universes. Ciampa then decides the tournament will be on the nameless planet since it is a neutral space between the two universes. Beers leaves it to Ciampa to get the planet ready, while they then decide on the rules for the tournament. As usual, if they surrender, that person loses, they can't kill, if they fall out of the ring they're eliminated, weapons and enhancements aren't allowed, and the fighters have to pass a simple test. Both Gods of Destruction agree on these rules, and they then say the tournament will be in 1 week. Beerus and Whis take Kale and Vegeta to Earth, and once there, they go and see Bulma. She suggests they use the Dragon Balls to ask Shenron where the other Super Dragon Ball is, so they gather the Earth's Dragon Balls. Back with Ciampa and Vados, they arrive at the nameless planet and give it an atmosphere, an arena, concessions, viewing stands, and portraits of the Gods of Destruction. Back with the heroes, when they summon Shenron, he can't find the last Super Dragon Ball, so Bulma goes to make a radar for them. Beerus and Whis are prepared to leave to go get Monaka, which is when he explained to Kale and Vegeta that Monaka is the strongest fighter in Universe 7. Back with Bulma, after getting help from Tice to find Jacko, she has Kale test out the Super Dragon radar. Kale and Vegeta then met up with Krillin, who was told they were going on a picnic in space, so they explain to him what is actually happening. They then try to decide on the other two members of the team, which they suggest Gohan and Piccolo. Though Vegeta says Gohan is too rusty because of his constant studying, so Kale suggests 18 is dead since she's been training with Piccolo. Vegeta agrees on recruiting 18, so they go to the Sacred World of the Kai, since she, Gohan, and Piccolo were there. Gohan considered joining, but he had a conference to go to that day, so they do recruit 18 and Piccolo. After returning to Earth, Kale and Vegeta decided to go into the hyperbolic time chamber and train for 3 years. While they did that, 18 and Piccolo would continue their training with the Supreme Kais. Meanwhile, Beerus finishes his ramen, so he and Whis take off to go and recruit Monaka. After Jacko arrives on Earth, he and Bulma head to Zuno to ask him about the Super Dragon Balls. After Jacko apprehends Gepu-Man and Bulma accidentally wastes 2 of her questions, they do learn that the Super Dragon Balls are scattered across both Universe 6 and 7. They then return to Earth and share this information with Vegeta, so they figure Ciampa has been coming to Universe 7 to steal the Super Dragon Balls. Regardless, Jacko then says he'd like to watch this tournament, as he then departs to his headquarters to hand over Gepu-Man. Back with Kale and Vegeta, they discuss what type of fighters they think they'll see, but they go back to training shortly afterwards. When the time to go to the tournament came, Whis arrived with a cube to transport everyone. Jacko then showed up with the Galactic King, which doesn't amaze Bulma since she met others like the Supreme Kais and God of Destruction. Kale and Vegeta then arrive, but they go shower and Vegeta shaves before they leave. They then arrive at Beerus' planet, which is when Beerus and Monaka get in the cube too. Unlike what Goku did, Kale wouldn't attack Monaka out of nowhere. Once they arrive, Vados was going to show the guests to their seats, but Whis created new ones since the current seats looked hard. While on the way to do the test, Kale greets the Universe 6's Supreme Kai, Fuwa, but she greets him respectfully instead of casually like Goku did. Once they arrive, Kappa approaches them, wondering if they are Saiyans. After saying that they are, he reveals that he is a Saiyan as well. Kappa then mentions that the Saiyans of Universe 6 still live on planet Sadala, so Vegeta explains what happened to that planet in Universe 7. Regardless, Vados then goes over the test, which all the Universe 7 fighters pass. When deciding the order of the fighters, Beerus says Monaka will go last since he is the strongest. So, the others play rock, paper, scissors, which ends up with Kale going first. This means the first match is between Vitalmo and Kale, as they both enter the ring. Vitalmo started with bouncing wildly around the arena, as he then landed a strong punch on Kale. Vitalmo would then start firing ki blasts at her, but she manages to evade all of them. Kale then jumped behind him and used a resist blast, but he came out unscathed. She then goes on the offensive of punching Vitalmo, but her attacks are doing nothing to him. He then pushes her back, so Vegeta shouts for her to use her head. She then grabs his legs, which forces him to fall, as she drags him to the edge of the arena. He was firing mouth blasts at her, but she dodged them, as he then stood up and tried to punch her. However, she caught his arm and threw him out of the ring, making her the winner of the first match. Ciampa started to throw a tantrum, but Vados told him to calm down. They still have 4 fighters left. Regardless, Frost enters the ring, and politely introduces himself to Kale. When the second match begins, Frost uses his speed to throw Kale off balance. Kale then suggests that he should go into his final form right away, so Frost complies, but he goes into his second form instead. Since Kale has seen Frieza's other forms in the past, she still thinks Frost is hiding something. The two begin to fight and are evenly matched, though Kale calls him out for hiding his other form shortly afterwards. She then turns into her regular Super Saiyan form. Ciampa asks Kappa if all Saiyans can do this, but he knows nothing about it. She suggests that Frost should turn into his final form, which shocks him that she knew he was hiding it, but he complies. They then begin to fight, but Frost is completely outmatched, though he refused to surrender. He threw another punch at her, and even though she blocked it, she started to feel tired suddenly. Frost then knocked her out of the ring, making him the winner of the second match. 18 ran over and checked on Kale, as she was worried she was dead, but she eventually wakes up, though she was briefly unaware where she was and that she lost. Frost then checked to see if she was alright and congratulated her for giving him a fun match. Champa then taunts Beerus for Kale losing, which angers him, but he laughs it off after Whis gets him to calm down. The referee then announces that the third match is between Frost and Piccolo. When he asks Kale if he has a chance, she says he does, so she would know what he unlocked in his training with the Supreme Kais. Piccolo then enters the ring and takes off his weighted clothing. Meanwhile, Jacko moves next to Vegeta to get a closer look at the fight. Frost charges Piccolo right away, but he dodges and begins to charge a special beam cannon. So, Frost starts firing blasts at Piccolo, but he evades him as well. However, when he starts firing the special beam cannons, Frost was dodging them. He then tries getting closer to fire his blast, which is when Frost's ki blast pierces his leg. So, he makes clones of himself, which causes Frost to shoot at them to try and find the real Piccolo. He eventually knocks all the clones out and charges at Piccolo, though he manages to block his punches. At this range, he can't use the special beam cannon, and Frost's punches and kicks were damaging him, though he eventually manages to knock Piccolo away, which causes him to lose his stored up energy. He then extends his arm and grabs a hold of Frost, as he starts to charge the special beam cannon again. Though Frost then lifts his arm into Piccolo's, and as he was going to fire the special beam cannon, he became dizzy. Frost then blasts Piccolo through the abdomen, which when he shoots his blast, it pierces the barrier. When Frost is declared the winner, Jacko objects and asks the referee to check Frost's arm for a needle. Champa threatened to destroy Jacko if there wasn't one, so he almost backed down from this, but Beerus and Vegeta insisted that the referee should check his arm. He finds the poison needle, and Frost tries to say it's biological, but the referee says it looks artificial. The referee then disqualifies Frost and declares Piccolo the winner. Balderton explains that this was Frost's true nature, as he's the leader of the space pirates. Frost then revealed that he starts wars and buys the ravaged land at a cheaper price afterwards, so that he made a large profit from them. Even though Vegeta would have liked to fight Frost, that would mean both Piccolo and 18 would have to drop out, which he wouldn't want to put themselves at that much of a disadvantage. However, since he knows Piccolo is hiding something, he would ask for Frost to be reinstated into the matches. Piccolo would agree, which when he and Frost enter the ring again, he says that Piccolo must be confident to take him on again. This is when Piccolo says he was hiding a transformation of his own, which confuses Frost. Regardless, before they begin the match, Frost says he will use tricks in his poison needle, which the referee allows after getting Beerus's and Champa's thoughts. As soon as the match starts, since Piccolo is being cautious this time, he decides to show off his transformation right away. When he trained with the Supreme Kais, he had his potential unlocked, which gave him access to his ultimate form, so he would turn into that form as Frost then charges at him. Piccolo then hits him and sends him flying, which breaks through the barrier, though Vados prepares it, since Frost is now eliminated. Beerus looks over Kale for an injury caused by Frost, which is when he finds out she was poisoned, so she's reinstated into the tournament. Champa then makes a rule that if someone touches the barrier, it counts as a ring out, which angers Beerus as he didn't give his consent. Frost is leaving the tournament grounds and found Champa's cube, but Hit found him and stopped him from taking it. Anyway, the fourth match is between Automagedda and Piccolo, so he grabs his lava and enters the ring. He then drinks his lava, and the match begins, so he tries going after Piccolo. He can't hit Piccolo, but he was also able to withstand the attacks of Piccolo. When he tries using a ki barrage, Automagedda counters it with his lava saliva. Over time, it was getting hotter in the barrier, which was having a worse effect on Piccolo than it did on Vegeta. The Mechans only need water to survive, so by making Piccolo sweat out the water, he was also losing nutrients and energy. So, the longer their fight goes on, the more energy Piccolo loses. His attacks already weren't doing anything, so they definitely weren't doing anything now. Eventually, he would drop out of his ultimate form, which allows Automagedda to beat him down even more. Piccolo would then be forced back to the point that he is knocked into the barrier, thus eliminating him. 18 enters the ring, as the fifth match is between her and Automagedda. So she's seen that Piccolo was forced into his ultimate form, she would go into her ultimate form right away. Since it was already hot in the barrier, she would start sweating, but she has limitless energy, so she doesn't have to worry about getting weaker like Piccolo did. Anyway, the amount of oxygen would be getting lower in the arena, so she would realize she needs to finish this battle fast. They would get into a beam struggle, but her beam was overpowered, though she managed to dodge his lava spit, and then hardened into a rock club, which he almost knocked her out of the ring with. Eventually, they would get into another beam struggle, but as she uses her full power, Automagedda is seemingly overpowered, like how Vegeta did. She insults him, which causes him to fall out of the ring as it collapsed beneath his weight. This makes 18 the winner, but Whis mentions that she didn't have to go that far, as metal men are extremely sensitive. Regardless, Cabba then stepped up to fight, but Vegeta would ask 18 to come to the sidelines to talk briefly. Vegeta wanted to fight Cabba, and since he mentioned not being able to go Super Saiyan earlier, Vegeta knows that Cabba would lose against 18. So, like how he convinced Piccolo to forfeit so he could fight Frost in the original timeline, he would convince 18 to surrender so he could fight Cabba. After she leaves the ring, Vegeta would enter it, which means the sixth match is between him and Cabba. As the match begins, they would go blow for blow at first, up until Vegeta tells him to get serious. Vegeta then turned into a Super Saiyan, which Cabba didn't know how to do and asked Vegeta to teach him. This angered him, so he started to assault Cabba to the point that he tries to surrender. He then threatened to blow up Planet Sadala if he surrendered, which was enough to anger Cabba and cause him to transform into a Super Saiyan. Cabba then launches his own assault on Vegeta and seemingly overwhelms him, but he eventually takes one of his attacks unharmed. He tells Kappa not to forget this feeling, which confuses him as he reverts to his base form. Vegeta explains that this form was only achieved through anger, but he then turns into a Super Saiyan Blue and knocks him unconscious. After he wakes up Kappa, he has him promise to show Vegeta the planet Sadala someday. Regardless, Hit then enters the ring, as the 7th match is between Vegeta and Hit. This match will go the exact same, with Vegeta going into his Super Saiyan Blue form right away. During the fight, Vegeta didn't land a hit, and there was a moment he couldn't see Hit's movements right before he was attacked. After being pummeled, Vegeta eventually tries to land a hard blow on Hit, but he lands a hard blow on Vegeta's gut. This knocks him out, so the others go to help him and Krillin gives him a sensu bean. On the sidelines, the Galactic King wonders if he was using the time skip ability, so Jacko explains what this ability is to Kale. The 8th match is in between Hit and Kale, so she enters the ring. Beerus tried to get Whis to tell her how to overcome this technique, but he said it would be good training for her and mockingly said that they still have Monaka. This is when Piccolo overhears that Monaka's strength was made up just to motivate the Saiyans. Regardless, when their fight begins, Kale tries attacking through a series of trial and error. Eventually, she would manage to block some of his attacks and even land hits on him, as she was predicting his movements after the 1/10 of a second time skip. When she turns into her Super Saiyan Blue form, she gains the upper hand over Hit, as he got aggravated since he was reaching his limit. Though, she's eventually hit hard by him, as he mentions that he was able to grow his time skip to 1/5 of a second because of her. She couldn't predict his movements anymore, so she had to resort to a technique she planned to use against Beerus. Her current Super Saiyan Blue form was just using the power of her regular Super Saiyan, so in her free time, she tried to combine the power of her legendary Super Saiyan form with the Super Saiyan God form. She would turn into her legendary Super Saiyan Blue form, which the power of this form would likely be above what Goku's Kaioken times 10 on top of Blue was, since her power would continue to grow the more she adapts to her opponent's strength. She would then use a resist blast against Hit as he tries time skipping through it, which causes an explosion. This form wouldn't drain her stamina as much as the Kaioken did to Goku, so she would be able to put up a better fight for longer. As the fight goes on, she would notice that Hit isn't able to use his full power because of the rules. But since the Gods of Destruction couldn't agree on dropping all of the rules, she would hop out of the ring because it wasn't a fair fight. Even though she doesn't normally like to fight, facing someone like Hit excited her, as they both kept pushing each other's power to new heights. She then drops to her base form, and since she was tired, 18 helped her back to the stands. The 9th match is between Hit and Monaka, so he tries to jump into the ring but fails and falls. Hit realizes he is weak, but after the match begins, he pretends to be hurt and sends himself flying when Monaka punches him. So, Monaka is declared the winner, which also makes Universe 7 the winner of the tournament. Kale then thanked the Galactic King for help, as she made the same mistake Goku did of not shaking his hand. An angered Champa was going to destroy his universe's team, but he is interrupted when Vados tells him Zeno arrived. Zeno mentioned that he was originally there to tell off Beerus and Champa for hosting this tournament, but he found it interesting, so he decided he wanted to host a tournament between all of the universes. Unlike Goku, Kale wanted to approach Zeno, so Zeno then takes his leave. Afterwards, Champa and the Universe 6 fighters leave, as the heroes realize the 7th Super Dragon Ball is the planet they are on. So, they then got into the cube, and we summoned Super Shenron. While the wish was left unknown to the heroes, Beerus wished for Universe 6's Earth to be restored back to normal. Bulma tried asking what he wished for, but he lied to her and said that he wished for a more comfortable bed. Regardless, in another part of space, Vados informed Champa what Beerus wished for, which caused him to have a mixed reaction. Whis took Beerus and Monaka to Beerus' planet, as he then departed with the heroes to Earth. Monaka is then revealed to be a mailman, as Beerus gives him money for his help in motivating the Saiyans. Back on Earth, everyone returns home, much to Kale's delight. In the future Kale is running and hiding from a mysterious being that was causing destruction with his ki blasts. She eventually enters a building and meets up with future Bulma, who was working on getting fuel for the time machine. As they got ready to go to Capsule Corporation, the mysterious being showed up and grabbed Bulma. This mysterious being then blew up the building, which killed Bulma in the process. Kale fled the building, while promising to save the future as well. Back in the present timeline, Kale and 18 were still taking care of the animals they had while also tending to the garden. She'd asked Piccolo to come over, so that they could train together, though Krillin came to visit them, as he was wondering why Kale was there when Vegeta was off training. When she then teleports away to Beerus' planet, Krillin is asked to help with the gardening. Once she arrives, Beerus asks if she brought a gift, so she handed him the vegetable she was holding from her garden. Regardless, back in the future, Kale met up with Mai, as she explains what happened to Bulma. Back on Beerus' planet, they were discussing Zeno, which is when Whis explains how there used to be 18 universes until Zeno got in a bad mood and destroyed 6 of them. In the future again, Mai and Kale were eating and resting. Afterwards, they went towards Capsule Corporation, but a giant vortex appeared in the sky. As Kale engaged a mysterious being in battle, she told Mai to run, but Kale was defeated. Mai then gives the fuel to Kale so that she can distract the villain, but she is seemingly killed by a ki blast. This angers Kale as she glares at the enemy, which turns out to be Kale Black, as she swears this is the day Kale will take her final breath. As Kale realized that Black doesn't know about the time machine, she turned into a Super Saiyan and attacked Black. She then threw her sword at her and hit her with a resist blast. Once the smoke cleared away, Kale was gone, as she had gone into Castle Corporation and put the fuel into the time machine. She then got into the time machine as it began to rise up, so Kale Black tried to shoot it with a black resist blast, but the time machine disappeared in the nick of time. While she was going back in time, she recalled Bulma's words and swore the trip wouldn't go to waste. Back in the present, Trunks and the Peel-Off Gang were being taught math, though they were dismissed for lunch. When the time machine arrives, Trunks goes to check it out, as he then sends Shu to get Bulma. As Bulma arrives, she realizes it is future Kale, so she takes her to a bed and prepares to call Vegeta. After finding the communicator given to her by Whis, she gets in contact with them and shows them that future Kale is there. Kale then used her Kai Kai to teleport them to Earth. She then went to Korin's tower and got sensu beans to give to future Kale. After she wakes up and sees Kale, she would get reminded of Bulma and Mai's death, so she attacks Kale, but her attack is blocked. However, Bulma got future Kale to calm down, so she then apologized. The Peel-Off Gang was confused about why there were two Kales, so Bulma explained that her future self made a time machine. This surprised Whis that humans could make a time machine, but he also told them that time travel is a serious crime. Back in the future, Kale Black couldn't find Kale, so she started to create havoc until her time ring started to react. Then in the present, Whis explains why time travel is prohibited, and Beerus threatens to destroy them. However, he is talked out of it after Bulma gives him and Whis some fish sausage. Eventually, Krillin, Piccolo, and 18 are contacted by Bulma and told that future Kale has come back to the past, so they head to Capsule Corporation. Back with Bulma, she was analyzing the time machine and found a notebook from her future self. Vegeta then asked if Majin Buu attacked in the future, so future Kale explained how she killed Babidi and Dabura with the help of Shin. She then goes on to explain who Kale Black is and how she swore to kill all mortals for the sake of justice. So, Bulma, Vegeta, and Kale decided to go to the future to help her. Future Kale then asked her present self to spar, so Bulma put a force field around them so they could go all out. They start off with going Super Saiyan 2, as they go blow for blow with each other, though Kale then shows off her Super Saiyan 3 form, which surprises her future counterpart. She eventually knocks her future self back down, thus defeating her. Afterwards, Krillin and Piccolo arrive as they then greet future Kale. However, they are interrupted by a thunderstorm, which caused a portal to open. Kale Black came out of it, so she and Kale now officially meet. After Kale Black arrived, Whis noticed the time ring, so he pointed it out to Beerus. Future Kale then demanded to know how she got there, but when she tries to attack Black, her assault does nothing. So, Kale says out to fight her, as Black was excited to fight her in this body. The other heroes fly away from Castle Corporation, so Whis shows them the fight through his staff. Kale was pushed back at first, though she then asked if that was all the strength Black had as she goes Super Saiyan 2. Their fight then continues, with Black eventually being knocked back to Capsule Corporation, though Black was getting stronger as the fight went on, and in their fight, they knock over the time machine. She then starts to get pulled back by the time portal, so she destroys the time machine with a blast right before she is pulled in. Whis explained to them that she only managed to come to the past by the distortion future Kale caused, but once it corrected itself, it pulled Kale Black back in. She was no longer able to travel to the past, but she also stranded future Kale there, so she goes back to slaughtering mortals. In the present, Bulma went to look for something in her office, while Whis pointed out another issue. He points out that Kale Black was wearing a time ring, which is something that only Supreme Kais can wear. Future Kale was then looking through the ruins of the time machine when Vegeta told her not to give up. This was surprising to her since she didn't expect Vegeta to give her advice. Bulma then returns with a capsule and throws it, which had contained the time machine that Cell used. Back in the future, Mai is revealed to have survived. She was just knocked unconscious. After Bulma explains where she got the time machine from, she says that with the help of future Bulma's notes, she will be able to repair it. While waiting, Vegeta went to train in the gravity chamber, while Kale stuck around on Earth. Back in the future, Kale Black has gotten more accustomed to her power after fighting Kale, so she desired to see her again. In the present, Dr. Brief returns from his vacation, so he helps fix the time machine, while future Kale explains to Mai how she knew her future counterpart. Of course, Mai wouldn't become smitten with future Kale, but regardless, Kale decided to give advice to her future self. Afterwards, Beerus said that Black's key felt familiar, so he and Whis decided to do some investigating. While Bulma was working on the time machine, teacher Kale went out to where Krillin and Piccolo were doing yard work, and she asked him about how Gohan and Trunks is doing. Piccolo would tell her that Gohan has become a scholar and has mostly distanced himself from fighting, but recently he started to train again. They would tell her that Trunks, on the other hand, is already a Super Saiyan, but he hasn't been in any major fights, as he didn't fight Buu in this timeline. She then explains what happened to the Gohan and Trunks of her timeline, and how they both died at the hands of the androids. They would then suggest that she should go talk with Gohan and Trunks, so they give a map to her of Gohan's work. Once she goes there, they meet up and get ice cream together, before going to Gohan's house. She is then introduced to Videl, Mr. Satan, and Pan, but she ends up playing with Pan while the others were busy. She and Gohan eventually go outside to talk, which Gohan talks about his family, which seeing him happy makes her happy. After dinner, she says goodbye to the others and flies off, as she is inspired to find what she is fighting for. When she returns to Castle Corporation, she asks where her present counterpart is. This is when Krillin explains that she and the gods went to Universe 10, since Beerus and Whis know someone there that has the same key as Black. Well, they were on their way there, there, Whis explained that he had a feeling who Black is, as he then explains who Zamasu is, which he is the apprentice in Universe 10's Supreme Kai, Gawasu. In Universe 10, while Zamasu was pouring tea for Gawasu, he mentioned wanting to destroy the mortals, so Gawasu tells him that they can't interfere with creation. Regardless, when Beerus, Whis, and Kale arrive, Zamasu almost attacks her, but Gawasu stops him. Whis then explains to Gawasu how Black is in a Kai but had a time ring, which Zamasu didn't know about them. After explaining Black looks like Kale, Gawasu shows him the time rings. Unlike Goku, Kale wouldn't be begging to fight Zamasu, but once Gawasu found out she was trained under the Supreme Kais, he suggests that she and Zamasu should spar as a part of his training. Gawasu told Zamasu to hold back, but Beerus warned them that he'd die if he did. On Earth, future Kale and Krillin would be talking about families, which is when Krillin mentions he doesn't have one. Though Krillin would tell her that her present counterpart settled down and got married, but he'd be reluctant to say who Kale's wife is. This is when 18 would show up, so Krillin had to stop future Kale from attacking her. 18 then joked with her about getting revenge for killing her in the future, so this is when Krillin explained Kale married 18. Regardless, this was a shock to future Kale, so she went to talk to Bulma instead. Back with Kale and Zamasu, she goes Super Saiyan from the start, as they didn't start to fight. This is when she says she hasn't fought a god since Beerus, which surprises Zamasu, but regardless, their fight continues. During it is when Kale, Beerus, and Whis knows that Zamasu's ki is similar to Black's. She then quickly ends the match, so he tried to attack Kale, but Gawasu stopped him. The three then leave, and Whis mentions that Zamasu is Black, and then he was suppressing his cold heart. Back with Gawasu and Zamasu, he asks his apprentice if he still distrusted mortals, but he just said he was ashamed of his inadequacy. Then while he was pouring Gawasu's tea, he vowed never to forget Kale. Back with future Kale, she was doing image training, so Maya attempted it as well. Not because she was smitten like she was with future Trunks, but mainly because she was impressed by her strength and wanted to get stronger as well. Bulma and her team then put the finishing touches on the rebuilt time machine. Beerus, Whis, and Kale then returned as they explained that Zamasu might not be Kale Black. Regardless, after a meal, Beerus and Whis leave, as Vegeta then tells future Kale to follow him, since he wants to test her strength. Then in Universe 10, Gawasu was showing Zamasu the barbarians through the crystal ball. Since their barbaric nature disgusted him, he suggested wiping them out, so Gawasu grabbed the time ring before going to Babari with Zamasu. He then used the time ring to show Zamasu how their race developed 1,000 years in the future, which, they developed fire, but they still had their barbaric nature, which fueled Zamasu's resolve to kill the mortals. Back with future Kale and Vegeta, she thought he was going to go Super Saiyan 3, but he went into his blue form instead. She was outmatched, but she was certain that Black wouldn't stand a chance against this level of power. Though, this disappointed and angered Vegeta since he believes Saiyan should always strive to get stronger, not just when there are enemies. On Beerus' planet, he and Whis have dinner, but since Zeno never met Kale in this timeline, Zeno doesn't contact them asking to meet her. Then at Capsule Corporation, Bulma and Dr. Brief finish preparing the time machine. Maya was going to tell future Kale, but Bulma stops her since she was resting after training with Vegeta. Back in Universe 10, Zamasu and Gawasu were still observing the barbarians, but one tried to attack Zamasu, though he easily blocks this and sends the beast flying. Then against Gawasu's protests, he uses an energy blade to bisect it. Back in the sacred world of the Kai, Gawasu berates Zamasu for his actions. Later on, he talks with Zamasu about watching over the mortals and about the properties of good and evil, though because of Zamasu's unpleasant words, it had a negative effect on the tea he was brewing, so Gawasu had him brew a new pot. Back on Earth, Bulma unveils the repaired time machine, so Kale, future Kale, and Vegeta climb inside. They then travel to the future, which is when Kale is attacked by members of Earth's resistance. However, future Kale quickly stops them by telling them this isn't Black. After they apologize, future Kale introduces them to the soldiers. When the soldiers mention that they must be from the past, this shocks future Kale, as they shouldn't know about the time machine. So, when she asks who told them, they say that Mai did. They then go to the headquarters of Earth's resistance, which is when Mai fills them in on everything that happened after Kale left. After getting introduced to the civilians, Vegeta throws a capsule full of food that Bulma gave for them. He then gives the other capsules full of stuff for their leisure to Mai. Kale didn't notice future Yajirobe, so she has him explain how he survived against the androids. Later, Kale and Vegeta had a game of rock, paper, scissors to see who would face Kale Black, which Vegeta won. So, the three Saiyans took off to do battle with Kale Black. When they found her, Vegeta fired a ki blast so that she would notice them. He then turns into his Super Saiyan Blue form, which doesn't surprise Black, as Vegeta starts his assault. This does nothing to her, however, as she then kicks him away. She then compliments Vegeta's strength, but decides to show the Saiyans something, and she then reveals her own transformation, Super Saiyan Rose. She would then say she fully mastered Kale's power, but Vegeta would smirk and say she's wrong. Since Rose is just her version of Blue, she wouldn't have access to Kale's legendary power yet. Regardless, when he attacks her, his punch is easily caught and he is stabbed through the chest with an energy blade. Kale then steps up to fight, and she goes into her blue form, but she is quickly knocked to the ground afterwards. Black went to use her Black Blaster stream, but she was interrupted by the arrival of future Zamasu, which shocked the Saiyans. Now that future Zamasu has arrived, the heroes claim that they were right about the two being allies, so Zamasu corrects them by saying that they're kindred spirits. Regardless, Kale goes into her blue form and begins to fight Zamasu, but her attacks are blocked. They were fighting evenly until Kale Black joined, as they then drove Kale into a corner. Super Saiyan 2 Future Kale then joined, as she and Kale then fought Zamasu and Kale Black together. When she stabbed Zamasu with her sword, she was surprised to see it heal instantly. After being hit by her resist blast, he revealed that he has an immortal body. Kale Black then fired a black resist blast at them, as Zamasu grabbed them from behind. So they were defeated, but Zamasu was unharmed. Black and Zamasu were going to finish them off, but Vegeta went into his blue form again and destroyed it with his God Final Flash. He then reverts to his base form and passes out, as they realized Kale and Future Kale escaped. Future Yajirobe had saved them, while Future Mai and the soldiers then came in and saved Vegeta. Mai then put them in a time machine and sent them back to the past, as Black and Zamasu noticed the time machine at the last second. They then arrive in the past, which Trunks sees, so he calls for Bulma once they do. Regardless, in Universe 10, Zamasu and Gowasu were watching the battle between Kale and Hit from the Tournament of Destroyers. Zamasu was shocked to see Kale use God Ki, but he didn't ask about the Super Dragon Balls on the screen. So, Gowasu explained to him how they can grant any wish after being gathered. Later, he went to Zuno's planet, as he knocked out Zuno's attendant and demanded to know everything about the Super Dragon Balls. Since he was getting impatient, he threatened Zuno, so he told him how to summon Super Shenron, but he also mentions he must wait a year until they can be used. He then demands to know their location and to know more about Kale. Back on Earth, Bulma gives the 3 Saiyan sensor beams. Once they get up, they explain everything about Kale Black's new transformation and that Zamasu is her ally. Beerus, Whis, and Shin then arrived, as Shin explains he was contacted by Zuno, saying that Zamasu confronted him about Kale and the Super Dragon Balls. Vegeta then caught the gods upon future Zamasu, his immortality, and Kale Black's Rose form. Back in Universe 10, Gowasu ran out of tea, so he tried to call for Zamasu to make more, but he received no response. So he realized Zamasu was gone. Back on Earth, Beerus was wondering why Black's ki was so similar to Zamasu's, so Whis theorizes that Zamasu was searching for enough power to assert his justice and had a clone of Kale made to serve him. However, they didn't realize that Zamasu most likely killed Gowasu and stole the time rings. Shin then offered to take them to Universe 10 but told them to act peacefully since Zamasu hasn't done anything wrong yet. Back in the future, Mai was desperately trying to inspire the soldiers to wait for the return of the heroes. Then in Universe 10, Beerus, Whis, Shin, and Kale approach Gowasu, asking where Zamasu is. He says that Zamasu has been gone all morning, so Beerus asks if his behavior has been suspicious. Gowasu said that Zamasu had his doubts about how things are, but he's enlightened now, as an oddly calm Zamasu appears, saying he brought Gowasu his tea. When Zamasu asked why they were there, Beerus said it was because Kale wanted to fight her again, so Zamasu accepted this challenge. However, Beerus said they had to leave, as Whis gives Gowasu a gift of snacks and tea. Once they leave, they don't go far from Universe 10, as Beerus and Whis explain to Shin that Zamasu intends to kill Gowasu. Back in the future, Kale Black and Zamasu discuss killing Kale, but Zamasu told her that if she kills Kale too quickly, she'd lose the opportunity to tap into Kale's legendary power that Vegeta mentioned, though she says she is satisfied with her power, which Zamasu finds it ironic that they have to use a mortal to eliminate all mortals. Regardless, back with Mai, he swears to protect the kids, even if she has to by herself. Back in the present, even though it isn't his future counterpart, Trunks would berate future Kale for moping around after losing. He would then attack her and knock her down, then demand that she stands up, so she is supposed to be a Saiyan. He would also say something along the lines of he doesn't know why his future self would have ever looked up to her, which angered her. Then in Universe 10, while Gowasu was eating the snacks and drinking his tea, Zamasu used his God Split Cut to kill him. Whis rewound time, which shocked Kale as Whis had never done this before in this timeline. Regardless, they then go to Universe 10 and Whis puts a glove over Zamasu's hand. Beerus, Whis, and Shin then explain to Gowasu that Zamasu planned to kill him, as Whis removes the glove from Zamasu's hand. Zamasu then tried to attack them, but Beerus uses Zakai to destroy Zamasu. Back on Earth, after fighting with Trunks, future Kale realized that he was trying to teach her to win no matter who the enemy was. After thanking him, they are interrupted by the gods and Kale returning. Beerus says that Kale Black should disappear since Zamasu was destroyed, but future Kale points out that the androids didn't disappear in her timeline after they were defeated in the present. Though, Beerus says it is different if a god kills a god, so future Kale hoped he is right. Before future Kale left to see if the future was safe, Bulma convinced her to stay for dinner. Kale eventually decided to go with her future counterpart in case her timeline wasn't safe. Trunks then asked about the future, so she explained it to him, and after she did, she thanked Beerus for his help in destroying Zamasu. She then asked Vegeta to come with her as well, which he agreed, so they all entered the time machine alongside Bulma. When they arrive, they realize the future hasn't changed, so they go to the base of Earth's resistance. They then found the unconscious Mai, so future Kale gave her a sensu beam. Afterwards, they went and found Kale, Black, and Zamasu. Vegeta turned into his blue form and Black went into her rose form as they began to fight, with his plan being to defeat Black first. Kale then said to them that they knew Black's identity, but this is when Black reveals that they are wrong, as she is a version of Zamasu that wished for Kale's body then killed the Kale who had her body stolen. Future Zamasu then explained how he teamed up with Black, as she then explains that because of the time ring, what happens to her past self doesn't affect her current self. Regardless, they both attack the Saiyans, which causes Kale and Vegeta to go into their blue forms while future Kale goes into her legendary Super Saiyan 2 form. Black then helps knock the heroes away, as she then finishes her story about how she killed future Gawasu and teamed up with future Zamasu. They then went on to wish for Zamasu to be immortal, and then they killed every Supreme Kai, which also killed all the gods of destruction. After knocking away future Kale and Vegeta, they team up on Kale, and after cornering her, they explain what happened after Zamasu took her body. Mainly, they explain how they killed her and then 18, which angered Kale and caused her to go into her legendary blue form. At first she puts them on the defensive, but Black is powered up by this beating, so she then uses her divine lasso to defeat Kale. Black and Zamasu then turn their attention to future Kale and Vegeta, as they call her a sinner for creating a new time ring, and if she didn't travel back in time before, they never would have done this. While Zamasu holds back Vegeta, future Kale grew angry and attacked Black, though she was easily defeated. Majin tried to rush in to save her, but they were stopped by future Kale turning into a legendary version of the Super Saiyan Rage form. Future Kale then takes on both Black and Zamasu, as she manages to hold them both off. Vegeta went into his blue form and jumps into the fight, but future Kale eventually convinced him to get into the time machine and return to the past. After they return to the present, Kale is put into a healing pod, while Vegeta then explains Zamasu's true identity to the gods. Since Beerus was now satisfied, the two gods leave. After Kale recovered, all the heroes and their families met at Capsule Corporation, which is when Piccolo suggested that they should learn the evil containment wave. So, Kale then went to Kame House to learn this technique from Master Roshi, while Vegeta went to train at the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis went to Universe 10 and told Gawasu that the future didn't change, so he decided to take responsibility and do something about it since Zamasu was his apprentice. Back in the future, Kale was defeated and injured, so she was given a sensu bean, as they then tell her what Mai is doing. Mai was trying to kill Black with a special bullet, but she survived and found their location. Though, before they can be killed, they are saved by the arrival of future Kale. She then goes into her Rage form and Black goes into her Rose form as they begin to fight. She seemingly defeated Black, then when she turned her attention to Zamasu, she was stabbed from behind by Black. This is when the heroes then returned to the future as they finished their training, as future Kale then fell unconscious. The heroes then prepared to face Black and Zamasu, while Bulma hid, but when Black arrived, she destroyed the time machine. When Zamasu started rambling, Vegeta asked about the urn, and thankfully Kale didn't forget it in the time machine and she didn't forget the paper amulet in the past, as she isn't as scatterbrained as Goku was. As they prepared to fight, Gawasu and Shin arrived, but Kale and Vegeta protected them from being killed. They had both turned into their blue forms, as Vegeta began to fight Black and Kale began to fight Zamasu. With the Black and Vegeta fight, she had turned into her Rose form, but she was still being beaten back by Vegeta. After Kale went to her legendary blue form, she was beating down Zamasu, which stopped her from helping his ally. Since she had the urn and the paper amulet, once she eventually knocked Zamasu into the ground, she would use the evil containment wave against him. After being thrown around in a green spiral, he is forced into the urn, which Kale then used the paper amulet to seal. Kale Black's rift had caused clones of her to appear, which they were all beating down Vegeta. However, when she noticed that Zamasu's energy completely disappeared, she teleported away to gather her composure. This caused the rift, and by extension the clones of her, to disappear. The heroes then regrouped with Bulma and the others, as she had managed to repair the time machine. While they were trying to rest, Black was coming up with a plan of her own to face the heroes. She had now seen Kale's legendary power, and even got to fight against it, so she thinks she would be able to tap into it herself. With her godly potential, it wouldn't take her long to do, and she then teleported in front of the heroes. They were confused about what Black was up to, since she was in her base form, but she quickly powered up into her Rose form. She didn't stop there, though, as she continued to power up. Her body stayed the same size, as she was introduced to Kale's mastered version of the legendary form. However, her hair color changed from a light pink to a deep purple. She then introduced herself as Super Saiyan Shiraz Kale Black. Since I wanted this form to be purple in color, and the Rose form was named after Rose wine, I named this form after Shiraz wine, since Shiraz is described as violet or deep purple in color, which I only wanted this form to be purple in color since they can symbolize royalty, which would fit with Black's pomposity. The heroes were shocked to see Black and managed to tap into the legendary power, but they prepared to face her nonetheless. Even with both Kale and Vegeta facing Black, her power was continuing to rise exponentially, so she was beating down the two Saiyans. All of their attacks were easily being blocked by Kale Black, and eventually she broke both of their arms. So, future Kale went back into her Rage form and joined the fight, but even then, her attacks were doing nothing. When Kale Black went to use her Black Blaster Stream, Kale, Vegeta, and future Kale tried countering it with blasts of their own. This managed to push back Black's blast, but it also damaged her in the process, though it also caused her to grow stronger. As Black continued growing stronger, she kept pushing the heroes back as she grievously injured Kale and Vegeta. She then turned her attention to future Kale as she started beating her back. Eventually, she kicks her away as she prepares to finish off Kale and Vegeta. Thankfully, future Kale was kicked close to Bulma and Mai, who had found what was left of her sword. Back with the heroes, even though they were down to their base forms and on their last legs, they still tried fighting Kale Black. Though their attacks did nothing, and when she went to finish them off, Kale Black was interrupted by the arrival of future Kale. She was given a senzu beam by Mai, so she was back in her legendary rage form, where she now held a sword made of ki. Even with her slashes doing damage to Kale Black, her enemy was still growing in strength, so she was driven into a corner. When Black asked where she would flee to next, future Kale said she isn't ashamed of her mortal weakness, as a giant bright light surrounded her. This light also surrounded all the heroes, all of Earth's resistance, and all the remaining Earthlings. A spirit bomb-like sphere then formed in the sky, and Kale and Vegeta gave her their remaining energy, which all of this caused her key sword to turn into the Sword of Hope. She then used it to stab Kale Black with and cleave her in half. Since she isn't immortal like Zamasu was, this would kill Kale Black once and for all. After celebrating the defeat of Black and Zamasu, the heroes returned to the present timeline with future Kale and Mai coming too. They wanted to go so they could thank everyone else for their help and let them know that the future is safe. After doing this and having dinner together, Beerus tried to tell them not to use a time machine again, but Whis intentionally pointed out that Beerus himself caused a time ring to be made by erasing Zamasu. Speaking of Zamasu, future Kale would take out the urn containing future Zamasu. Since Beerus would be able to erase them, she would politely request for Beerus to destroy Zamasu, since even if he was immortal, this would destroy his soul as well. Beerus would comply with this request, as he does destroy the urn of future Zamasu as well. Future Kale and Mai then said their goodbyes, as Bulma gave them capsules with supplies. Kale complimented her future self on how strong she has grown, while Vegeta attacked her to test her strength, but she easily blocked his attack. As they prepared to leave, Piccolo and Gohan arrived, as Gohan then raised his fist, with Trunks joining in and doing the same. This caused future Kale to be reminded of her two previous students, so she began to cry. They told her to take care of herself, but she began crying tears of joy. She said one last goodbye to everyone, and she and Mai returned to the future. At Xeno's palace, Xeno was playing a planet-destroying game, but since he was playing by himself, he got bored even sooner than normal. So, one day, Kale was contacted by Beerus Whis to come to Beerus' planet. Once she arrived, they explained to her how the Grand Minister told them that Xeno is hosting a tournament between all the universes, so he can be entertained. They then tasked Kale finding 9 other fighters for their team, since they need to have a team of 10. She, Beerus, Whis, and Shin then went to Capsule Corporation to discuss their strategy. While there, they tried recruiting Vegeta, but he refused to join since his baby wasn't born yet, so Whis sped up the process by taking Bola out of Bulma's stomach. Kale then went on to recruit 18, Krillin, 17, Gohan, Piccolo, Tien, and Master Roshi. Though, she was struggling to find a 10th fighter for the tournament. Since Boo isn't alive in this timeline, she can't recruit him, and she wouldn't suggest Frieza like Goku did. Goku would, of course, be an option, but since she knew about him wanting to pass on defending the Earth to the others, she didn't recruit him. So, for the 10th fighter, she asked Yamcha to join the tournament, and he agrees, as she didn't forget about him. We haven't seen much of Yamcha in Dragon Ball Super, but in the actual timeline since he was waiting for Goku to ask him to join, I assume that meant he was training in his free time. So, strength-wise, he would probably be comparable in power to the other humans. Regardless, since they had time before the tournament began, they decided to train before it started. They still make Gohan the leader before Whis has the Grand Minister teleport them to the World of Void. After they arrive, Beerus, Whis, Shin, and the old Kai then wish them luck, as they then head to the spectator seats. After Universe 6 arrived, Vegeta and Kale went to talk with them. Speaking of Universe 6, Kale's from Universe 7 in this timeline, I chose Caulifla's brother, Renzo, as Universe 6's 10th fighter. Even though he was retired and has a leg injury, they convinced him to join since the fate of their universe was at stake. Anyway, after all the other universes arrived, Xeno greeted everyone and told them to make the tournament interesting, as the Tournament of Power was about to begin. The Grand Minister then appears and goes over the rules again, and after he does, Gohan goes over their strategy again. The Tournament of Power then started, and Kale, Vegeta, 17, and 18 quickly ignored their strategy of sticking together. Nariyama then tried spinning to knock fighters away, but Hit and Basil easily stopped them. Billy Boo began fighting with Basil, but he countered her attacks and knocked her out of the arena, thus making her the first eliminated fighter. She was teleported to the stands, so Rumshi berated her for forgetting to use her wings. The Universe 9 fighters then surrounded the Universe 7 fighters and stuck together, but they managed to fend them off. Basil then tries attacking Napapa, but he fails to eliminate him. Kale was in a fight with Ganos, but she knocked him aside. Before she could do anything else, Nink grabbed her from behind and tried sacrificing himself to eliminate her. She turned into a Super Saiyan Blue and eliminated Nink. As she drops to her base form, she's been surrounded by multiple Universe 9 warriors, including the Trio of Danger. When the Trio of Danger starts to attack her, she wouldn't know about Lavender's poison since the Xeno Expo didn't happen in this timeline. Fortunately for her, she would be able to dodge his attacks, though the trio was managing to keep her on the defensive, so she had to focus on dodging their attacks. Meanwhile, Roselle tried to attack Yamcha from behind, but he didn't toy around like Frieza did, so he used the Spirit Ball to quickly eliminate Roselle. Back with Kale, more of Universe 9 joins in the fight, so Vegeta jumps in, as they both agree to take on 4 fighters each. They end up fighting all 9 at once, and Vegeta's hand is frozen by Hissop, though he causes Hop to accidentally attack Lavender. In the confusion, Kale turns into a Super Saiyan, as she then eliminates both Comfrey and Chapel. Vegeta also uses Moment of Confusion to knock Hop out of the ring. Oregano then uses webs to trap Vegeta's hand, but he turned Super Saiyan, as he then eliminated both Oregano and Hissop with a single attack. Meanwhile, Sorrel had tried attacking 18, but she easily knocked her out of the arena. Since the Trio of Danger was being overwhelmed by the two Saiyans, they used their Triangle Danger Beam as their last resort. Kale and Vegeta countered it with the Final Blast, which is the combination of the Resist Blast and the Final Flash. This overpowered the Triangle Danger Beam, thus causing Bergamo, Basil, and Lavender to be eliminated. Since this was the last of Universe 9's fighters, Zeno erased all of Universe 9. Even the God of Destruction Citra and the Supreme Kai Ro was erased. Only the Angel Mohito remained, as he just smirked mischievously to himself. The Urson had Whis confirmed that Universe 9 was erased, which it was, so every remaining fighter finally realized the severity of the situation they were in. Vegeta and Kale were surprised Zeno really erased it, as this was the first time they'd seen Zeno erase something in this timeline. Regardless, it took a little bit for the fighting to resume, since everyone was shocked by this. Hit and Batamo then approached Vegeta and Kale, so Vegeta went Super Saiyan to try and attack Hit. Batamo blocked this while Hit teleported away, so Vegeta began an assault on Batamo. As he was about to eliminate Batamo, Automagetta intervened, so Batamo was set free. Diem tried attacking Krillin, so he used his Destructive Disc to cut Diem's wings, and Master Roshi used the Kamehameha to knock him out of the ring. Back with Batamo and Automagetta, Vegeta tried insulting Automagetta, so Batamo got on his back and covered his ears, as they then called themselves Automagetta. 18 then got into a fight with Shosa, but after he played dead, he attacked her and almost eliminated her, though Kale saved her. Kale then fired a Ki Blast and she and 18 knocked around like a ping pong ball, which 18 then used to eliminate Shosa. Meanwhile, with the humans, Krillin was attacked from behind by Majora, though Yamcha came in to help him, and eventually noticed Majora was using his sense of smell, so Krillin thrown his shoe. This stunned Majora, so he knocked Majora off the arena with a Kamehameha. While he was celebrating his victory, he was distracted, so Frost came in and eliminated him. Even with Frieza not being there to tell Frost to do that, he's still the type of person to use sneaky tactics like that. Regardless, Yamcha tried to attack Frost, but he used a smoke screen to disappear. In the stands, Beerus shunned the Krillin, but said what's done is done. Though Shin said he wasn't disappointed, the fierce look in his eyes didn't reassure Krillin. Vegeta was struggling against Automagetta, but he was suddenly confronted by Cabba, with Renso following him. As he was approaching, Negreeci and Murasol attacked him, but he eliminated them both. Cabba then turned Super Saiyan, as he challenged Vegeta to a fight. Meanwhile, Hit had destroyed Nariyama's body and used a time skip to flick Nariyama off the arena. Caulifla was being attacked by both Methiop and Napapa, but she then turned into a Super Saiyan and sent Methiop flying out of the arena. She then used a suplex on Napapa and threw him out of the arena as well. Also, there's something to mention about Caulifla, since Kale is from Universe 7 in this timeline, and she is normally Universe 6's Legendary Super Saiyan. I chose Caulifla to be Universe 6's Legendary Super Saiyan. Back with Kale, she was currently in her Super Saiyan form and fighting Jimizu, as he was teleporting all around her. Caulifla then jumped in and knocked him away, as she was wanting to take on Kale. She asked Kale to teach her to become a Super Saiyan Blue, but when Kale says she isn't ready for this form, this angers Caulifla, so she tries to turn back into her legendary form, since she did once before against Cabba. She fails to, so disinterested Kale asks if she could leave, but Caulifla tells her to wait, and she then went into her Super Saiyan Grade 3 form, but she was too slow to land a hit on her. Kale knew all about this form and its drawbacks, so she told Caulifla to aim for Super Saiyan 2, and she then shown her the form. When Caulifla tried to turn into it, she succeeded, so Kale thought she might be able to turn into a Super Saiyan 3. They began fighting evenly, then when Kale started using more of her power, Caulifla ended up being pushed back. The more Caulifla got beaten down, the more her anger grew, with her power growing as well. She eventually began to power up, and she managed to turn into her legendary Super Saiyan form again. She immediately attacks Kale, and she tries to fight back, but she can't do anything. So, she goes into her blue form and uses her blaster stream, though Caulifla easily shakes this off. She couldn't control her power as she sent ki blasts throughout the entire arena, eliminating Deerusum in the process. Juan then appeared and restrained Khalifa with her Justice Whip, though she broke out of it and knocked him off the arena. Jiren then decided to spring into action while Hit pointed out that Khalifa will be disqualified if she accidentally kills someone. So, Kappa jumped in to try and calm her down, but she attacked him in her blinding rage. Jiren sent her flying with a power impact, as Hit then confronted Jiren as Kappa caught the unconscious Khalifa. Then when Kale appeared, Hit and Kappa fell back, leaving Kale to confront Jiren. Before they could fight, Toph ambushed her, as he and Jiren then retreated to save their stamina. So, Kale had to deal with Casserole, Tupper, Zoré, Kakot, and Kettle. They wanted to eliminate Khalifa and Kappa to avenge Juan, so they formed a temporary alliance with Kale. In the meantime, Master Roshi used a Thundershock surprise on some pre-show, as Tien then used his Tri-Beam to eliminate him. Eventually, Murray-Chun would try attacking Yamcha, so he knocks him off the arena by using his Wolf Fang Fist. The Pride Troopers were pushing Kale, Khalifa, and Kappa back, so 17 and 18 came in to rescue them. Kale was then caught in a bear hug by Tupper, but 18 saved her as she threw him from the arena. 17 was easily overpowering Casserole, so he escaped and regrouped with the remaining Pride Troopers. They turned their focus to Khalifa and Kappa, as Kokot sealed them in another dimension so that Kale, 17, and 18 couldn't interfere. As they got into a beam struggle, Khalifa and Kappa were losing, even with her in her Super Saiyan 2 form and him in his Super Saiyan form. Khalifa's anger caused her to transform again, but she managed to remain in control this time, so she went into the controlled version of her legendary Super Saiyan form. She slipped into her uncontrolled legendary Super Saiyan form as her Gal Extreme overpowered the Pride Troopers in his blast. So Zoré, Casserole, and Kettle were knocked out of the arena. Kokot had sealed herself in a many dimensions to avoid the blast, but 18 threw it off, eliminating her. As Kale lets Kappa and Khalifa retreat to rest, the heroes don't notice Brienne de Chateau observing them. Brienne de Chateau called for Sankaku and Sue Rose to join her, as she then gained the attention of all the remaining fighters, and the Universe 2 fighters underwent a recital. Brienne de Chateau, Sankaku, and Sue Rose began transforming, however 17 immediately blasted them. The girls confronted him on this vulgar action and Toph came to their defense, so they were allowed to transform. Of course, Brienne de Chateau became Brienne, Sankaku became Kakunza, and Sue Rose became Rosie. Brienne released an attack that would brainwash people that smelled it. This didn't affect them, but Gohan told them it was time to fight independently since the arena was getting more destroyed, so they went their separate ways. Vegeta fired a blast that blew away the gas, as he then got into an even fight with Brienne. She then began to bounce herself around, but Vegeta dodged her attack. While she was bouncing like this, she bumped into Zerkor and knocked him out of the ring. Kale was blocking all of Rosie's punches easily, but she was pushed back by her energy blasts. 17 was dodging all Kakun's attacks, so she then begins using the ruined fighting stage to her advantage. He was pretending to be weak at first, but he eventually blocked one of her attacks and tries to knock her off. She was saved by Bakal, who launched her towards 17, so he was knocked down. He decided to get serious, which is when he increased his speed and knocks Bakal off the stage. 17 then turned his attention toward Kakunza, as he eliminated her as well. 17 then confronted Brienne, which she was enraged at him for eliminating some of her comrades. She and 17 then began to fiercely attack each other, while Kale was being pushed back by Rosie. Kale and 17 cornered Rosie and Brienne, though Jimizu arrived and rescued them. Botamo then attacked Gohan, so he started using a flurry of blows against Botamo. This lifted him off the ground, allowing Gohan to knock him off the stage. Obni and Rubal then challenged Gohan and Piccolo to a fight. Obni then shifted his ki from himself, which made him impossible to detect and allowed him to wound Gohan. Rubal had the upper hand against Piccolo, but he then went into his ultimate form and used his Hell Zone grenade to eliminate Rubal. Obni began overwhelming Gohan until he went into his ultimate form, as he then defeated him with an ultimate Kamehameha. All of Universe 10's fighters were eliminated, so they were going to be erased. Before they were, Gohan noticed a locket with a picture of Obni's family in it. Regardless, Xeno then erased all of Universe 10, with even Rumshi and Gawasu being erased. Afterwards, both the Angel Kusu and Gohan mourned the destruction of Universe 10. Dispo then introduced himself to Hit, saying he will defeat his time skip. Dispo charged at him and managed to land a clean hit before Hit could use his time skip. Hit eventually realized that Dispo was aiming for the moment Hit's body tensed before using the time skip. Hit was adapting to his speed and this caused Dispo to fall off the edge, but Kensai saved him with his energy whips. Kensai then jumped into the fight to help Dispo, but Kale then jumped in while in her Super Saiyan God form to help Hit. During their fight, Dispo proves to be too fast even for the instant transmission. So, Kale starts to turn through her Super Saiyan Blue form for the instant she attacks or defends. Kensai then tried surrounding himself with an energy whip so Hit couldn't get close, but he used his time release to attack Kensai from a distance. Hit then switches places with Kale and lands a clean attack on Dispo by faking using the time skip to fool Dispo's ears. Hit continues to do this, so he was overwhelming Dispo, but he refused to surrender. Hit then threw Dispo, but he was saved by Kensai's energy whips again. Kensai then tried to take Hit down with him, but Hit time skipped behind Kensai and eliminated him. Dispo then vowed revenge on Hit and retreated, while Hit then walked off instead of fighting Kale, since she helped him against Dispo. Then with Yamcha, since he was in the center of the arena, he would be looking around for the mysterious fighters in Universe 4. Yamcha would eventually come across a tiny bug, as he began to attack his legs and knock him over. He'd continuously slip through his feet and knock him closer to the edge of the ring. However, as he got pushed to the edge, he tried using his spirit ball once again. With it, he directed it at the mom the moment he hit his feet, so this would send him flying out of the arena, so he was eliminated. Afterwards, he then returned to the center of the arena, so that he wasn't close to being eliminated. While Master Roshi was walking around and observing the ongoing fights, he was attacked by Kawaii, though she couldn't hit him, so she resorted to trying to seduce him. It worked on him at first, but he snapped out of this eventually. When he moved to touch her, this scared her, so she ran out of the arena. Kori then appeared behind Roshi and created illusions before trapping him in a shadowy place. He then used the evil containment wave to seal her in the jar, then threw it out of the arena, eliminating her. Genos then attacked Roshi to avenge the two teammates Roshi defeated. Roshi then mocked him, so he became angry and transformed. Even though Genos was stronger, Roshi was more experienced, so he was able to dodge Genos' attacks and overwhelm him. Roshi would then go into his max power, but Krillin and Yamcha urged him not to. However, Roshi would mention that Krillin, Yamcha, and Goku were the ones to teach him to go beyond his limits. He then told Krillin and Yamcha to live their lives to the fullest, as the Kame style was with them. He then used the greatest Kamehameha and knocked Genos out of the ring. However, Roshi used his life force in this attack. Kale then went Super Saiyan Blue and rushed to Roshi, and she then helped revive him. Even though she wasn't directly a student of his, she still learned from him, so his death would have upset her. Roshi then sat on a rock to rest. However, Kale used a healing technique she learned on Yardrat to heal Roshi, then went on her way. Dr. Rhoda approached Gohan and Piccolo to show his ability, but he was hit by a powerful ki blast, so Gohan and Piccolo hid. Eventually they discovered that the blasts were being redirected through the spheres. After discovering they were following body heat, the two heat up the arena to trick him, so he bombarded the arena with blasts, cutting off Gohan and Piccolo. Kale and Vegeta then spot Prum, so they tried to attack him, but he was able to reflect their ki blasts, as he is just a mirror for the sniper. Tien and Yamcha then pursued the sniper, with Tien going towards him with his clones, while Yamcha approached him from behind. After they reached him, Tien used his Neo Tri-Beam, which destroyed Harmira's cover and injured him. Yamcha then followed this up with the Wolf Fang Fist, which knocked Harmira out of the ring. Kale and Vegeta had cornered Prum by this time, but when he tried to flee, Dr. Rhoda grabbed onto him. He was then interrupted by Vegeta, as he used the Gallic Gun, which eliminated both Prum and Dr. Rhoda. Magikaio tried attacking Jiren, but Dispo intervened, though Magikaio was overwhelming Dispo. Jiren stepped up, as he quickly ended the fight by knocking Magikaio out of the ring with just the power of his fist. Frost was about to put his plan to get his revenge on Universe 7 into action, however, some members of Universe 7 were already being attacked. Dispo had decided to go after some of the weaker Universe 7 fighters in case it came down to a numbers game. So, he had gone after Yamcha, which he didn't stand much of a chance against Dispo's speed. Even with him using things like the Super Spear Ball and Wolf Fang Fist, he couldn't land a hit on Dispo. So, Dispo then sent him flying with a kick to the jaw, which knocked him out of the ring. Meanwhile, Tien was getting beaten around by Jimizu since he couldn't keep up with the instant transmission. Even when he tried using clones of himself, Jimizu was able to make clones of himself too, so Tien was completely outclassed. So, Jimizu quickly knocked Tien out of the ring with the help of his instant transmission. In the stands, Yamcha and Tien apologized to Beerus for being eliminated, but Beerus praised them for taking out tricky fighters and fighting to the very end. Regardless, Frost was ambushing Master Roshi, but since he was healed, he stood a better chance this time. Power-wise, even when in his buff form, he couldn't do anything against Frost. He then tried using the evil containment wave against Frost, which since Roshi had his stamina restored, stealing Frost worked this time. He then tossed a jar containing Frost off the edge of the arena. Automageddon tried to come to his aid, but he was stopped by Vegeta, though he had earplugs in so his weakness couldn't be exploited. This forced Vegeta to turn into a Super Saiyan, but his attacks didn't do much. He was getting mad, so he turned into a Super Saiyan Blue form that blasted out Automageddon's earplugs and insulted him, then pushed him off the stage. Kale and Ribrianne began their battle, as Ribrianne was determined to defeat Kale with the power of love. Tien is then seen using his Justice Punch to knock Renso away. Gohan then got into a fight with Barretta, but they got into a beam struggle, though Gohan concealed himself in the smoke. Jimizu then attacked him, as he was using instant transmission to attack his blind spots. Gohan then went into his ultimate form, and began to block Jimizu's attacks. Since he didn't slack on training as much in this timeline, he manages to start beating Jimizu down. To win this fight, he eventually hits Jimizu hard enough to knock him out, He then threw him out of the ring. Meanwhile, Master Roshi was walking around the arena, though he was worn out, since he had to use a lot of his strength to steal Frost. While he was walking through the center, he was attacked by a fighter he couldn't see. Of course, this was Gamisalis, but since Roshi was worn out, he didn't get any hits in. So, he was forced to the edge of the arena, then he was eliminated by the invisible fighter. Once in the stands, Beerus praised Roshi for managing to take out strong fighters like Ganis and Frost. Anyway, Kale continued her fight with Brienne. While Kale and Brienne were fighting, she asked what her wish would be, which Kale said she'd probably give the wish to her wife or mother. Brienne then turns into her Super Brienne form, which forces Kale to go Super Saiyan Blue. Then when she kicks Brienne away, she lands at Jiren's feet. Brienne then backs off, but Jiren ignores her as he sets his sights on Kale. Belmod then talked to Jiren telepathically and told him to crush Kale. As Kale confronted Jiren, he set off a shockwave that shook the entire tournament. Kale started the fight with a resist blast, but the force of Jiren's energy made a wall and blocked it. Even though she didn't expect it to do much, she tried using her wrathful form, but her attacks did nothing. So, she went Super Saiyan, but her punches didn't affect Jiren. Even as a Super Saiyan 2, Jiren was unfazed by her attacks. Since she mastered Super Saiyan 3 in this timeline, she tried going into that form, but it still did nothing. She then tried her Master Legendary Super Saiyan form, but Jiren dodged her effortlessly. Even when taking that up to Super Saiyan 2, she couldn't land a hit. When she took that up to Super Saiyan 3, she still couldn't land a good hit on him. Then when she went Super Saiyan God, he began blocking her punches with a finger. Every fighter stopped to watch the fight between Jiren and Kale, as she then went Super Saiyan Blue. She knocked Jiren away and exchanged blows with him, but he then gained the upper hand. Since she was being knocked around, she resorted to using her legendary Super Saiyan Blue form. He then knocks her away and says it's over, but she manages to save herself. She charged back at Jiren, but he swiped her away, so she decided to try using the Spirit Bomb. Kale never used it in this timeline, but she learned it a while ago. After Goku used it against Buu, she seen how useful the technique could be, so she went to King Kai's planet to learn it. As she drops to her base form, she then asks for energy, so all of Universe 7 begins giving her some, minus Vegeta as he thought it was a ridiculous attack. Kale realized this would take a while, but Jiren said he'd wait and that she should come at him with all she has. Brienne tried to attack the distracted Kale, but Vegeta blasted her aside. Once she finished charging it, she said it was Universe 7's Spirit Bomb, she then launched it at Jiren. He was pushing it back with one hand, so she went Super Saiyan Blue again. He then used both hands to push it back, so she used her legendary Super Saiyan Blue form. This created a deadlock, but since her power continuously grows in this form, she eventually started pushing it back once again. Though he let out more power to send it right back, so it began to collide with her. She let out a scream, and she tried as hard as she could to resist the Spirit Bomb. She barely managed to stop it and push it back, but Jiren put his arms down and sent it back with a glance. She let out her remaining power and halted its movement, but the force from both sides caused the Spirit Bomb to expand and contract. It then became like a black hole and pulled Kale into it, as it then explodes and shakes the entire Null Realm. Kale was seemingly vaporized, but the Grand Minister says that since it was by her own attack, Jiren won't be disqualified. However, a shockwave then shakes the entire arena, and a large pillar of light appears. Kale then emerges from it, as she is in the Ultra Instinct Sign form. After a single footstep, she attacks Jiren with a kick, but he dodges it. She continues trying to attack him, but he still dodges her attacks, so Dispo and Toph try attacking her. They are easily thrown aside, so Jiren signals for them to stop. The two begin to fight again, with Kale dodging his attacks, though hers are blocked too. Whis gleefully points out that Kale has unlocked Ultra Instinct, which shocks all the gods. Kale eventually lands 2 clean hits, but when she uses all her power for a third punch, she drops to her base form. Jiren then blasts her away, though he is then attacked by Hit. He thought Jiren would be at his weakest in that moment, but it failed to affect Jiren. Vegeta then confronted Kale and asked what that was, but she wasn't sure herself, as Brienne then appears. While Vegeta sets his sights on her, Kale disappeared, since 18 came and took her out of the way. Since 18 was also on Yardrat and learned their healing technique, she would use it to heal Kale, as she then goes on her way. Hit was still fighting Jiren, but he was overpowered even when he used a time skip. Kale was watching the fight, but Salanel and Piolina came up behind her and attacked her. Though, they were then intercepted by Gohan and Piccolo, which Salanel and Piolina were shocked to see their opponent was another Namekian. Vegeta was still fighting Brienne, and was pushing her back, though Rosie came in and kicked him aside. He fired energy blasts at them, but they escaped and hid before the smoke cleared. Back with Hit and Jiren, he managed to memorize the timing of Jiren's attacks, so he uses a time release to send Jiren to the edge of the arena. He stops himself from being eliminated, but Hit then uses the time prison to trap him, as he then tells the Universe 6 Saiyans to eliminate other fighters so they can win. Jiren manages to break out of this technique, so Hit tried using all his power for one final attack, but Jiren eliminated him with the power impact. the Grand Mistress and tells all the fighters that half of the tournament has passed. So, Jiren tells the rest of Team Universe 11 that it is up to them, and he returns to meditating. Biara and Kato Pestra then approached Team Universe 11, but they were easily repelled. Koitsuke, Ponchia, and Balleretta then assaulted Kale, but she stood a better chance as her stamina was restored. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Gohan continued their fight with Salanel and Piolina as they exchanged blows with each other. Caulifla was attacked by Mana, but Cabba stepped in so Caulifla could rest. This angered her at first, but Caulifla eventually left like Cabba told her to. Cabba then turned into a Super Saiyan and began to fight her, but she then expanded her body. She then starts beating him down, so he reverts to his base form, to the point that he is forced to the edge of the arena. He tried to bait her into rolling off the arena, but she quickly reacted and knocked him off the ring. While Cabba was fighting Mana, Renzo would be ambushed by Kato Pestra, though he would be able to beat down Kato Pestra when he was just in his base form. So, Kato Pestra went into his whirlwind speed mode, which allowed him to land multiple hits on Renzo. Since they didn't have much power behind them, Renzo was able to withstand these attacks. He then went into his raging battle mode, which reduced his speed, but raised his power. Now that he had the strength to, he would have been able to damage Renzo greatly if he could land a hit on him. Even with his leg injury, Renzo was still able to dodge Kato Pestra's attacks, it just took some effort for him to do so. Kato Pestra then resorts to transforming into his ultimate mode, which gives him both the strength and speed of his previous two forms combined. This allows him to beat down Renzo, as he forces him to the edge of the arena. He then tried attacking Kato Pestra in a last-ditch effort, but he is kicked out of the arena. Before he and Kappa fell out of the arena completely, Vegeta catches them both, then throws them into the ring. They tried thanking Vegeta for saving them, but he quickly kneed Kappa in the stomach and punched Renzo in his. He said he wasn't saving them, he just couldn't stand to see weak Saiyans. Vegeta then asked Kappa if he planned to lose without fulfilling his promise, which after Kappa says one of their universes will be erased, Vegeta promises to wish for Universe 6 to be revived. Kappa and Renzo made the same promise in case their universe won, so Vegeta tells them to fight without regret as a Saiyan. Once they leave, Kappa gets into a fight with Mana again, as she vows to defeat Vegeta, Renzo, and Caulifla after defeating him. While pushing him to the edge with her assault, she insults him and calls Vegeta a coward, which enrages him. This causes Kappa to become a Super Saiyan 2, and when she tries to attack him, he easily blasts her out of the ring. At the same time of Kappa's fight with Mana, Renzo gets into a fight with Kato Pestra again, but he's quickly pushed to the edge of the arena once more. Since Kato Pestra is a self-proclaimed policeman of justice, he says after beating Renzo, he'll go on to beat the other Saiyans, and then arrest all of them. Thinking of this would make Renzo angry, especially since it would include his sister being arrested. This, in combination with how Kappa told him Super Saiyan is achieved, allowed him to tap into the form for the first time. Once in this form, he wouldn't waste any time in fighting Kato Pestra, so he blasts him out of the ring as well. Afterwards, Vegeta was going to fight Jiren, but Toph intervenes, which pushes Vegeta into going to his Super Saiyan Blue form. Since Frieza isn't there in this timeline, Kappa isn't ambushed by him and eliminated, so he goes to meet up with Caulifla. Renzo, however, is quickly attacked by the same invisible fighter Roshi was. Since Gami-Salas was trying to avenge Mana by knocking a Universe 6 fighter out, he went after Renzo. Since Wood had overheard about Renzo's injured leg, he figured Renzo would be an easy target. He would start beating down Renzo, so he would go into his Super Saiyan form again. Once in it, he still can't land a hit on Gami-Salas since he can't see him. Gami-Salas would target Renzo's injured leg and knock him out of the arena. Vegeta continued fighting Toph, but he was pushed back, so he was standing with Kale. Kale was still being attacked by Koitsuke, Ponchia, and Balleretta, though Caulifla comes in and knocks him down, saving her. She then goes Super Saiyan 2 and challenges Kale to a fight. When they begin fighting, Caulifla can't land a hit at first, but once she does, Kale uses the cloning technique she learned on Yardrat. This confuses Caulifla at first, but Kale then uses the instant transmission to speed blitz her, though she slowly adapts to Kale's movements, which pushes Kale into going Super Saiyan 2. Caulifla uses her Crush Cannon, but Kale barely blocks it, as she then has an equal fight with Caulifla. Cabba was watching the fight, which Kale noticed him, so she asked him to join the fight. He quickly went Super Saiyan 2, as he and Caulifla land clean hits on Kale. She was being pushed back, and when they fired Energy Blast at her, she went Super Saiyan 3 to block these blasts. Since Kale was healed by 18, and she mastered Super Saiyan 3 in this timeline, she has the stamina to maintain this form. Caulifla then tried to become a Super Saiyan 3, but she slipped into her legendary Super Saiyan form, which excited Kale. This makes Jiren flinch during his meditation and causes Toph and Vegeta to get distracted during their fight. Kappa then tries to talk through Caulifla to get through to her, which works, as she gains full control of her power and goes into her mastered legendary Super Saiyan 2 form. Kale was being pushed back by them, but since she had the stamina to do so, she tried teaching them how to go Super Saiyan 3 like she promised to. Since Caulifla and Kappa have high potential, they likely would be able to tap into this form. After they achieved this form, they would be beating Kale, as she was being pushed back once again. When she reached the edge of the arena, she turned into her Super Saiyan God form. Once in it, despite their combination attacks, she was able to hold her own. They're eventually pushed back, so Kale tells Kappa to take out that thing, while Kale charges a resist blast and fires it. The ground beneath him is shattered, but they didn't use the Batara to fuse into Kaliba. As she hops back into the ring, this surprised Kale, as she'd never seen the Batara earrings used in this timeline. Regardless, she's easily overpowered by Kaliba after they start to fight. Meanwhile, Vegeta was getting pushed back by Toph, since he was too distracted with watching Kale's battle. Then with Gohan and Piccolo, they were still fighting evenly with Salanel and Piolina. Regardless, Kale continues her struggle with Kaliba, as she barely defends herself against the blast. When the smoke clears, she goes into her Super Saiyan Blue form. Kaliba then goes Super Saiyan, which shakes the entire arena. She then attacked Kale, which forced her to go into her legendary Super Saiyan Blue form. She eventually lands a clean hit on Kaliba and counters a blast of hers with a resist blast. However, she appears behind her and kicks her hard enough that she goes into her base form. She was going to eliminate her, as Kale struggled to stand. When Kaliba unleashed her energy barrage, Kale deflected them all, as she went into the Ultra Instinct Sign form again. Kaliba then went Super Saiyan 2 and charged Kale, but she easily dodged all her attacks. Kale then unleashes her own barrage of punches on her, which knocks her away. Meanwhile, this power awakens Jiren from his meditation, as he regroups with Toph and Dispo. Back with Kale, she kicks Kaliba away, as she starts to charge her blaster stream. Kaliba then decided to power up and use everything she had, as she turns into her Super Saiyan 3 form. She then used her Galaxy Stream, but Kale skated on top of it with her blaster stream. When she fired it at Kaliba, this sent her flying out of the arena. She defused while falling out of the ring, so both Khalifa and Kappa were eliminated. Toph, Dispo, and Jiren then discussed how Kale was getting stronger as time passed. Kale then collapsed from this form's stamina drain, as she reverts to her base form. Vegeta then vowed to master Ultra Instinct before Kale could. Gohan and Piccolo were going to help Kale, but they were interrupted by Salanel and Piolina. 18 wanted to help her as well, but she had to use the Yardratian healing technique to heal her own leg first, since it was damaged in an explosion earlier. She and 17 then went to go help Kale, as she was being attacked by Ribrianne and Rosie. Once they arrived, 17 and 18 deflected their love symphony. 17 and 18 began to take on Rosie and Ribrianne, while Kale was surrounded by Rabana, Zarbuto, and Zerloin. Ribrianne then yelled at 18 to stop running, but after she said that she came to win, as she has a wife, Ribrianne was shocked to learn that Kale is her wife. Regardless, Ribrianne aimed an attack at both 17 and 18, but they managed to take out Rosie instead. Ribrianne then imprisoned 18 and absorbed love from her teammates, as she turned into her lovely love form. Ribrianne was about to use her Fist of Love, but thoughts of Kale inspired 18 to break free. After 17 defeated Biara, he came to help 18 against Ribrianne. As she went into her ultimate form, she went after Ribrianne and punched a hole through her. Brienne de Chateau then fell out of the arena, as she cried since she was defeated. Shin then said that the power of love prevailed, namely Kale and 18's love, so 18 tried a finger beam at him and threatened him. Zerloin, Zarbuto, and Rabana began to fight Kale all at once, so she was tired from her last battle. Khalifa then shouted to Salanel and Piolina, which raised their fighting spears as they fought Gohan and Piccolo. As their fight continued, the two Universe 6 Namekians started to grow faster and stronger. Meanwhile, Zerloin, Zarbuto, and Rabana then transformed in the same way that Ribrianne, Kakunza, and Rosie did. 17 and 18 then joined up with Kale, as they fight the Universe 2 fighters together. Gohan and Piccolo then realized that the Universe 6 Namekians assimilated with all the other Namekians. So, Gohan then transformed into his ultimate form to take them on. Piccolo then used his special beam cannon, but it didn't work, so Gohan shielded him from Piolina's mouth blast. This motivated Piccolo to fight to the fullest, so he went into his ultimate form as well. Zerloin, Zarbuto, and Rabana then combined their powers to form the pretty black hole. It was bearing down on 17, 18, and Kale, but so that Kale could rest more, 18 stepped up to take them on. She went into her ultimate form and began to use her energy cannon. Even with this, she was pushed onto the back foot, as she was struggling to take down the pretty black hole. This is when the power awakens inside of her, as a red, orange, and yellow aura ignites around her. Her hair becomes longer and flowing, as both her eyes and hair become a gradient of the same colors her aura is. The arena also heats up around her, as she was releasing an immense heat. Unfortunately, I wasn't that happy with my art for this form, so if someone has ideas to improve it, please let me know. The idea was to take inspiration for her form from the sun/stars, hence the yellow, orange, and red colors, so stars can be that color. I only had the idea to relate her form to the sun/stars since she is an android that has infinite energy, and the sun gives off energy almost constantly. I decided to name this form Radiating Vivacity, since radiate can mean to emit energy, especially lighter heat, in the form of rays or waves, and vivacity is the quality of being attractively lively and animated, which, in my mind, I related the radiate part to the sun, and the vivacity part to her being an infinite energy android. Gohan encountered Piolina's mouth blast with a Kamehameha, as Piccolo fires a special beam cannon through both Salanel and Piolina. This weakens him enough that Gohan's Kamehameha manages to eliminate them both. 18 then powers their energy cannon up into the solar cannon as it breaks through the pretty black hole and eliminates Zerloin, Zarbuto, and Rabonra. 18 then drops back to her base form because of the strain of this new form of hers. Brienne de Chateau in Universe 2 then gave a final message of love as they were then erased. Even Hellas and Power are erased as well, leaving only the Angel Sour behind, as he looks solemn. Universe 6 was also erased, along with Champa and Fuwa, which left only the Angel Vados alive, so she went and sat with Whis. Before Champa was erased, he stuck his tongue out at Beerus, as he then disappeared. Beerus instead "say something," as he wished his brother would have said something to him instead. Meanwhile, both Gohan and Vegeta are nearly knocked out of the arena by something, but they are rescued by Piccolo. They think this is the invisible fighter from earlier, as 18 isn't attacked by the mysterious opponent, but she can't attack or defend against him. Piccolo then tries using the hyper-explosive Demon Wave, but it doesn't work. Gohan then gets the idea to use Ki Blast to throw up dust, which reveals the lizard-shaped outline of Gami Solace. Now that Piccolo can see him, he wastes no time of blasting Gami Solace out of the arena. A strange red zone is then made around Universe 7, as defeated warriors from the erased universes appear inside of it. These illusions can attack them, but they can't be hit or sensed, though Piccolo senses the key of a nearby person. He quickly finds Bianca hiding, as he then easily blows him out of the ring. This was Universe 4's last fighter, so Xeno was going to erase them, but Cortella refused to accept this. He tried to take everyone down with him, but Xeno erased him and Kuru, along with the rest of Universe 4. This left only the Angel Cognac behind, but he remained silent when his universe was erased. Paparoni then assembled the other Universe 3 fighters to go after Universe 7. 17 and 18 were struggling against Biara, and Kale and Vegeta were attacked by Ponchia, Balretta, and Koitsuke. Though, Gohan stepped in so that they could conserve their stamina, as he was managing to hold his ground against them. 17 and 18 then used their infinite stamina to wear down Biara's defenses, so 18 then knocked him out of the arena. Paparoni then ordered Koitsuke, Ponchia, and Balretta to merge into Koisieretta. Gohan was struggling to take him on, so Kale and Vegeta went Super Saiyan Blue and rushed in. This was just to buy time for Gohan to charge his Kamehameha, which seemingly eliminated Koisieretta. However, he suddenly appears behind Gohan, as Paparoni vowed to unleash Universe 3's final tactic. Paparoni then merged with Koisieretta to become Ani Laza. This giant quickly began beating down all the Universe 7 fighters. Super Saiyan Vegeta tried using his Big Bang attack, but it was swatted aside. Kale went Super Saiyan God and attacked alongside the others, but they were easily knocked back. So that the others could rest, Piccolo stepped up to try and take on Ani Laza. While in his ultimate form, he was getting some hits in, but he was quickly beaten down. He was knocked off the edge, but while he was falling, something awakened inside Piccolo. The sigil lights on his back, his skin turned orange, his antennas stood up, he grew bulkier. He had managed to tap into his potential, which caused him to go into his orange form. He then stretched his arm to pull him back into the ring. Power-wise, he would be beating Ani Laza down at first. However, with Ani Laza's size, he was getting good hits in on Piccolo as well. He resorted to using his gigantification technique, so that he was equal in size to Ani Laza. This allowed him to easily beat the giant down, which the giant then grew wings and flew up, and started to use a giant energy ball. Piccolo then used a special beam cannon, which broke through the energy ball and hit Ani Laza, eliminating him, as he then diffused into Koitsuke, Ponchia, Balretta, and Paparoni. Xeno then erased Universe 3, including Moscow and Aiur. Before Moscow was erased, Mule came out of the hatch of Moscow's stomach and thanked Campari for all his support. Campari was the only one left in Universe 3, though he was surprised Mule came out of the robot suit at the end. Kale then went into her blue form and began fighting with Jiren. However, Vegeta then barged in and went into his blue form, as he started to fight Vegeta instead. Elsewhere, Piccolo and 18 were fighting Dispo, but he was using his speed to dodge their attacks. Meanwhile, Gohan and 17 began fighting Toph, while Gohan warns that they need to steer clear of Toph's big arms. As Kale and Vegeta took turns fighting Jiren, Vegeta observed his attack pattern, so he then landed a clean hit on Jiren, but he was sent flying shortly afterwards. Dispo tried to trip Piccolo up by using his speed to make after images, but he didn't fall for this trick. 17 and Gohan were struggling against Toph, as his Kamehameha proved ineffective. Vegeta managed to stay in the ring after he was hit with Jiren's power impact, so he began to charge his final flash. Vegeta taunts him to take it head on, so he does, which caused him to be flat on the ground after the smoke cleared. However, he quickly teleported in front of Vegeta and blasted him with a counter impact, which caused Vegeta to go down. After Jiren tells the warrior to rest, Kale powers up to her blue form to take on Jiren once more. Dispo is beating down Piccolo, though he eventually recovers and starts firing Ki Blast at Dispo. With 17 and Gohan, 17 gets purposely grabbed by Toph and forms a barrier around him, as Gohan uses his ultimate explosive Kamehameha. This pushes him towards the edge, but Toph punches 17 so hard he drops his barrier, so Gohan stops his attack. Back with Kale, she tried planting Ki landmines beneath Jiren, but he dodged them and began to beat her down. Kale almost knocked him out of the ring by using some destructive discs, but he jumps back into the arena. Jiren quickly begins to beat her down, as he forces her to drop back to her base form. Both Kale and Vegeta then step up to go against Jiren. As she goes into her legendary blue form and Vegeta uses his blue form. Vegeta then remembered his promise to Renzo and Kaba, so he resolved to overcome his limits in his own way. As he powered up, a change came over him, as he unlocked the Super Saiyan Blue evolved form for the first time. The two then began to fight Jiren together, which they started to push him back, as their lack of coordination was confusing Jiren. They then attacked Jiren with a resist blast and final flash, but he took these attacks head on. Meanwhile, Dispo started to pick up the pace against Piccolo in 18, as they were managing to predict his movements at first. As he started pummeling them, they resorted to turning into their ultimate forms. Dispo couldn't face him in these forms, so he had to go into the super maximum lightspeed mode. So, he started to beat them down, as he knocked them closer to the edge. However, Gohan managed to break away from his fight with Toph, so he came in and kicked Dispo away. Since Gohan was now there to help out Piccolo, 18 went to help 17 fight against Toph. Since Piccolo was low on stamina from using his orange form earlier, he wasn't able to tap into his ultimate form for long. So, during his and Gohan's fight against Dispo, he and Gohan would be winning against Dispo first. As his stamina started to falter, Piccolo dropped back into his base form. Dispo used his opportunity to knock Piccolo out and kicked him away, so he was taking on Gohan alone. Gohan was still getting pummeled, but with Piccolo defeated, this angered Gohan enough to cause something to awaken within him. His hair gets longer and turns white, while his eyes become red in color, as he has unlocked the Gohan Beast form for the first time. When Dispo attacks him in this form, Gohan is unfazed, as he starts to pummel Dispo in return. Since he was overpowering Dispo, he forced him to the edge. Gohan then unleashes Kamehameha on Dispo, eliminating him. Shortly afterwards, Gohan then reverts to his base form, as he passed out from the strain of his new form. Kale and Vegeta continued attacking Jiren together, but their attacks still did nothing. Meanwhile, 17 and 18 continued their fight against Toph, as 17 used his barrier to block Toph's attacks. After attempting to stall Toph with an endless barrage of ki blasts, he moves out of the way, as the two then get into a beam struggle. Toph was pushing 17 towards the edge, so 18 went to her ultimate form and began to shoot him in the back with her Infinity Bullet. She then used her Infinity Missile, which damaged Toph enough to cause him to be enveloped by 17's blast. 18 then went to eliminate Toph, but he rose up and denounced the need for justice, as he then turned into his God of Destruction mode. 17 and 18 then tried to blast him, but their attacks were nullified by his aura. He then uses the energy of destruction against 18, which starts to overwhelm her and causes an explosion that cracks the arena into pieces. He then fires the energy of destruction at 17, but he manages to dodge it. Before he could blast 17 again, his blast is nullified by a rock that 18 threw. She was now in her base form, but she tried using her Infinity Cannon against Toph, though it is obliterated. He then rushes in and thrashes 18, before sending her flying out of bounds. 17 stops her from being eliminated by throwing a rock at her. 17 and Toph then sent blasts at each other, but 17's were nullified. He tried hiding from Toph, but he was found, though before he could be eliminated, 18 blew up Toph's ki ball. While the three were fighting, Jiren, Kale, and Vegeta's fight drew near. 17 and 18 were then blown away by Jiren's power impact, as he and Toph would wordlessly come to an understanding. Toph began to pursue Vegeta, as he did use his final flash against Toph, but it was nullified too. After Vegeta then reflects on the things he can't toss aside, like how Toph tossed aside his sense of justice, he begins pummeling Toph. Vegeta was dodging all of Toph's attacks, as he began to charge the final explosion. Toph tried to counter it with his Sphere of Destruction, but this didn't work, as Vegeta's attack was too much to destroy. Toph was overwhelmed in the explosion, as he is eliminated. They thought Vegeta truly sacrificed himself, though he was alive, but he dropped to his base form. Jiren then congratulated Vegeta on defeating Toph, as Vegeta impressed him, but he began to power up to unleash his hidden power. Jiren then powered up into his full power form, as he then took on Kale, Vegeta, and 17 at once. Though all their attacks were ineffective against Jiren, he was caught off guard and injured by 17. After hearing Jiren's backstory, he told 17 to lament his own weakness, as he used his power impact against them. 17 then used his barrier to hold him back, while he also protected the immobilized Universe 7 fighters. 17 then creates an explosion that rocks the arena and stops Jiren's blast, but his barriers managed to protect the others. Since 17 self-destructed, Jiren didn't receive a penalty for this, so the grief-stricken 18 stepped up to take on Jiren. In her anger, she tapped into her radiating vivacity form again, as she quickly charged at Jiren. After pummeling him and sending him flying backwards, she tried to barrage him with her Infinity Bullet. He was pushed back to the edge of the arena, so she tried using her Solar Cannon again to eliminate him. However, once the smoke cleared, Jiren was still standing there, but his outfit did start to become tattered. Regardless, he wasted no time in rushing her with a barrage of punches and kicks. As he started to use more of his power, she didn't stand a chance. She was forced back to her base form. He then knocked her off into the distance, where she then passed out. So that Vegeta and Kale could conserve more stamina, Gohan and Piccolo stepped up to try their luck against Jiren. They both went into their ultimate forms, as they then started to attack Jiren together. Unlike Kale and Vegeta, their attacks were coordinated, so Jiren was able to read them easily. They started to read his attacks as well, so he quickly knocked Gohan away so that he could focus on them one at a time. As he started to pummel Piccolo, this would result in him tapping into his orange form once more. He started to knock Jiren around, as he then surrounded him with his Hellzone grenade. Once he unleashed it, this caused Jiren to get slightly more damaged as his outfit became even more tattered. Before Piccolo could try to continue his assault, Jiren appeared in front of him and used the overheat magnetron to eliminate Piccolo. In the stands, viewers praised Piccolo for managing to take out strong fighters and damage Jiren slightly. Gohan then shakily rose to his feet as he started to get mad at himself for not being able to help Piccolo. This anger caused him to go into his Gohan Beast form once again. As he glared daggers at Jiren, his anger would have pushed his power even higher, so he would have put Jiren on the back foot at first, though, as he charged up a special beam cannon, Jiren stood there to take it head on. After it hit him and the smoke cleared away, he was relatively unscathed, except for a round tear on his uniform where the special beam cannon hit. With a swift punch to Gohan's gut, he knocked him down into his base form. Gohan didn't give up, though, as he still tried to fight Jiren. However, Jiren used his Heatwave Magnetron to send Gohan flying out of the arena. In the stands, viewers praises Gohan as he calls him by his name for once. Vegeta then tried taking on Jiren in his base form, but he was clearly outmatched. He was knocked over the edge, though he held on with one hand. As he remembered his family and his promise to Kata and Renso, he pulled himself back in. He then continued to be knocked around by Jiren, but he managed to not be eliminated since his boot got caught on a piece of rubble. He returned to the ring once more, after hearing Bulma's voice urging him on. He fired off a final flash, and even though this didn't damage Jiren, he was impressed by Vegeta's pride. Jiren is sent him flying again, so he cursed himself for failing to keep his promise, and he shed tears as he apologized to Bulma, Kappa, and Renso. He then donated his remaining energy to Kale, as he then appeared in the stands. Viewers congratulated him for doing so well in the tournament. Kale then confronted Jiren as she turned into a Super Saiyan Blue, but she was still being overwhelmed. Jiren then used his overheat magnetron, and as she was about to be eliminated, she reflected on how everyone put their faith in her. She then dodged Jiren's Ki Blast, as she regained her Ultra Instinct Sign form again. She was managing to continuously dodge attacks of his, while also landing hard hits of her own. She tried using the same strategy she did against Kalibla, of using her Divine Blaster Stream up close, but Jiren blocked it with his Power Impact. She then hits to the arena floor, but after Vegeta reminds her that he entrusted her with his promise, she starts to fight Jiren again. Jiren then uses Affinity Rush, which she was blocking his punches, but it also caused the ground beneath her to crumble. She soon knocks him back. She is surrounded in a bright white hot Ki. After crushing his Ki attack, she dodges his punches and lands a few attacks of her own. The glow surrounding her body then dissipated as she has now unlocked the perfected Ultra Instinct form. As their fight continues, she is completely outclassing him, which, him being overwhelmed, caused him to go into his super full power form. This allowed him to get the upper hand at first, though she seemingly gets stronger as the fight goes on, so she was fighting for the sake of others. After she defeated Jiren, he tried to attack the stands with a Ki Blast, but she deflected it. She then attacked him again, and after exchanging blows, she finishes him off with a Supreme Blaster Stream. She was going to eliminate him, but she didn't collapse because of the strain of this form. He sent her flying. She was insane by 17 and 18, who was in a radiating vivacity form. As they confronted Jiren, Kale reverted to her base form and landed on a piece of rubble. As 17 and 18 fought Jiren, they noticed he had grown weaker, which terrified them, so he then dropped to his knees. Before he could be eliminated, Top made a speech about believing in him, which motivated him to stand up. He then counterattacks 18, which she has to combine her power with 17 to hold him back, but she drops back to her base form. But Kale then struggled to get back on her feet as she joined in the fight again. Together, she and 18 rushed Jiren and broke through his wall of energy, while 17 supported them from behind with a volley of energy blasts. Jiren eventually breaks through her assault and tries to go attack 17. 18 had Kale throw her at Jiren, and after she did, 18 tried to tackle him out of the arena. Kale joined her in pushing him out of the ring, as she was flickering in and out of her Super Saiyan form. Jiren, 18, and Kale were all eliminated at the same time, but she was Universe 11's last fighter. As Zeno prepared to erase Universe 11, Jiren received thanks from his teammates for his efforts, even though he treated them coldly. Even Belmont and Margarita praised him, and the rest of Universe 11 for their efforts. Regardless, Kale came over and thanked Jiren for the fight, and mentioned that she'd like to fight him again. This baffles Jiren, but he smiles as he and the rest of Universe 11 is erased. This includes Belmont and Kai, as they were erased as well, which left only the Angel Margarita behind, so 17 was the last person in the arena. The Grand Minister summoned Super Shenron so 17 could make his wish, which he wished for all of the erased universes to be brought back, so the Grand Minister passed his wish on to Super Shenron. After the universes were revived, Kale and the others were told that a selfish wish would have caused the erasure of everything. Everyone then returned to Capsule Corporation together so that they could watch the sunrise. They then celebrated their victory in the tournament, along with celebrating the birth of Bulma. Eventually, Kale and Vegeta decided to go spar, as they took off to the nearby yard. Once there, they both went Super Saiyan Blue. As they began to fight each other, they vowed to continue to improve and get stronger as life goes on in Universe 7. After the Tournament of Power, Kale and Vegeta were sparring near Bulma's summer home. Bulma was watching while she held Bola, while Whis was eating and Beerus was napping. They accidentally woke him up, so they all took a break, which is when Whis asked them why they kept seeking greater strength. Kale said she was looking to get stronger because the fight with Jiren was close, and she'd like to better protect her loved ones if someone stronger comes around. Whis then asked Vegeta the same question, which his answer is like Kale since he wasn't worried about Frieza in this timeline. Bulma then got a call on her wristwatch from Trunks, which he tells her that the Dragon Balls she collected were stolen. He then sends a video over, which shows people in Frieza Force armor stealing them. After discussing why they would be stealing these, they think it's to revive Frieza, so they decided to go get the last Dragon Ball. Bulma had a spare radar, so she, Vegeta, and Kale got ready to go. Whis wanted to go, but Beerus didn't, so Bulma left him there with Bola, as they then took off. On the way there, they asked Bulma why she wanted the Dragon Balls, which after some prodding, she admits she wanted to become 5 years younger, since anything else would be too noticeable. Meanwhile, on Frieza's ship, Kikino relays to Berry Blue that 6 of the Dragon Balls had been collected and they have the Dragon Radar. Since Frieza wasn't revived in this timeline, Berry Blue has been leading the remnants of the Frieza Force. She still had people out looking for recruits for the Frieza Force as well, in preparation for when Frieza was revived. She and Kikino would then discuss the plan for after they gather the Dragon Balls, which, of course, they plan to try and revive Frieza, but they don't know about the restriction that the Earth's Dragon Balls can't revive the same person twice. Out in space, Chilai and Lemma were looking for recruits for Frieza's army. When they pass by Wampa, they receive a distress signal, so they land and investigate the wreckage. Paraguson runs to them, as Leno recognizes he is a Saiyan, but Paraguson explains who he is and how he has been stuck there. They are then attacked by a Vampa beetle, so Paragus calls for Broly. He then swoops in and easily defeats the beetle, which just leaves Chilai in awe, as she tries to read his power, but the scouter goes blank. Paraguson introduces them to Broly, as they then lead them to their ship. Once they take off and arrive on Frieza's ship, Berry Blue is informed of their arrival. She then asks about Broly's tail, which when Paragus explains how he had trouble controlling Broly, so he removed his tail. He also explains the remote and collar he uses to control Broly, which Broly looked visibly scared when he took the remote out, which Lemma and Chilai noticed. When Berry Blue asked Broly his name, he just looked away, so Paragus answered for him. She then pays Chilai and Lemmo, so they leave, as she then goes on to inform Paragus about the destruction of Planet Vegeta. He was just disappointed that his dream of revenge was stolen from him, which is when Berry Blue explains that Prince Vegeta is still alive. Berry Blue then showed them to the showers and got them new armor. After they got new armor, Chilai and Lemmo invited them to sit at the table with them. She asked why Broly didn't wear the armor jacket, so he said he thought it would restrict his movements, so she explained that it stretches. She then asked about the pelt and touched it, which made him angry, so she apologized. When he tried to explain the story about it, Paragus cut him off, as he said they are there to eat and not chat. Even though Chilai protested this, Lemmo told her to just drop it. Daigen then came up and tried to put the moves on Chilai, but she blew him off. Since he still wouldn't leave, Lemmo offered to buy his meal if he would, but he punched Lemmo out of the way. This angered Broly, and even though he got his anger under control, he still approached Daigen. He then punched Broly, but he was lifted by his neck as Broly threatened his life. Paraguson uses the remote to electrocute Broly, which after Chilai and Lemmo make sure he is okay, she confronts Paragus. While he said that he had to do this, she steals the remote from him without him noticing, though he does tell her to stay away from his son. Kikino then comes in and summons Paragus, as Berry Blue wanted to see him again. After Paragus leaves, Chilai shows Broly that she took the remote from him, which amazes both him and Lemmo. She then crushes it, as they then take him to the living quarters and give him some snack bars. Once there, Broly explains the story of Ba, that when Chilai says he should ditch Paragus, he refuses to speak badly about his dad. Back on Frieza's ship, Berry Blue explains to Paragus that there is another Saiyan on Earth besides Vegeta, so she thinks that they should show off Broly to them. Paragus bowed and agreed to this wish, as Kikino then comes in and says that they found the last Dragon Ball, so they head to Earth at full speed. On Earth, Bulma and the others arrived at the Arctic continent, so Vegeta and Kale jumped out of the ship. Frieza's goons were watching this, but the Saiyans noticed them, so Vegeta calmly shot them down. They went to go get the Dragon Balls, but as they did, Frieza's ship arrived. They noticed a strong power on board, which they were confused who it could be, since Frieza is dead. They watched warily as everyone disembarked the ship, and as Broly got off it, a wave of power emanated from him. Vegeta then recognized that Paragus and Broly were Saiyans, as Paragus shook in anger as he recognized Vegeta, since he resembles his father. Kale asked what was going on, which is when Berry Blue said she was just there for the Dragon Balls, so she had the goons bring them to her. When she demands to know what was going on again, Berry Blue explained that her companions are Saiyans. Their names are Paragus and Broly, and she explains how King Vegeta exiled them. Broly's anger was starting to bubble up, which Paragus noticed, so he then got Berry Blue's attention. After seeing that Broly was getting angry, she decided it was time to begin. Paragus told Broly to attack, so he charged Vegeta, but all his attacks were blocked. They trade blows, and eventually Vegeta is pressured enough to take off his winter jacket. As their battle grew more intense, Paragus cheered Broly from the sidelines, though Vegeta was pushed into turning Super Saiyan. Broly was shocked by this, as he didn't know what to make of this. Paragus also questioned this, which Berry Blue was surprised that he'd never seen a Super Saiyan before. He was shocked to the point that he didn't believe he was looking at the Super Saiyan of legend. This transformation angers Broly, so he charges at Vegeta again, but he's at a disadvantage in both terms of strength and speed this time. Vegeta was fighting confidently at first, but later in their fight, Broly tanked one of his punches. He puts Vegeta on the defensive again, though he then retreats upwards and turns into a Super Saiyan God. Vegeta was in control again, which made him fearful, as he was desperately dodging Vegeta's attacks. Vegeta was dodging him effortlessly, as he then caught a punch and sent him flying through several mountains. Paragus fell to his knees as he thought Broly reached his limits, so Berry Blue told him to call for Broly to come back. When he called for Broly to stand down, his son wasn't listening, as he started to undergo an internal struggle for control. Paragus then tried to use the remote, but he found it was missing, so he desperately called for Broly to retreat. Broly was trying to keep the beast within himself contained, but he was failing to do so, as Vegeta then prepared to use the God Heat Flash to finish him off. Vegeta ignored Kale's pleas for him to stop, as he blasted Broly into the frozen lake below. In the depths, he unlocked his wrathful form, as he then rose out of the lake. Vegeta then asked Kale if she brought any senzu beans, but she didn't. After Broly sent a mouth blast at Kale, she just barely dodged it. Vegeta then punches Broly, but he takes it head on, and sends Vegeta flying with a punch of his own. When Berry Blue asked what was happening, Paragus theorized that Broly accessed the power of the Great Ape transformation in his human form, but now he can no longer be controlled. As Vegeta was being pressured, Kale stepped up and took off her jacket, saying it's her turn now. Her interruption angered Broly, but she started to warm up and then traded a few blows with him. She also tried her resist blast, but he was unfazed, as he then punches her through a mountain. She wasn't keeping up, so she decided to go Super Saiyan. Even in this form, she was outmatched, but she did manage to get one up on him by teleporting behind him. Broly quickly regained the upper hand and knocked her down into a mountain, as he then screams in anger. He tried attacking her again, but before he can land a hit, she turns into a Super Saiyan God. Kale was holding her own at first, so when Broly tried to punch her, she grabbed his wrist and slams him on the ground. The force of this caused an earthquake that began to collapse where Frieza's ship was sitting, so Kikino asked Berry Blue for permission to move the ship. She agreed, as he, Leno, and Chilai held onto the Dragon Balls while moving the ship. As Broly charged up, he seemingly grew larger, and Kale's attacks weren't doing anything. Leno and Chilai were watching this fight, as she said Broly wasn't himself and he was only doing this because of his father. Broly was trying to stomp Kale into the ground, though she rolled out of the way. When she tried to attack him with a blast, he crushed it, as he then dragged her by the face through an ice wall. Meanwhile, Piccolo is meditating far away, as he then contacts Kale telepathically. He offers to help, but she says it's fine, it'll be her escape plan, which he figures things must be really bad if even Kale has an escape plan. Regardless, she then gets into her Super Saiyan Blue form. She then used the God Bind against Broly, which held him in place. She was going to try this earlier, but she chose to wait until she went in her blue form, since it has a calming energy. Anyway, as the fight went on, Kale started to piece together who Broly is. When she first heard the name, she just thought it was a coincidence that there was another Saiyan with the same name as her long-lost brother. She was too young to remember what Broly looked like. She only knew his name because Sala told her it, though she didn't really talk about Paragus. What finally made Kale realize that Broly was her brother was when he went into his wrathful form. It's one thing to have the same name as someone, but to also possess the same power she does, and none of the other Saiyans like Goku or Vegeta had, seems like more than a coincidence. So, after using her God Bind, she started to talk to Broly, telling him that she's his long-lost sister, Kale. This would start to break through to Broly, as that name sounds familiar, since Paragus would have told Broly that he had a sister out there somewhere. She then tells him that she's living peacefully on Earth, with their mother, and that she knows he's not a bad guy. She also added that Broly shouldn't let bad people like Berry Blue boss him around. On the sidelines, even Paragus was starting to question what he was doing. By looking at this girl, he could see the resemblance to Sala. Her having the same name as his daughter and knowing everything she does about Broly makes it believable for him. So, he then called out to Broly and told him to listen to her, that this is his sister. This, in combination with Kale's God Bind and what she was saying, would calm Broly down to the point that he reverted to his base form. Since Berry Blue wouldn't have the strength to blast Paragus like Frieza did, she can't stop him from flying over to Broly. With Broly now in his base form, Kale releases the God Bind. She then returns to her base form as well. She then turns her attention to Berry Blue. Both she and Vegeta would demand for them to hand over the Dragon Balls. Since Berry Blue wouldn't have any soldiers to back her up, she is forced to comply. Chilai and Lemma then brought the Dragon Balls out to them, as they chose to stay with Broly. Vegeta and Kale then warned them to never return to Earth, so the remnants of the Frieza Force then hightailed it out of there. As Kale began to talk with Broly, Paragus, Chilai, and Leno, she would pick up on the disgust Chilai and Lemma had towards Paragus. Kale would have them explain everything, which after they explained the remote he used to control Broly, Kale would agree with him that Paragus was in the wrong. She would explain how she used to not be able to control her rage like Broly, but through training she managed to get the hang of it. As a compromise with them, if Paragus vowed not to try to control Broly like that anymore, Kale would train him to control his power. Cheelai, Lemmo, and Paragus would agree to this, but that doesn't mean Cheelai and Lemmo are going to be friendly with Paragus now. The second thing Kale would address would be Paragus' problem with Vegeta. While it would be a long process for him to get over it, Boshi and Vegeta would explain that he had no choice in what King Vegeta did, as he was just an infant at the time. So, him wanting revenge against Vegeta is just a stupid goal to have. Kale would also add in that Vegeta became one of the greatest defenders of the Earth, as he even killed Frieza when he was revived. Since Whis was there, he would be able to show Paragus that moment through his staff. After all of this was discussed, Paragus asked about Sala, which after being told that she was alive, he wanted to go see her. Though, Kale would warn him she probably isn't going to be happy to see him. Kale would say how she never talked about Paragus, so she probably wanted nothing to do with him. When she takes Paragus and Broly back to Sala's house, she would try to think about the best way of telling her mother who she found. Of course, when Sala is told about Broly and Paragus being there, she would be in a state of disbelief hearing this. When she sees Broly, she would quickly hug him as she starts to cry. After she calmed down, her interactions with Paragus would be icy, to say the least. Her feelings never changed on his plans in all these years, so she was disappointed to see that he went through trying to use their son for his revenge plan. Especially when she learns about how Paragus used to electrocute Broly to keep him under control, she would be treating him colder. He would, of course, try to apologize for this, but he would probably leave shortly after. Paragus seems to be an intelligent Saiyan, so he would likely be smart enough to know that he would just have to give Sala time to forgive him. Especially since he already promised to try and change his ways, he's already taking a step in the right direction. Even if she did forgive him eventually, it's unlikely that their relationship would go back to what it was all those years ago, as that romantic spark they had would have been extinguished. Regardless, now that Cheelai, Lemmo, Paragus, and Broly were on Earth, with the help of Bulma, Kale would help get houses built for them. Cheelai, Lemmo, and Broly would probably end up staying together, while Paragus would stay alone. Though, Broly would come visit him often, and Kale would stop by sometimes, so that she could try and form some kind of relationship with her father, though it would be awkward at first. With Broly now on Earth, he would likely help Kale with her caring for plants and animals, since, based on his interactions with Ba, he seemingly likes nature as well. As for Paragus, because of how old he is, he would likely relax instead of working on Earth. He'd help Kale if she needed him to, but most of his time would be spent trying to develop a better relationship with his children. At some point, Kale would also have introduced Paragus to her wife, 18. Regardless, in the depths of space, the remnants of the Frieza Force would be getting demoralized as they failed in resurrecting Frieza. More planets would have started to rebel against them, and more soldiers would start to desert. So, Barry Blue then called Kikuno in, so that they could try and come up with a plan to revive Frieza again. Back on Earth, after Paragus eventually left after talking to her and 18 for a while, she and 18 go get Sala. Afterwards, they then went to go visit Broly, Cheelai, and Lemmo. After Kale introduced 18 to them, they then stayed with him for a while to catch up and relax together. A long time ago, Commander Red led an evil organization called the Red Ribbon Army. They were seemingly defeated by a young child named Goku. Dr. Gero had escaped, and many years later, he created the androids in Cell. Magenta, who is Commander Red's son, has been trying to bring back the Red Ribbon Army, and he used Red Pharmaceuticals as a front company. Eventually, he and his second-in-command, Carmine, learned about Dr. Gero's grandson, Dr. Hedo. While Carmine was driving the Red Pharmaceuticals, he failed to notice that he was followed by Hachimaru, which is Dr. Hedo's spy robot. After he arrives, Carmine shows Magenta a video presentation on Dr. Hedo's family tree. He also explained that even though Dr. Hedo is a genius, he is unable to find work because of his past research of using resurrected corpses to run a convenience store for him, so that he could get research funds. He was imprisoned for this, so Magenta and Carmine decided to meet him outside of the prison when he was released. After Dr. Hedo was released from prison, Carmine and Magenta pulled up in their car and invited him in. However, he already knew who they were, as he explained he used a spy robot to trail Carmine when he first came by the prison. Magenta proposed that he should come work for them, but he was reluctant to since he knew that Red Pharmaceuticals was just a front for the Red Ribbon Army. Since his grandfather was connected to the Red Ribbon Army, it caused trouble for him and his parents. As a superhero, he also had an issue with their plans for world domination. Carmine tried to threaten him with a pistol, but Dr. Hedo then explained his skin was injected with a serum that toughened it to withstand a certain degree of shock. He also explained that Hachimaru carries lethal poison. So, Magenta tried to appeal to his heroism by saying that he believes Capsule Corporation is the headquarters for aliens set on world domination themselves. He also says that the androids in Cell were part of the plan to stop him, as he had shown Dr. Hedo footage of future Kale killing Mecha Frieza. Dr. Hedo agreed to help them and to use his research to make the ultimate android superheroes. They then arrived at the Red Ribbon base, which is under a holographic lake. 6 months later, Piccolo and 18 were training a 3-year-old Pan. Since Kale and 18 lived by the lake, When Piccolo got his house built there, Pan spent more time with all three of them. So, Kale and 18 would have helped Piccolo in training her as well. Regardless, they were trying to teach her how to fly, but she hasn't been able to do so yet. They told her not to worry, as it would come to her naturally. She didn't ask if her dad could really be stronger than people like Kale. She only asked about Kale in this timeline, since she never met her grandfather, Goku. While Piccolo says that he could be, he isn't sure about him currently. Even though Gohan did unlock his beast form earlier since he trained with Piccolo in 18, he slacked off after the Tournament of Power. Anyway, Pan then went to kindergarten, so Piccolo and 18 returned to their houses. Videl then called Piccolo and asked him to pick up Pan after school, since she had to prepare her school for a martial arts tournament and Gohan was busy with his research. Piccolo then went to Gohan's house to ask why he couldn't pick up Pan, but he tried to explain his research, though Piccolo wasn't interested. Piccolo retorted by asking if his research was more important than family, as he implored Gohan to train in case evil showed up again. Gohan tried waving this off, as he said things would be fine since Kale and Vegeta were around. Piccolo then threw a punch at him, but it was blocked, though he then punched him in the stomach. He then changed Gohan's clothes into an outfit like his gi with the weighted cape, which caused Gohan to collapse, but he told him to keep it on, as he agreed to go get Pan. After he returned home, he and 18 started to train together by sparring. However, they were interrupted when they were attacked by Gamma 2. They quickly realized that Gamma 2 is a Red Ribbon android because of the symbol on his outfit. Gamma 2 then tells him that he was sent there on a mission to subjugate Piccolo, but he decided to kill them instead. After they fight, he believed he killed them, so he leaves. However, they just managed to dodge Gamma's attack and slip away in the dust, so they then followed him back to the Red Ribbon base. Once there, Piccolo subdues Soldier 94 and 18 subdues Soldier 76, as they take their outfits to use as a disguise. They then snuck into a room where Magenta, Carmine, Dr. Hedo, and the two Gammas were holding a meeting, along with other soldiers standing guard. Gamma 1 was chastising Gamma 2 for not confirming their death, as he then revealed through the camera footage that Piccolo and 18 got away. This angered Magenta, since if this revealed their identity to the enemy, they'd have to speed up their plans. He tried to tell Dr. Hedo to finish his work on Cell Max, though Dr. Hedo insisted the two Gammas could handle it, and he also said that Cell Max's control system isn't finished, so he could easily turn against them. After overhearing this conversation, Piccolo and 18 slipped away to call Bulma. Once Piccolo called Bulma, he asked where Kale and Vegeta were, but she said they're training with Beerus and Whis. So, he asked Bulma to contact Whis, as he then took off to go to Korin's tower and get sensu beans. On Beerus' planet, Kale and Broly were in a training match together, though he started to get carried away, which Kale had him back down, so he didn't run rampant. Vegeta was meditating, as he pointed out to Kale that Jiren's power wasn't a lot higher than theirs, he just saved his energy for the moments he attacked. This allowed him to save energy while also putting out more power, which he was trying to fight in this same way. Whis came in and applauded Vegeta for figuring this out, as he proposed a training match between the three Saiyans. Vegeta refused to participate in it if Broly was going to be fighting, since they'd be in trouble if he got carried away. Beerus woke up from his 4-month nap to find Chi-Lai, Lemmo, and Broly living on his planet. However, after tasting Lemmo's cooking and finding Chi-Lai attractive, he allowed them to stay. While everyone was eating ice cream, Broly watched Kale and Vegeta spar. During the match, one of the empty ice cream tubs landed on top of Whis' staff, thus preventing him from noticing Bulma's call. Back with Piccolo and 18, Korin only had 2 sensu beans to give them. Bulma then called him, saying that she had no luck getting in contact with Whis. Piccolo then had an idea, as he remembered that Gohan and Krillin had their potential unlocked by the Grand Elder back on Namek. Even though he had his potential unlocked in his timeline by the old Kai years ago, his potential would have changed since then, so it likely could have been unlocked again. So, they flew up to the lookout and asked Dende if he would be able to do the same thing for them. Dende couldn't since he is too young, but he upgrades the Dragon Balls to be able to do so. They then wondered if they could get the Dragon Balls in time, but Dende said Bulma already has them collected, so they'd go to the Capsule Corporation. Once there, Piccolo uses the first wish to unlock his latent potential, and 18 uses the second wish to unlock hers. Since Piccolo already has access to the orange form in his timeline, Shenron can't throw it in as a bonus. Bulma then used the third wish for a minor cosmetic change, however she then realized that she could have used that wish to bring Kale and Vegeta there. Piccolo chastised her for this, but she pointed out that he didn't think of it either, so he and 18 then flew back to the Red Ribbon HQ. Magenta and Carmine were still trying to hasten their plans, as they devised a plan to lure in Gohan next. Since they know he has a daughter, they decide to kidnap her to lure him there. That way they don't unveil themselves to the public. Piccolo and 18 then volunteered to go on the mission to kidnap her, as they claimed to be familiar with her. They were then paired up with Soldier 15 for their mission. Piccolo figured a staged kidnapping like this could be what it takes to snap Gohan back into action. When they arrive at the kindergarten, 15 tries to claim he's there to take Pan home, so she knocks him out. though she recognizes both Piccolo and 18, as they then take her and the unconscious 15 back onto the plane. Once on the plane, Piccolo shares his plan with both 18 and Pan. They then deliver her to the Red Ribbon base where she feigns terror in a recording that would be used to lure Gohan in. 18, Piccolo, and 15 then go to Gohan's house to deliver the message. Gohan wasn't bothered by 15 holding him at gunpoint, but when he shows him the video of Pan, he flies out of his window and goes Super Saiyan. This created a crater that caused his house to topple, which 15 panics and apologizes. He then politely asks Gohan to come along, as he tells him that Pan is unharmed. Once they arrived, Gohan immediately rushed towards Pan, but she was at the top of the tower, which was behind a crowd of soldiers, the higher-ups, and the two Gammas. Gamma 1 intervened and began to fight Gohan, but even as a Super Saiyan he was at a disadvantage. Piccolo and Pan then feigned a performance where he acted like a soldier, as he then lifts her up by her collar and threatens her. To his surprise, the two Gammas protest his actions, as superheroes don't threaten kids. Regardless, this causes Gohan to go into his ultimate form, so he begins to gain the upper hand over Gamma 1. Gamma 2 then jumped into the fight as backup, but Piccolo still stepped up first, leaving 18 with Pan. Once he goes into his ultimate form, Gamma 2 puts him on the back foot again, as he uses more of his power. He was momentarily defeated, and he fell into a crevice, but he then unlocked the Orange Piccolo form again. Afterwards, he then knocks Gamma 2 out with a single punch. Pan and 18 then began to plow through the Red Ribbon soldiers together. As the Gammas lost their advantage, Magenta and Carmine started to retreat. Since Carmine was being threatened by Pan, he fired a gun at her, but she dodged all his shots. The Gammas were outraged at this, and they realized that they've been had, so they stopped their fight with Gohan and Piccolo. Pan then knocked out Carmine, while 18 knocked out Magenta. Since the battle was now over, everyone regrouped, with the Gammas and Dr. Hedo in tow. Bulma then arrived, as she brought Trunks, Goten, and Krillin with her as backup. Since Krillin is a cop, he then handcuffed Magenta and Carmine, putting them under arrest. Anyway, after Piccolo returns to his normal form, he was surprised to see how much Goten and Trunks have grown. This is when Gohan reminds him that Saiyans stay small until they hit a certain age, and then they grow rapidly. Also, since they didn't really get to discuss Piccolo's new form during the Tournament of Power, Gohan asked him what he'd name the form. Since he was told he was orange in that form, Piccolo decides on Orange Piccolo. He jokingly asked Gohan to name the form he unlocked in the Tournament of Power, which he'd call it Gohan Beast. Since the fight was now over, Gohan and Pan would embrace, while Piccolo congratulated him. Even though they didn't fight Cell Max in his timeline, Piccolo would still tell him things like this happening to his family is a good reason to stay prepared. Since Dr. Hedo found out the truth about Magenta and Carmine, he would be repentant for his actions, since he knew he was being used but he chose not to care. He offered to turn himself over to the police, but when Bulma learned about the serum he used for his skin, she offered him a job at Capsule Corporation. She figured his serum could be useful in cosmetic research. She also offered a job for Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 to be security at Capsule Corporation. Also, since Cell Max was never used, the Red Ribbon Army base wouldn't have been destroyed. So, with the help of Bulma, Dr. Hedo would have been able to turn it into his own laboratory, which he would use for cosmetic research for Capsule Corporation. Also, since Cell Max was still in the laboratory, Dr. Hedo would stop his creation process and destroy him before he was finished. Afterwards, since the latest threat was now dealt with, Pan happily flies around everyone. In a post-credit scene, Kale and Vegeta were so exhausted from their fight that they could barely move. He then threw a weak punch at Kale, which finally toppled her over. As Vegeta falls to the ground, he happily declares that he finally won. Chi-Lai was happy that their dull fight finally ended, though Broly and Lemma were moved to tears by this fight, which Chi-Lai called them morons for. As for Beerus, he fell asleep at some point during their fight. Whis got up and noticed that he had a call from Bulma on his staff, which when he asked if she needed help, she said she did hours ago. He then apologized, as he said that they had an ice cream related mishap, so he then asked if she had any food for him. She said that she did, but it's already cold, so maybe next time, which makes Whis curious what he missed. It's now been 10 years after the defeat of Kid Buu, as Trunks was on his way to visit Gohan. He was looking for Goten, but he was out in the back training. To his surprise, Gohan tells him that Kale is back there as well, along with Vegeta and Bulma. Kale was only there since Goten asked her to be his training partner for the day, which he was glad to help. Though, she brought Broly with her too, so that they could train together. While they were taking a break from training, Kale and Vegeta were discussing the upcoming 28th World Martial Arts Tournament. Even though Kale doesn't enjoy fighting that much, she only decided to join it because Goten asked her to, since that's what he is training for. Trunks then came flying in and asked Goten if he was joining the tournament, which after finding out he was, Vegeta made Trunks join the tournament too. Pan then came flying in as well, as she said she just got back from flying around the world. Since Goku is dead in this timeline, Pan was inspired to fight by Kale instead, so Kale has been the one training her. Even Pan was getting to fight in the tournament, which shocked both Bulma and Trunks. Though, this motivated Vegeta to decide to join the tournament as well. Vegeta and Kale also convinced Broly to join, since over the years of training with Kale and Vegeta, he managed to control his anger for the most part. When the day of the tournament arrived, Kale and 18 arrived together, since 18 was still the current champion. She only kept participating in them so that she could continue to get the prize money, though 18 got all their friends and family good seats to watch the tournament. Also, since Hercule lost back in the 25th tournament, the tournament never changed to where the winner of the bracket went against the previous champion. Since 18 wouldn't have needed to rig the tournament so she could win, it still works where she must fight her way through the bracket just like everyone else. To their surprise, some of the other Z fighters also joined the tournament. These fighters had also decided to join the tournament were Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi. Since Yamcha kept fighting in this timeline, he decided to join, and he managed to convince the other two to join as well, for old time's sake. Unfortunately, he couldn't find Tien, as no one had seen him since the Buu saga, so the 16th fighter is Bola, since in this timeline, she would have trained as well. Since she is roughly the same age as Pan, it's likely the two would have hung out together. When Pan started to train, that likely would have motivated Bola to train too, so they would not only play together, but also be training partners. Before the preliminaries began, they put the usual limitation on themselves, that they can't transform. However, since Kale and 18 can heal themselves with the Yardratian healing technique, they also made that a self-imposed limitation, so that everyone can have a fair fight. In the preliminaries, there aren't many major matches, except for one. The previous world champion, Hercule, came back to try and regain his title. Since he lost the title before, he tried to train afterwards. However, it didn't help much, since when he was matched up against his granddaughter, Pan, he was easily defeated. Anyway, for this tournament, I used a random number generator to decide the fights, since this tournament wouldn't work like the one in the actual timeline at all. So, the matches for the octafinals of the tournament are as follows. Match 1 is 18 vs Nareg, Match 2 is Master Roshi vs Krillin, Match 3 is Nock vs Yamcha, Match 4 is Captain Chicken vs Wild Tiger, Match 5 is Otakatsuki vs Broly, Match 6 is Vegeta vs Kale, Match 7 is Pan vs Bola, and Match 8 is Trunks vs Goten. In the first match, which is between 18 and Nareg, she would easily knock him out of the ring. The second match is in between Master Roshi and Krillin, so they both enter the ring. In a fight between these two, Krillin would be stronger, but Roshi would rely on using the vast number of techniques he knows. Their fight would probably be like their original fight in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, but when he tried to use the after image to trick Krillin, it wouldn't work this time around. They'd end the fight with a beam struggle, as they both used the Kamehameha, but Krillin's would manage to overpower Roshi's. This would knock Roshi out of the ring, making Krillin the winner. The third match is between Nock and Yamcha, but Yamcha would easily knock him out of the ring with one punch. This brings us to the fourth match, which is between Captain Chicken and Wild Tiger. We aren't given a lot of statements about the power of these two fighters, so it was hard for me to decide who the winner would be. Eventually, I just decided that Wild Tiger would be the winner, because a tiger would beat a chicken. Then for the fifth match, it's between Otakatsuki and Broly. Otakatsuki would likely try to flirt with Broly like how he tried to flirt with Trunks, but with how clueless and innocent Broly is, this would just go over his head. So, he would quickly knock Otakatsuki out of the ring by punching him. The sixth match is between Vegeta and Kale, so they would both enter the ring. Much like their last fight, it would be a long and drawn out fight. A lot of the audience would get bored when watching this fight, so they would have fallen asleep. Even the announcer would have fallen asleep while watching their fight. Though unlike their last fight, Kale would be the one to knock Vegeta down with a punch at the end. The sound of Vegeta hitting the ground would be what wakes the announcer up, as he then declares Kale the winner of the match. Next is the seventh match, which is between Pan and Bola. For this fight, it would be a close one, as the two of them are extremely close in power. However, Pan would be slightly stronger, since she was trained by people like Gohan, Piccolo, Kale, and 18, while Bola mostly just trained with Vegeta and Trunks. But since the two trained together a lot, they had a friendly rivalry with each other. Regardless, this fight would end with Pan kicking Bola out of the ring. After the match ends, Pan would thank her for a good fight, though Bola vows that she'll win in their next fight. Then for the eighth and final match of the Octofinals, it is between Trunks and Goten. These two both haven't trained a lot recently, but as we've seen at the beginning of this part, they still trained occasionally. So, their power levels likely would be close to each other, which would make this another close fight. It would likely be like their fight in the Buu saga, but neither of them would turn Super Saiyan in the match like they did back then. By the end of their fight, since it would be a long and drawn out fight too, they both would be exhausted. However, since Trunks is slightly stronger than Goten, he manages to get the win. This makes the matches in the quarterfinals as follows. Match 9 is 18 vs Krillin, Match 10 is Yamcha vs Wild Tiger, Match 11 is Broly vs Kale, and Match 12 is Pan vs Trunks. Since the ninth match is between Krillin and 18, they would both enter the ring. These two would be close friends in this timeline, as over time, their relationship grew stronger. Since Krillin had a thing for Kale in this timeline, he didn't come around to 18 or Kale that much at the beginning. Though after Kale and Krillin reconciled and became friends again, Krillin started to come around more. Krillin coming around like this would have also caused him to develop a close friendship with 18 as well. So, their fight would be a friendly one, but unfortunately for Krillin, it wouldn't be a close fight. 18's power would be immensely higher than his, and since she also has infinite stamina, he wouldn't be able to wear her down. While he would give this fight his all, he's eventually knocked out of the ring by her infinity bullet. The 10th match is between Yamcha and Wild Tiger, but this match wouldn't last long, as Yamcha would quickly kick Wild Tiger out of the ring. Next is the 11th match, which is between Broly and Kale. Since Broly was trained by Kale, he would have better control over his anger. Though he doesn't have perfect control just yet, since he will rarely slip into fits of anger, though he is close to gaining complete control over it. This fight would be another long one since both Kale and Broly's power continuously grows. This means that this fight would likely be longer than Kale and Vegeta's, so both the audience and the announcer would likely get bored and fall asleep again. Regardless, since Kale has perfect control over her power and Broly doesn't yet, she would gain the advantage in the fight and knock him out of the ring. Again, the sound of Broly hitting the ground would be what wakes the announcer up, so Kale's announced the winner. Next is the 12th match, which is the last match of the quarterfinals, and it is between Pan and Trunks. Since Kale and Broly's fight took so long, Trunks had the chance to rest a little before his match. So, while he isn't completely exhausted anymore, he is still worn out. Pan, on the other hand, didn't get that exhausted during her previous fight. Once this fight begins, she would be knocking Trunks around easily. Though he would get some hits in, it wouldn't be a lot since he is worn out. Pan wouldn't give him the time to gain the advantage, as she would push him to the edge and kick him out of the ring. Since Trunks lost, Vegeta would berate him for losing to a kid. This makes the matches in the semifinals as follows. Match 13 is 18 vs Yamcha, and match 14 is Kale vs Pan. With the 13th match being between 18 and Yamcha, the two of them would enter the ring. This fight would be like her fight with Krillin, as he wouldn't stand much of a chance. Even though they aren't as close of friends as she is with Krillin, it would still be a friendly match. Regardless, during their fight, he would try using techniques like the Wolf Fang Fist, Spirit Ball, and the Kamehameha. Though 18 would be able to counter them all, as she then knocks him out of the ring with her energy cannon. The 14th and last match of the semifinals is between Kale and Pan, which, Kale is worn out from her last two fights, but that worked in her favor, as she planned to hold back somewhat so that she could test Pan's power. They would be going blow for blow with each other, and even as Kale's power continuously grows, Pan would still be keeping up with her. This would surprise her, so she would congratulate Pan for coming this far. She then offers Pan to train with her after this tournament, as she will step up her training so that she will become the one to protect the Earth in the future. Pan would likely agree to this, so they then went back to fighting, but Kale would gently knock her out of the ring. After the fight, Kale congratulates Pan on the good fight. Unlike what Goku did with Oob, Kale wouldn't take off with Pan to train, as she would be able to stay home and train Pan there, like she already has been doing. Regardless, since Kale won that fight, this makes the 15th and final match 18 vs Kale. Even though Kale won her last fight, Pan still got some good hits in, so she is completely exhausted when she enters the ring. Which, this is fine with her, as she likely would have purposely lost to let 18 keep her title as champion anyway. That doesn't mean she wouldn't have given 18 a good fight, so even though she's exhausted, she gives the fight her all. It wouldn't last nearly as long as her fights with Vegeta and Broly did, but it would still take a little bit. Eventually, however, her stamina completely runs out, so 18 lightly knocks her out of the ring. This means 18 won again, so she got to keep her championship title. After 18 is announced the winner, she uses the Yardrati and healing technique to heal Kale. After sharing an embrace, she and 18 would go get Pan, as they then took off to go start her training. After the 28th World Martial Arts Tournament, the Earth has been in a time of peace, so Kale finally got a peaceful life like she wanted. She didn't enjoy fighting anyway, so when she finally got to return home, she enjoyed her life. She continued to take care of the plants and animals she had gathered for her research. As mentioned before, it eventually would have become like a zoo that was open to the public. Since she was also doing biology research for Capsule Corporation, she would work together with Gohan on his biology studies. However, their studies would go far beyond life on Earth, since with Kale knowing the Kai Kai technique, they can travel to other planets easily. Her zoo would soon expand to include some of these extraterrestrial life forms. Eventually, the two would likely release books together about their findings on biology and botany. Also, she would work with Dr. Hedo sometimes in doing research, as he also worked for Capsule Corporation in this timeline. Though he was mostly doing cosmetic research for Bulma, he and Kale would be able to cooperate on this, since with her knowledge of botany, they could work on finding natural methods for different cosmetics. She would also continue to tend to her garden with the help of 18. Occasionally, others like Broly, Sala, or Paragus would help her, though as Sala and Paragus continued to grow in age, they would help less over time. Kale and 18 would also keep up with training Pan like they promised to, since this also allows Kale to fulfill Goku's wish about wanting the next generation to handle things. As time went on, and the Z Fighters continued to age, they would come to the end of their lives. After Goku's death, Chi-Chi stayed widowed, but she continued to look out for her family. While she normally didn't promote her family fighting, she was a little more lenient about it, so she sees it as keeping Goku's memory alive. When her granddaughter Pan wanted to train, she would help teach her the little martial arts she remembered. After 18 defeated Hercule many years ago, there were a couple times he tried to regain the title of champion, but he never succeeded in doing so. Eventually, he decided to retire from martial arts, so that he could spend time with his family. Since the people of Earth still thought he defeated Cell after he passed away, he was mourned worldwide, and he continued to be remembered as one of the Earth's greatest heroes. After coming to Earth, Paragus would have mellowed out over time, and he would continue to develop a better relationship with his children. He would also slowly work on his relationship with Sulla. She would eventually forgive him for what he did with Broly and wanted to do with Kale, but they wouldn't become romantically involved again. The most they would become would be friends, but there might still be some brief moments of tension between them. Sulla would have kept up on maintaining her own garden to pass the time, while also helping Kale tend to hers, just so she could spend time with her daughter. She would also spend time with Broly, and she would go out to do things with both of her children. They would have certain days set aside just to spend time together as a family. Lemo's food impressed Beerus, so he fired Whis from being his chef and hired Lemo to be his cook. Since Beerus napped a lot, he would be back on Earth to visit Broly and Chi quite often. Though anytime Beerus woke up, Whis would come to Earth to take Lemo back to Beerus' planet. Broly would have settled down on Earth and got a house of his own built near where Kale's is. Besides helping Kale with her garden and animals, over time, he would have developed a closer relationship with Chi. It's possible they would have settled down and had a family of their own, which would give us our first Saiyan hybrid that isn't part human. Before Lemo passed away, he would have been like an uncle to their children. Since he was Beerus' chef, it's likely he would have taught them some things about cooking. Though, one of Broly's children would have been really interested in cooking, so they would ask Lemo to teach him how to cook. After he eventually passed away, and Broly's child was old enough, he would become Beerus' chef instead. Regardless, with the help of Kale, Broly would have gotten his anger completely in control. Thankfully, their anger issues didn't seem to pass on to his kids, so they weren't difficult to manage. Before he passed away, he likely would have had one last fight with Kale and Vegeta. Vegeta would continue training both Trunks and Bola, so that they weren't surpassed by Kakarot's children and grandchildren. He would also continue training with Beerus and Whis, though he would go more towards training with Beerus. While he would learn how to harness the energy of destruction, he doesn't become the candidate for the God of Destruction. He refused to give up his family, since if he became a God of Destruction, he would be made immortal, so he would outlive his entire family. As he was getting older and realized his life was coming to an end, he would challenge Kale to one last fight. They would go to an uninhabited planet so they couldn't destroy anything, which is where they would have an all-out fight. After the others in Kale's family passed away, she spent most of her time with 18, though she still tended to her garden and zoo, and she would occasionally visit the other heroes. She mostly just visited Piccolo or Chi and her family since she would have helped with training Broly's children after he passed away. Though, she would eventually get to the age that she wanted to retire. She would pass the zoo and garden on to one of Broly's children, as she and 18 couldn't have children. Since one of his kids became Beerus' chef, she worked with the other on teaching them about science, so that they would be prepared to take over on the day she retired. Anyway, after retiring, she kept a smaller personal garden, so she had something to do. After Kale passed away, she was allowed to keep her body in Otherworld. She would quickly be reunited with all her old friends and family. While the reunion with her family and friends would bring her to tears, she'd be happy to see them all. She'd be especially happy to see Goku again after all these years. Though, Goku being Goku, he would challenge her to a sparring match. Back on Earth, after Broly and Kale passed away, Chi was one of the last ones living by the lake. Of course, she would go visit her children, but she, 18, and Piccolo would spend quite a lot of time together. They would likely reminisce about old times during these visits, but she kept taking care of the garden Broly had left behind. Yamcha still plays baseball, but since he got back into fighting in this timeline, he continued his training as well. When Krillin started the new Turtle School and Tien started the new Crane School, he decided to start a martial arts school of his own. He called it the Wolf School, where he would teach his students his fighting style and some of his techniques, like the Wolf Fang Fist. Puar stuck with Yamcha for the rest of his life, and when Yamcha started the Wolf School, Puar became an instructor in shapeshifting there. Before he passed away, he would have selected a student of his to be his successor, which Puar would continue to be a shapeshifting instructor for the Wolf School, while he also helped guide the new leader in running the school. When Puar started helping teach shapeshifting at Yamcha's martial arts school, Oolong offered to help as well. But since he wasn't as skilled in shapeshifting as Puar, he ended up going from being an instructor to a student himself. After his shapeshifting improved enough, he was allowed to be an instructor again. While Bulma was still the head of Capsule Corporation, she would continue promoting Kale, Dr. Hedo, and Gohan to do their research. Though, when she eventually reaches retirement age, she passes the ownership of Capsule Corporation to both Trunks and Bola. Afterwards, she still helped her children out as they needed it, but she was mostly living in relaxation after she retired. When Gohan wasn't helping Kale with the biology research, he would be researching Ki instead. Though after he finished that research, he started to research martial arts of the past. After Kale had passed away, he kept doing biology research to help Trunks and Bola at Capsule Corporation. He also released books on all these topics that he had researched. He would eventually retire so that he could focus on his family. After retiring, he would visit Piccolo often too. Videl had kept teaching her martial arts classes for a while, though she would have retired around the same time Gohan did. Since her daughter seemed to get into martial arts, they would have trained with her too. Dr. Hedo kept using the previous Red Ribbon Army headquarters as his laboratory, which has now been merged completely with Capsule Corporation. By the time Bulma passed away, he had already retired, so his children took control of the laboratory. The Gammas were still around too, as they kept being security for Capsule Corporation. After his death, the Gammas mourned him, but they decided to stay there with Dr. Hedo's children, as they would stay employed as their security. As for Trunks, besides taking control of Capsule Corporation with his sister, he also continued to do superhero work alongside Goten, though he eventually quit doing the superhero stuff too and settled down with Mai. However, he would have started a martial arts school with Goten that focused on swordsmanship. Mai still worked at Capsule Corporation as a mechanic too, but she also started training in martial arts, since future Kale inspired her to learn. So, before Kale passed away, she would have gone to her to learn how to fight. Regardless, she and Trunks both had children together, and the two eventually retired. Goten had done the Great Saiyaman stuff with Trunks, but they both retired from it at the same time. After they started a martial arts school together, he remained an instructor there even after Trunks passed away. He also settled down with the police, and they had a family of their own. After both Goten and Trunks retired, their martial arts school was passed down to both of their children. Bola and Pan had continued to train together ever since they were children, and they developed a friendly rivalry. After Goten and Trunks stopped doing the superhero stuff, they were the next ones to take on the mantle of being Great Saiyan Woman 1 and 2. Though as they got older, they soon retired from this as well. The two would eventually settle down and have families of their own, but they remained close friends their entire lives. Bola would have been a co-owner of Capsule Corporation, as she started to expand the business further into cosmetics and fashion, with the help of Dr. Hedo's and his family's research. Pan would have started a martial arts school of her own that taught a combination of different styles. It mainly combined Kale's, 18's, and Piccolo's fighting styles together since they were all a major influence on her. The only original Z fighter left at this time was Piccolo, but he stayed involved in the lives of the families of Kale, Broly, Vegeta, and Goku. He would help give advice to their descendants or train them if they needed it. However, he also made sure not to get too involved, as he also wanted to ensure that the next generation could handle themselves without having to rely on him. After he passed away, this only left 17 and 18 behind. Since 17 and 18 were androids, they aged slower than everyone else, so they were still around for a while. 17 continued to be a park ranger, though he would come visit 18 and the others at the lake quite often. Besides Piccolo, 18 was the only one left, so she would likely visit 17 at his island often. Though, he would retire from being a park ranger, but he would pass the job on to his children. 18 continued to fight in and win the World Martial Arts tournaments, so she would keep bringing in money. She retained the title of champion up until she passed away. When 18 eventually passed away, she would be mourned as one of the greatest heroes of Earth, since they thought she defeated Majin Buu. When she arrived in Otherworld, Kale would be there waiting for her, as they then shared an embrace and a kiss.